Chapter 25. The Journey. Korriban, birthplace of the Sith people, and a world of both darkness and mystery. As the shuttle dropped away from the belly of the Harrower-class dreadnought, the orange-colored world finally came into view. Its moons moved in a serene orbit, while other dreadnoughts and support ships moved back and forth, forming a defensive screen, protecting both the Academy below and all the dark secrets hidden on the planet's surface. Avaryss shuddered as she looked through the viewport. Even at a distance she could sense that something was different about Korriban. Even from orbit, the power and history of this world seemed to be reaching out to her, seeking to touch her very soul. It calls to us, she realized. This world calls to those who have pledged themselves to the service of the dark side. A shiver ran down her spine, that in a sense of extreme anticipation. If one wished to become Sith, to truly take their place among the Order, this was where that road ended. Whether you came from Fury, Lord's Reach, or Butcher's Clearing, all roads to power ended with Korriban. It was here that one's journey to the dark side ended, one way or another. All conversation between the acolytes ceased when this world finally came into view. A sense of reverence took them over. The seriousness of what awaited them below finally became real. Korriban was both a promise and a challenge. Great power awaited an acolyte here, but only if they had the strength to grasp it. For the weak, only death was to be found. The Sith did not tolerate those that had come so far, only to trip when the final destination was in reach. I will not fail, Avaryss thought. I've come too far. Finally, she thought with a contented sigh, finally, I've truly come home. The days leading up to her journey to Korriban had passed in a blur. The trio had remained Overseer Alary's guests while they awaited the shuttle that would take them off-world. During that time, the three girls had access to all the tower had to offer, whatever pleasures they might desire. Avaryss did attempt to speak with the Overseer once, speak with her regarding what the fallen Padawan had said during the final moments of their duel. What he had said about his allies trying to bring down the Empire. I've heard the story, she said dismissively. I didn't buy it. Jedi do not behave in this way, acolyte. They do not scheme to bring people down, that is our way. Still, you do not need to worry. I passed what I heard on to Imperial intelligence. If there are Jedi out there plotting against us, the Imperials will find them and let us know. The young acolyte nodded. She supposed that would have to do, for now. Alaryos smiled at her. Do not let the words of some dead Padawan distract you, young one. This is your time. Enjoy your last few days here. Korriban will offer you a whole new level of challenges once you arrive. She tried to follow her overseer's suggestion. She tried to enjoy herself. Avaryss had chosen solitude. After the constant struggle with the crowds in the butcher's block, she welcomed the quiet of her suite, especially when the servants had been told that she did not wish to be disturbed. She used that time to reflect on what had happened, what she had faced since leaving Oridanna all those months ago. It had been almost a year since her family's murder, and in that time she had changed drastically, both physically and mentally. Keera Lylos' life seemed quite far away from her now. Sometimes it seemed like it had all been a dream. The challenge of rising through the ranks of the Sith had all but consumed her. What did Oridanna and what was happening there matter in the face of that? Power is what matters, she had come to realize. The more she gathered, the easier it would be for achieve her goals. She still intended to seize control of Darth Feer's holdings, but once that was done, she would have a decision to make. Would she maintain the status quo, or tear the whole sorry mess down? Both solutions had their merits. She would need to come to decision when the time came. What end would serve her best? How far was she willing to go to see the man who had destroyed her family punished? She was not entirely sure yet. When the time came, she would need to be ready. She also needed to come to a decision regarding her alliance with Nas and Taya. They had been useful towards reaching her goal, but as the Overseer's lesson over dessert had shown, no alliance could last forever. Taya had promised to stay out of her way once they reached Korriban, but Nas had made no such promise. And even if she had, there was no guarantee that either girl would be able to keep it. Once the overseers on Korriban heard about their alliance, it was only a matter of time until they tried to break it up. In the end, a Sith always stood alone. That was the way of the dark side. Was it not better that they end their alliance now, rather than risk one of the instructors on Korriban doing it for them? Perhaps, but at the same time, she might end up needing her allies. It was safe to say she was walking into a hostile environment. When word reached Korriban about what had happened here, Avaryss suspected that her success here would be the equivalent of drawing a target on her back. It would be a good idea to try and maintain their alliance, at least for now. Once she had managed to impress the instructors on Korriban, that would change, but for now, she would do her best to keep their little band together. To that end, she tried to spend time with her allies, maintain the illusion that everything was fine. The pleasures the tower offered were many. They were even better when not sampled alone. The three of them continued to take meals together. Nas continued her political education, and when not discussing imperial politics, they engaged in sword training together. It was quite easy for the overseer to arrange worthy opponents for the two girls. It gave Avaryss a chance to see just how good the Inquisitor's daughter was with a blade. Like Avaryss, she preferred the single-hilted blade to the double, and when the dark side was with her, Nas was as lethal as anyone else Avaryss had ever seen. Occasionally, Taya would join them, but the blonde's idea of fun did not involve swordplay. Violence for her was only means to an end. "If violence won't tempt you," Nas said one night, her arms draped around two very muscular pleasure slaves, "perhaps you might be interested in a bit of vice." She tried hard to convince them into making use of the overseer's pleasure slaves, use them as she did, but both of them declined, though Avaryss did eventually agree to get a massage from one, at Taya's insistence. It had felt strange at first, laying there, both undressed and unarmed, while some slave rubbed her back, legs, and shoulders. Of course, as all of her tension melted beneath those gentle fingers, she learned the value of letting go. By the end of the session, she had been so relaxed, she had been almost purring like a phoenix. Apparently, there was something to world that Taya had been born into. Avaryss promised herself to keep a more open mind about it in the future. Of course, all good things had to end eventually, and soon the three found themselves boarding a shuttle in the tower's docking bay. They left with little fanfare, but that was for the best. While they had been enjoying the overseer's hospitality, there had apparently been several attempts by their fellow acolytes to breach the tower and punish the three of them for stealing the kill during the open hunt. Alaria dealt with those attempts harshly, but made a point to tell the trio of what transpired. Their success had awakened great jealousy in their peers, jealousy that was quickly turned into hatred. It furthered the other students' training, but at the same time invited attempts at revenge that were doomed to fail. Nothing came of those attempts, of course, but it was safe to say that it was good that the three were leaving Butcher's clearing behind. They had made no friends with their success. They boarded the shuttle together. From there, they were taken back to the orbital medical station they had stopped at on their way in. All three were quickly examined to make sure they had not contracted anything dangerous on the surface. From there, they boarded the shuttle again and eventually found their way back to the pleasure station that they had stopped at before beginning their trials in the clearing. It would not be a long stopover, they had been informed. A dreadnought would be coming to take them to Korriban in 20 hours. They had little time to enjoy the station's revels. Of course, that did not mean that they did not try. As second-level acolytes, the first levels were wise to get out of their way. When there was a line to get into any establishment, the first levels moved aside and let them enter first. Avaryss kept her head high as she passed. She could feel the envy from the first levels, but found that she couldn't care less. She was one of the chosen now, a student of the Korriban Academy, before she had just been part of the crowd. Now she stood above them. The first levels were smart to stay out of their way. She hated to admit it, but she came to enjoy it. She was starting to take pleasure in her new life. Over drinks, the three discussed strategy, what they would likely face when they reached Korriban. There are only two overseers on Korriban that you need to worry about impressing, farm girl, Nas advised her. Overseer Tremel and Harkin. I would not worry too much about Harkin, though, Taya added. He usually is tasked with dealing with the more undesirable students, those who the Dark Lords typically ignore. Avaryss frowned. Wouldn't that include me? I can't imagine that my training on Fury 9 will endure me to anyone. Before your victory over the Padawan. Sure, Nas said with a shrug, but with that win under your belt. Tremel wouldn't dare risk you falling through the cracks. He will take you on, I'm sure of it, if only to boost his own success rate. Avaryss smiled slyly. It was nice to know her victory continued to count for something. You will find that Korriban is much more structured than Butcher's Clearing, Taya said. With so many students on the cusp of being full Sith, order must be maintained. You will find the training regimen much stricter than in the lower-level academies. Avaryss grinned. Good. The more structure, the better. It had been too long since she had gotten to test herself in a dueling ring, and during her time in the clearing, she had come to miss the library back on Fury 9. She suspected that any library on Korriban must contain items 10 times more valuable than any she had found on Fury. Having access to both would be good. It would also give her a chance to feel out her fellow acolytes, identify those who were a danger to her from the very beginning. From there, it would be easy to start eliminating them, or at the very least seeking out ways to neutralize them, make sure they could not hinder her training. She found herself growing more and more eager. She could not wait to get to Korriban. You should try to gain the support of at least one of the overseers, Nas advised. I would suggest Tremel. He is a staunch traditionalist, but if you treat him with the respect that a full master deserves, you will do well. I agree, Taya added. Harkin is an ass. Taya shook her head with disgust. Mark my words, one of these days, some Dark Lord that Harkin trained is going to come back to Korriban and fry him for the way he treats his students. Avaryss chuckled. Not a fan, I take it. The blonde frowned. I caught him staring at me during training once, she said with a frown, the look on his face, what I was sensing through the Force. If he wasn't an overseer, I would have popped his eyes out for such an affront. Her response made both her allies giggle like schoolgirls. Whoa, there, Tay, Avaryss chuckled. That is a little violent for you, isn't it? It is Korriban, the blonde shrugged. Be prepared for violence, or prepare to be dead. Her friend's words made her shudder. Perhaps Taya was not as light-sided as she thought. Perhaps Korriban brought out the Sith in people. She would have to watch her ally closely. This was a side of her she had never seen before. Anything else I need to worry about? Anyone else I need to watch out for? Her two allies looked at each other, their expression serious. Nas sighed. Even if you manage to gain the support of one of the overseers, you still need to be careful. I'm not sure how things were done on Fury 9, but on Korriban, the overseers have a habit of picking out a favorite from among the students. Not surprising, this student rises through the ranks and quickly becomes top dog. The overseers have a tendency to use their favorites to eliminate those they feel are weak or a threat to the order as a whole. Tremel has done that in the past, or at least, people say he has. No one could prove it, of course. If the favorite fails, they are dead, and no evidence remains to link back to him. I'm not surprised, Avaryss said. It was not so different on Fury. Our overseers had their favorites as well. I should know. She grinned proudly. I was one of them. Then you know enough to be careful, Nas replied. If one of the overseer's favorites comes after you, you won't have very good luck in trying to find help. If you do manage to eliminate that favorite, you will definitely get people to sit up and take notice, but you still have to be careful. The overseers don't like it when an acolyte breaks their toys. Most people with power don't, Avaryss said thoughtfully. Who was the top dog when you two left? Who did the overseer's favor? Gore, Taya said with a shudder. Yeah, Nas agreed, Gore. Who's Gore? Avaryss inquired. Tremel's most recent favorite, real nasty piece of work. The overseer loved him. Taya shuddered. Nas tried to deal with him before we left for his less than Butcher's Clearing, but the plan fell through. Really, Avaryss said, her interest suddenly piqued. What happened? She asked her ally. What did you do? The Inquisitor's daughter sighed. I convinced 5 novices to attack him, out in the Valley of the Dark Lords. I promised them my aid and patronage if they succeeded. Avaryss gave her a wry smile. I take it they didn't. No, Nas frowned, they did not. Gore killed 3 of them, the 4th he maimed, cutting off his arms and legs. The 5th ended up in a coma, may never walk again. Nas pouted. It was 5 on 1. 5, and still they failed. At the very least they could have wounded him. She snorted. I should have chosen a better quality of minion. Any chance of what happened getting back to the Overseer? Avaryss inquired. Any chance the 2 survivors might talk? Nas gave her a wicked smile. None, she answered. The one in the coma suffered brain damage, severe damage. If he lives, it is doubtful he will remember his own name, let alone mine. The limbless wonder. Well, I made sure to silence him before I left for Butcher's clearing, just in case. She shrugged. Can't have someone talking out of turn, can I? The story, and how it ended, gave Avaryss pause. She knew Nas could be ruthless, but she had never attempted anything so brazen in the clearing. If anything, it showed how high the stakes were for the students on Korriban. Being willing to go that far, to take that kind of risk, it was dangerous, true, but worthy of respect. Avaryss smiled. Not at all, she said. You did the right thing. She laughed lightly. I guess good help is very hard to find these days. Thanks, Nas smirked. That means a lot. Don't mention it, Avaryss said. Her mind was already working, moving faster and faster. It seemed that Korriban might just be more dangerous than Butcher's clearing or Fury 9 combined. She needed to be careful. After that, talk turned to more pleasant topics. As the alcohol flowed, the girls' inhibitions began to fade. Taya decided they needed to do something to mark the occasion, to celebrate their good fortune. Her idea was to do something permanent. She thought they should all get tattoos. Nothing stupid, she giggled, her voice slurring slightly. Sith tattoos, glyphs that will help us focus our powers. She grinned widely. Plus, they are pretty, status symbols. Nas smirked and hiccuped. I'm game if the farm girl is. Avaryss giggled. Why not, she said. Let's do something fun. Somehow the 3 girls found their feet, managed to make it out of the establishment, and find the nearest tattoo artist. Avaryss almost backed out when they stood outside the door. She suddenly thought she heard her mother's voice in her head. No Keera. No tattoos. Fortunately, she had friends to keep her on track. Come along, farm girl, Nas cackled. Your skin is not that pretty. Yavi, Taya slurred, live in the now. After that, things got a little fuzzy. She woke up an hour before their ship was scheduled to leave, hungover, with an extremely itchy back. She dared pull up her tunic and look in the mirror. What she saw surprised her. From her shoulder blades, right below the neck and straight down to her tailbone ran a series of Sith glyphs. She could feel her power radiating from them. Clearly these symbols were old and very powerful. She could not remember their meaning, but perhaps that was for the best. What happens on the pleasure station should stay on the pleasure station. Taya had chosen only to get one on the small of her back. Nas on her forehead in the style most popular by the High Lords of the past. She said it was the symbol of her family, that it marked her as the heir of a noble family. Neither Taya nor Avaryss could say if that was true. Despite their revels from the night before, and the pain from their new markings, the trio did manage to make their shuttle. It brought them to the Harrow-class dreadnought, the fearsome. It would be their escort to Korriban. Avaryss shivered as she stepped off the shuttle and onto the hangar deck. There were Imperials everywhere, carrying out their duties, most helmeted and armored. She found herself thinking about her brother. Was he on a ship like this? Did he know what happened to our family? She brushed those thoughts aside. Keera Lylos was Keera's brother, not Avaryss. She needed to stop focusing on this. Whatever connection they had was fading. Once she was full Sith, their blood ties would not matter. The Sith would be her family, her brothers and sisters. She tried to focus on that. The fearsome made good time. In no time at all, They were dropping out of hyperspace and being escorted back to the shuttle by some nameless ensign. Avaryss had been grateful to go. She had been sensing something in the Force. She was not sure what it was, but it left her feeling uneasy. She was glad to be getting off. It was probably just nerves, but still. She would be glad to be off the ship. As the shuttle finally cut through the clouds, the surface of Korriban finally became visible. Avaryss shivered with anticipation. The planet appeared desolate. Few lived on Korriban these days. Only a small starport existed to service the needs of the Academy, and that was far from what a person could call civilization. As the Academy came into view, so too did the wind-worn statues left by the Empire's founders. Great statues of Boeing subjects led up to the Academy entrance, an entrance covered by anti-ship batteries. As the shuttle made its final approach, the sheer size of the pyramid that made up the Academy left her spellbound. It was far wider than the tower on Butcher's Clearing, and nearly as tall. The modern Sith has made improvements, of course, a landing pad and greeting area of some sort. The shuttle touched down lightly. The three acolytes gathered their few belongings and disembarked. As soon as her feet touched the surface, Avaryss felt a sort of hum. The world sang of dark power and secrets long hidden. She smiled cruelly. My future is here, she thought. Whatever happens, my time here will shape everything to come. Everything. She held her head high and stepped forward. A man in a military-style uniform was awaiting them. She could feel his power even from here. It seemed they were expected. Good. It was time to get started. Chapter 26. The Dark World. So you are the one that they are calling the hero of Butcher's Clearing. Overseer Tremel's eyes narrowed as he paced around her, his cool eyes evaluating her. Avaryss remained at parade rest, her hands behind her back. The senior Sith snorted with disbelief. I must admit, Acolyte, I find myself unimpressed. She took no offense. By now she was used to condemnation by her superiors. It only made it that much more fun when she rose to the occasion. Give a girl a chance, Overseer, and do not bet against me, she said in a prim and proper Dramenkos accent. Within a month, I will have you singing my praises. His expression betrayed nothing. That remains to be seen, Acolyte. He sighed and returned to his chair. That remains to be seen. She had been summoned here within moments of her arrival. She had not yet even had time to settle in. Taya had offered to see that her things made it safely to her new quarters while Avaryss presented herself to Overseer Tremel. He was unlike her previous teachers. Both Philin and Aelaria had both been far more flamboyant. Adaz had maintained a sense grim seriousness, but in the end he was more blade master than he had ever been an overseer. Tremel was different. The dark-skinned human was soft-spoken, yet his presence filled the room. The military-style uniform he wore hinted at a loyalty to the Empire that her previous instructors could not match. He sat back at his desk, his cool eyes evaluating her, perhaps trying to determine if everything that had been said about her was true. Avaryss hoped not to disappoint him. Finally, she had reached a man who could put her within reach of a Lord of the Sith. If she was to accomplish her goals, she needed to win Tremel's respect and support. She was prepared to do whatever it took. She had come too far to accept anything less. Do not let your successes to this point go to your head, Acolyte, he advised. On Korriban, all those past successes do is make you a target for your more ambitious peers. They will seek to destroy you if they can, for no other reason to prove their superiority. I'm well aware of the risks, she tilted her head in acknowledgement, but the reward is worth it. I was born to be Sith, Overseer. All I ask is a chance to prove it. That is what is offered here above all else, Acolyte, a chance to prove yourself. Tremel picked up a pad from his desk and entered several commands. She could not see what he was looking at, but suspected it was something to do with her training. The reports your previous instructors had provided suggest both talent in saber combat and the art of Sith sorcery. A rare set of skills considering you started out at one of the Furies. Still, you are not the first lord to rise from that scum, to prove yourself more than what is usually produced in such places. He smiled slightly. Prove your worth to me, and I will give you access to spells and rituals that would make even the most powerful of Lord leery of you, or if you so choose, our sword masters will sharpen your skills to such a degree that even the highest of Jedi Masters will be unwilling to meet you blade upon blade. Either path would please me, she nodded, as long as it draws to me the attention of one of the Sith Masters, the lords that oversee our great empire. She smiled. It is from one of them that I wish to continue my studies, and one day take my place among them. Gaining the attention of a lord can be both good and dangerous, acolyte. Remain true to my ideals, and I will make sure that your first contact with them is as cordial as it is profitable. You honor me, Master, she said, bowing respectfully. How do I start? For now, you must be patient, he advised. Attend to your studies and training. I will provide you with a chance to prove yourself soon. The lords are always looking for acolytes willing to risk themselves in the Valley of the Dark Lords. Many secrets still remain in that place, waiting for us to uncover. The overseer smiled coldly. It is not for the faint of heart, however. The tombs of the valley are dangerous. Vicious predators, traps, not to mention exiled acolytes who now live there. They were failures, you see, and now they refuse to accept defeat and death. Any of these things could kill you if given the opportunity. At the same time, you must be careful of your fellow students. A Sith must arrange his or her own promotion. There are many here who would happily see you fall. Avaryss frowned. Like Gore? She asked. Tremel gave her an arch look. Now where did you hear that name, I wonder? Oh well, it is not important, not anymore. Gore was slain a month ago. He made the mistake of challenging the wrong student. He paid for that choice with his life. That got Avaryss' attention, especially after what Taya had told her. She had never met this Gore, but to hear that he defeated 5 Force sensitives on his own, and now that he'd fallen to a single student. It might be wise to learn who the student was. Is the student that slew Gore still here? He is indeed, Tremel admitted. His name is Fel. He is a powerful pureblood with a very storied lineage. Tremel smiled at her. He must have noticed the look on her face. Do not get any ideas, acolyte. You just got here, you are not ready to take on Fel yet. The young man has caught the eye of many of the Dark Lords. I suspect that it will not be long before he ascends to the rank of full Sith. If I may offer you some advice, challenging him would be foolish at this time. I would not seek a confrontation with him, not yet, anyway, not until you have learned more about his capabilities. She waved her hand dismissively. I would never be so foolish. The quickest way to victory can also be the quickest way to failure, especially for the unwary. She smiled. I try to avoid unwariness. It can be hazardous for one's health. A wise attitude, acolyte, he said with a nod. Keep it in mind, and you may just find what you seek here. She bowed respectfully. That is exactly what I intend, overseer, she said. I won't let you down. After being dismissed by Tremel, Avaryss sought out her quarters. Several of the students she passed in the hall murmured excitedly as she passed them by. It seemed that word of what happened in the clearing had preceded her. Good? A reputation was both a good and bad thing. Yes, it painted a target on her back, but it was also an opportunity. Let her lessers try to take her down. She would crush them easily, and her prestige here would grow. Still, it was wise to remain cautious. Until she gained a bit more information about her fellows, she knew that she should go around picking fights. She wanted to check in with Nas and Taya. She knew that Gore had fallen. She found herself wanting to know more about the one who had defeated him, this Fel. Even Tremel had recognized that the quickest path to her goal would be by defeating him and gaining the attention of the Dark Lords. She was ambitious enough now to attempt such a plan, but would need more information first. The stakes were too high to risk everything on a single gamble. She would need to study her prey first. Simply leaping and audaciously would be a mistake. After a brief stop in her new quarters, she tracked down Nas and Taya. Her 2 allies had moved quickly in getting themselves reacquainted with their old contacts, finding out what had happened in their absence. Word of Gore's defeat had pleased Nas greatly. She was now safe from any possible reprisal for her role in the incident with the 5 novices. Like Avaryss, she was also interested in the new top student. Being back on Korriban had filled Nas with a new sense of ambition. She was eager to get started in destroying this new opponent. Avaryss promised to aid her when the time was right. They may have been getting a little ahead of themselves, but it was good to know that they still shared a common goal. Taya said she would help as well, but echoed Tremel's view that they should proceed cautiously. What had worked for the trio in the clearing would not necessarily work here on Korriban. Things had changed in their absence, and this was a new hunting ground for Avaryss. Caution was key. Before evening meal, they were summoned by Overseer Harkin for Saber training. The full class gathered so that the Overseer could get a look at the new arrivals. Harkin, like Tremel, was human, but any similarities ended there. Stocky, pale-skinned, with short rust-colored hair and cold gray eyes, the Overseer radiated a sense of disdain and superiority. While Tremel ruled through his command presence and his accomplishments, Harkin reveled in his unpleasantness. He openly sought the fear and hatred of his student. His first words to them were to call them all slime, filth, and the thing that real Dark Lords scrape off the bottom of their boots. Dangerous, Avaryss thought. So many of us are so close to becoming Sith. It seemed foolish to cultivate such hatred, especially when you knew that your students would likely be ascending to a place of higher rank. All it did was give his students more power. Taya was right, this man was an ass. It was only a matter of time before some lord came back here and dealt with Harkin for one slight or another. A Sith did not tolerate an insult to live for long. Harkin acknowledged Taya, and Nas returned, commenting how their survival in Butcher's clearing showed that they were not completely useless. His eyes then fell on Avaryss. He sneered as he approached. She held her ground. She would not be intimidated. So, he growled, "You are the hero of Butcher's clearing. You defeated a Jedi Padawan almost single-handed." "It was a team effort, Overseer," she responded, "but it was I that dealt the final blow." "I thought so," he sneered. "There is no way that someone from one of the Furies could accomplish such a task without aid from her betters. You will find no such help here, girl. Everyone here is out for themselves. If you seek to find any help here, all you will be doing is digging your own grave." She did not respond. Arguing with this man would gain her nothing but scorn. It was better to stay silent. "Heroes can be overrated," he spat. "I would see your vaunted skills for myself. Step into the training circle, girl, and draw your blade. Let us see how tough you are." She nodded and stepped forward. Her war blade was not allowed in the dueling ring, of course, but that was fine. A training saber would be enough to teach the arrogant Overseer some respect. She should have realized that that would not happen. Harkin was not foolish enough to engage a student in combat. He would not risk his vaunted position being defeated by some upstart. "Acolyte Olger," he called out, "step forward. Let us see how our little hero fares against you." Avaryss watched as her opponent sauntered into the dueling ring. Olger was an ugly piece of work. Yellow eyes, 2 missing front teeth, pale skin, and a bald head with 2 crisscrossing blade scars that ran above his left eye and down to his jaw. He was also a head taller than her, and powerfully built. He gave her a wide-open mouth smile, showing off his broken teeth. "You ready, pretty one?" he scoffed. "Olger is ready to mess up that cute face of yours." Avaryss did not bother responding with words. She simply dropped into a fighting stance. She was not afraid of Harkin's pet. After what she had endured to get here, she was prepared for anything. Or so she thought. Olger lunged forward with the speed she did not expect. One moment he was standing with his blade at his side, and the next it was whirling dangerously close to her face. It was only through her connection to the Force that she had avoided seriously injury. She could tell by the glow of his blade that the acolyte had his sword turned up far higher than it should have been. Being struck even a minor blow could do serious damage. He rained down blows upon her, his grasp of Jim, so was impressive as was his speed. He snarled like a wild animal as he pushed her back. She had never met the man until this moment, yet he attacked like she was his most hated enemy. Her skill with Sarisu was being severely tested. The man was all fire and fury. He attacked, and attacked some more. Though she was hard-pressed to hold him back, she was not worried. He could not go on like this forever. Eventually he would start to tire, and then he would be hers. When he started to weaken, she would be able to catch her breath, switch to Makashi, and end this. The world fell away. All that remained was the hiss and hum of training blades. She continued to back up, shifting her feet as to not be backed into a corner. Ogre hammered her defense tirelessly, feeding off his rage and disdain. She let herself slip deeper into the dark side, drawing on his power. It would not be long now, soon. Enough. She blinked, Harkin's words shaking her from her rhythm. It was all the distraction that Ogre needed. She blocked one of the man's powerful thrusts, but was staggered. With her blade out of position, Ogre drove a powerful kick into her belly. All the air left her lungs with a whoosh, and she found herself on her back. She tried to recover, but her opponent brought his foot down on the wrist of her sword hand, pinning it to the ground. He put just enough pressure on it to hold her in place, but when she tried to move, he put more weight down, any more, and her wrist would break. She only just held back a yelp of pain. She found herself staring up at her opponent, his blade at her throat, the wide-open mouth grin on his face. She glared up defiantly. Harkin stepped into view, a satisfied smirk on his face. "I guess you are not as strong as you thought," he purred. "You said enough," she spat back. "You called an end to the duel." "I did," he nodded. But Ogre was already committed to his final move. "I decided to let it play out, and now here we are." The Overseer sneered. "It seems that the only thing they taught you at Fury is how to retreat. Any child can run away. If you are not prepared to be aggressive, you have no place here." She said nothing. What was there to say? This had not been about testing her skill. Harkin had wanted to humiliate her, to establish his dominance over her. As an overseer on Korriban, he had to have recognized what she had been trying to do, wearing her opponent down. By stopping the fight at that moment. Her cheeks burned. She could feel the amusement of her fellow acolytes. They had enjoyed seeing her brought low. If Harkin had wanted to take her down a peg, then it was safe to say that he had succeeded. Any reputation she had brought here had just taken a serious hit. Her dislike for both Harkin and his pet grew fivefold. Ogre continued to grin. He shifted more of his weight down on her wrist. She expected to hear bones snap any second. It was all she could do to keep from crying out. "That is enough," Harkin said. "Our little hero has learned her lesson." The other acolyte stepped away. Avaryss managed to scramble back, finding her feet, and recover her training blade. Her wrist throbbed painfully, but did not feel broken. She glared at the grinning ogre as she took her place back in line next to Taya and Naz. Her two allies said nothing. They clearly did not wish to take any share of her shame. "Form into lines, slimes," Harkin snarled. "I want to see your saber techniques. Start with the basics of Shicho and work forward." H's grinned savagely. "Let's see how worthless you all truly are." The next hour was an exercise in pain for Avaryss. Her wrist was not broken, but it was badly bruised, possibly even sprained. Her saber technique suffered for it, yet she tried to push forward, work through the pain. She could feel Harkin's gaze upon her. She could almost sense his satisfaction as he watched her struggle. It was all she could do to keep from using one of the nastier spells she knew upon him. It would have been satisfying, but it also would have been the end of her. Attacking an overseer on Korriban would more than likely be an offense punishable by death, no matter how much the overseer deserved it. She held the pain and checked the best she could, drawing on her anger at Harkin to make herself stronger. She could sense the other acolytes watching her. A strange sense of interest filled her mind. It made her curious. She was sensing a presence, very strong in the force, and clearly watching her and her alone. It did not feel like either Harkin or Tremel, but it was close by. She sensed no hostility, which surprised her, more like curiosity. She found herself intrigued. When Harkin finally called the saber drills to a halt, he had the students form up in a circle. It was time for open challenges, he informed them. Time to test just how strong they truly were. Avaryss rubbed her wounded wrist, cursing the Overseer even more. Any fool with half her talent would have an easy time beating her now. Given time, she could have used a life drain spell to lessen the bruising, but she doubted that the Overseer would give her that chance. Her eyes drifted over her fellow acolytes. More than a few were looking at her like she was a meal to be devoured. She tried to project a sense of indifference, hoping to bluff her way through the challenges. She did not think that she would have any luck. Let us begin. Harkin practically radiated excitement, eager to see which of his charges would try to take down the hero of Butcher's Clearing. A challenge Ulgur. Avaryss blinked. The challenge had not come from within the group of students. It had come from outside of it. An acolyte stepped forward. He wore the same red tunic and leggings that they all did, but he also wore a fine black hooded cloak, a cloak adorned with gold threading formed into the Sith glyphs and the symbols of the Empire. Murmured conversations broke out among the students. Surprise radiated out like light from a star. Ulgur paled, while Harkin turned to address the speaker. He looked as shocked as everyone else. What is this Fel? He demanded. Avaryss' eyes widened. Fel, the Academy's top student. What in the name of the Emperor was going on? He stood a head taller than Harkin, his shoulders far broader. Golden eyes glinted from beneath the cowl, a merry smile showing very white teeth. His face was barely visible, but she could see a strong crimson skinned jaw, two short tendrils on either side of his chin. I said I challenge Overseer, he repeated, his voice like a velvet cloth pulled tight over a mailed fist, soft, cultured, but as hard as Mandalorian iron. The meaning is quite clear. Harkin blinked, unsure of how to answer. But you never challenge. Fel laughed. Never say never, I guess. He looked at Ulgur. Do you accept, or go crawling back to the sewer Harkin found you in? Ulgur snarled and drew his blade. With an amused laugh, Fel let his cloak fall away. Avaryss' breath caught in her throat. Fel was large for a pure blood, large and muscular, crimson skin pulled tight over powerful muscles. A strong Sith brow sat just above his eyes, two delicate points that came just short of his ears. Long black hair hung in a single braid down his powerful back. He never took his eyes off his opponent as he stepped into the center of the ring. One of the acolytes scooped up his cloak and held it, clearly waiting for Fel to ask for it again. He radiated not only dark side power, but a sense of, well, maleness. It left her a little weak in the knees. As he had done with her, Ulgur attacked Fel brutally, his blade flashing in rapid, heavy strikes. Fel fell back using Sarisu as if he had been born, with a blade in his hand, every move smooth and every block perfect. Most Sith would have expected such a large being to be slow, but the pure blood moved with a grace that was both surprising and shocking for one of his size. He held off Ulgur's attacks with ease, toying with him as a Tukata might toy with the Pelko bug. Then with the quickness of an Hiss, he went on the attack. Avaryss recognized the style, Juail, one of the most aggressive forms of lightsaber combat. Ulgur had no chance. Fel blade was on a low setting. When it caught the other man's arm, it paralyzed the limb. He lost his sword, but Fel wasn't finished. He drove his foot into the other man's kneecap, shattering it. As he fell forward, the pure blood drove his elbow into the man's face, breaking both his jaw and nose, not to mention costing him a few more teeth. Choking on his own blood, Ulgur went down. He tried to retrieve his sword with his offhand, but Fel stomped down hard on it, breaking his fingers. The wounded acolyte howled, unable to rise. He pulled his injured hand tight against his chest. The cry must have offended his opponent, because Fel put his foot on the other man's throat, just enough to strangle any further cry. It was then that he did something surprising. He looked at Avaryss, his golden eyes meeting her blue ones. He was smiling hungrily. That look, it made her heart flutter and skip a beat. Her mouth was dry, and her heart pounded. She was without words. He arched his brow. That sardonic look seemed to be asking a question. What is your desire? That look seemed to say. You are the wounded party here, milady. Life or death? Avaryss swallowed hard, unsure what was happening. Ogre was pinned beneath Fel's boot, gurgling noises escaping his throat. He would do it, she realized. All it would take was a nod. She almost did it. That is enough, Fel, Harkin said quickly. Victory is yours. The pure blood held her gaze a moment more. Then he chuckled dismissively. So I am, he said, sounding bored. Far too easy. He took his weight off the other man's neck. He lay there, broken and coughing. Fel's eyes fell on Harkin. That overseer, he said, was a demonstration of Sarisu, the defender style. It may not be as aggressive as Juio, but it opens so many doors, especially when the enemy is weakened. All it takes is time to set an opponent up, provided that some fool does not intervene. Harkin coughed, and Avaryss had to fight the urge to laugh. Fel wasn't calling him a fool, not directly, but the implication was there. Normally, Harkin would have been furious, but Fel had the attention of many of the Dark Lords, or so Tremel had claimed. Such attention clearly had its advantages. Fel said nothing more. He used the force to retrieve his cloak, and left the circle. Ogre still lay wheezing on the stone. Any further challenges were put off for the day. Surprises had that effect on some people. Avaryss watched the pure blood leave. He looked back only once, catching her gaze. Now, she knew who it had been who had been watching her. She felt the same presence in his regard. It was warm, curious. She did not know what to make of it. As the top student of the academy, she and Fel should have been rivals. He should wish her destroyed. There was no reason for him to stick his neck out for her, but he had done it. He could not punish Harkin for her pain, but he could make Ogre pay, and pay he had. Sadly, the pure blood did not remain to offer her any answers. He left with barely another word. Avaryss was speechless. Harkin called for guards to take Ogre down to medical. He glared at Avaryss like this was somehow her fault. She looked over at Nas and Taya. Her allies looked equally confused. What in the Emperor's name was that? Nas said. I don't know, Taya agreed, grinning, but that had to be one of the hottest things I've ever seen. She looked over at her companion, a sly smile on her face. I think you have an admirer, Avi. Avaryss blushed. She turned away, wishing she had a cloak like Fel's. What are you talking about? She demanded. The blonde grinned at her. Some warrior cultures like to show off their prowess to potential mates, the Mandalorians for example. Taya's grin broadened. I think our top student was trying to get your attention. Avaryss blinked. Potential mate. Impossible. Not here. Not on Korriban. He was trying to intimidate me, she said quickly. Yes, that was the only thing that made sense. Her friend giggled. You don't sound intimidated if that was his goal. I think that turned you on. It certainly did me. Avaryss gave her a look of pure horror. What? No. Impossible. You are reading too much into this, Taya, Nas said. Pure bloods don't behave like that, especially with the girl with no family name and no wealth. Avaryss glared at her. No offense, the Inquisitor's daughter said quickly. None taken, she said, her eyes following where Fel had retreated. Well, what do you think it was, Avi? Taya asked. He was looking at you in the end. What did you sense? She shook her head. It was hard to say. She could sense powerful emotions like anger and hate. Those were common. Old friends, what she had felt when she looked into Fel's eyes, that had been something different. It felt like nothing had ever felt before. It was something that had made her whole body warm. She did not tell her allies that. She did not dare. I don't know, she murmured, the sense of confusion she was feeling drowning out any pain from her injured wrist. I don't know. Chapter 27. Confrontation. I ran into Fel out in the tombs. We talked. Night was once again settling over Korriban, the last of the sun's rays touching the base of the Sith Academy. Avaryss had only just returned from the Valley of the Dark Lords. She had missed dinner and been forced to stop in the kitchens for something to eat. Not wishing to disturb anyone, she had taken the food back to her quarters, balancing her meal on a small tray, and sat down upon her bed. She had just been about to eat when there had been a knock at her door. Taya had come to check in on her. She had been concerned when her ally had not showed up at dinner. It was touching that the other girl was concerned for her safety, but it was unnecessary. Avaryss was no fool. She had learned how to survive in the harshest of circumstances. Of course, it was not the tale of her survival and mission that had interested the other girl. It was who she had seen out in the valley, the one person she had been avoiding for so long. Taya was, understandably, curious. Her large blue eyes widened as she sat down on the floor of Avaryss' chambers. Avaryss tried to project an aura of calm, sitting on her bed with a food tray on her lap. Taya looked up at her ally like she was about to hold court or something. She looked upon Avaryss in amazement, like she had sacked the Jedi Temple single-handed or something. The acolyte rolled her eyes. She had needed to tell someone, hoped that by talking about it, she would be able to center herself. It seemed like that wasn't the case. What have happened? The other girl almost gasped. What did he say to you? What did you say back? Was it cordial, or did he threaten you? Damn it, woman, I need details. Avaryss suppressed a chuckle. Almost a month had passed since Fel came to her aid in the dueling ring. In that time, he had said nothing to her, offered no explanation, choosing to remain aloof and mysterious. When they trained, he remained on the other side of the room. Whenever the acolytes were called together, he left before she could speak with him. It annoyed the young acolyte. She did not like such games. It seemed the only way she ever got to see the academy's top student was when he was walking away. She felt slighted, yes, but in her darker moments she admitted to no one but herself that she did admire the view. Fel was handsome, she could not deny that. Pretty much all of the other female acolytes on Korriban had taken notice. Most desired him, but none seemed to draw his attention. Avaryss could not say what had made her so special that first day. Whatever it was, it seemed to have passed. Fel held the spot they all aspired to. It would not be easy for one of the other acolytes to claim it. Naz had come to share Avaryss' initial opinion that the Academy's top student had only stepped in to intimidate a rival. That he wished to show his superiority to the hero of Butcher's Clearing. Taya had come to a different conclusion. She had been pushing Avaryss to try and speak with the pure blood for weeks, find out what had made him so willing to step down from the pedestal that the overseers put him on, and aid a fellow acolyte. She had taken more than an interest in Avaryss' life. She was obsessed with finding out what had happened. Normally, the acolyte would be annoyed by such a demand. She was not Taya's servant. Her life was no source of amusement. She had no reason to tell her what happened, but at the same time, she had come to enjoy the other girls' company, welcome their camaraderie. She sighed. It was not easy having a friend when you were in the Sith Order. Of course, there was no reason not to have a little fun first. She gave her friend, an ally, a smug smile. What makes you think we said anything? She asked. Taya pouted. Come on, Avi, don't be like that. I know something must have passed between you. I can sense your emotions. They are all over the place. Come on, you can't just drop a bomb like that and not expect me to be curious. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Dropped a bomb. Her encounter with Fel was hardly a bomb. Taya's imagination was running away with her. She really needed to find some handsome male, convince him to take an interest in Taya. It should not be that hard. Then perhaps the other girl will focus on something besides what was happening with her friend. Avaryss could definitely have used the privacy. Please, Taya said excitedly, start at the beginning. The acolyte sighed. Very well, but I doubt you will find it interesting. Taya almost giggled with excitement. She sat there quivering, eager to hear the tale. Avaryss shook her head. The things that she did for friendship. The day had started simply enough. Morning meal, Saber training, and then an hour in the library. When Avaryss had received word that Overseer Tremel wished to speak with her, she headed to his office with neither fear nor hesitation. In the few short weeks she had been here, her hopes regarding the libraries here on Korriban had been proven correct. She had just been reading a treatise on the history of the craft of the Empress Teta system when she had been summoned. What she had read intrigued her greatly. The craft had been a group of spoiled nobles who had learned secrets collected by the Sith Lord Freed and Nad. Those secrets had turned them all into extremely powerful sorcerers. Though their order had disbanded with the defeat of Exar Kun, some did manage to live long enough to bring their teachings back to the Sith. Avaryss had already discovered several new spells hidden among their writings. She was eager to begin testing those spells. Tremel's mission would give her a chance to do just that. The Dark Council is currently on Korriban, though they remain in seclusion as they convene. I did receive several requests before they began their meeting. There are certain texts that the Dark Lords wish to examine. They have trusted me with recovering recordings of those texts. He gave her a cruel smile. I'm allowing you the opportunity to prove yourself, Acolyte. You will enter the Valley of the Dark Lords and make recordings of some of these texts. They are inscribed on the walls of several tombs. You will seek out each tomb and bring back what you discover. It will be done, Overseer, she said, bowing. It will be my pleasure. Be warned, he said, many threats await the unwary. Proceed quickly, yet carefully. I shall await your return. She nodded and turned. One last thing, Acolyte. She paused, turning to meet his gaze. This trial is for you and you alone. Do not seek to gather your allies. It is you that is being tested today. I would be most displeased if I discovered otherwise. As you say, as she said, she would not disobey him, not in this. It would feel strange to go hunting without Nas and Taya, but as the Overseer said, this was not their trial. She gathered a few supplies and struck out. Tremel had provided her with a miniature holo map of the valley, marking off the tombs she needed to explore. The journey would likely take most of the day, but it would be the first step in proving her worth, not only to Tremel, but to hopefully whichever Dark Council member had requested these texts. She was eager to present them to the masters. She wanted to gain both their attention and favor. This task offered her the chance to do both. The journey to the valley took little time. Her excitement and eagerness to succeed sped her along on this quest. Soon she stood before the great tombs of the Dark Lords of the past. The valley stretched out before her, its might statues and monuments worn by both time and weather. The place still radiated with a sense of dark power and opportunity. The wind came up, its whistling cry like the whimper of an abandoned child. She shivered. To the unenlightened, the Valley of the Dark Lords might be seen as a place to be feared, that a sense of malice hung over these tombs. To her, nothing could be farther from the truth. Danger and power were close cousins. One could not gain true power without facing risk. Without risk, after all, there was no reward. She drew her war blade, once again grateful for Master Ada's gift. She reached out with her senses, trying to locate any threats before they drew too close. All she felt was dark power, that in the history that had drawn so many to these foreboding tombs. She thought of the lords of the past. She thought of Marka Ragnis, Ludocresh, Tulak Horde, and Naga Sato, the names of the ancients that had carved the legacy of the Sith into the very stones of this world. She thought of the Republic spies, the criminals Gav and Yori Daragon. It was through their treachery that the golden age of the Sith had ended. Gav Daragon had manipulated Naga Sato, or so the history books had claimed. He convinced the Dark Lord that he was loyal only to betray him when the Sith finally marched on the Republic. Even so many centuries later, the tale filled Avaryss with anger and hate. Some historians believed that Gav Daragon had always been a double agent, that the cowardly Jedi had used the spies to draw the Sith out of hiding. If that was indeed the case, then the spy had done his job spectacularly. The Sith Holocaust that came after Naga Sato's defeat had nearly crippled the Empire. If not for the courage and wisdom of the Emperor, the Sith people may have passed into nothingness. Still, despite the Emperor's leadership, the Sith had suffered greatly. The pure-blood Sith species had died by the millions if not billions. When the few survivors finally came to find safety and sanctuary on Dromedcast, they had been more than fortunate. Surely the Force had been with them that day. She also thought of Exar Kun, the Jedi warrior who had risen to the dark side and declared himself a Dark Lord of the Sith. According to writings and histories, Exar Kun had been seduced by ghosts of the old Sith Masters. They had convinced him to cast off the light and tried to undo the crimes committed by the Jedi a millennia earlier. She shook her head. If only Kun had succeeded. If he had, he would have found his Emperor waiting to welcome him with open arms. He would have been embraced by the true Empire as a hero and savior. Yet, that had not happened. Kun had been defeated, betrayed by his own apprentice, a fool who, according to histories, had not had the strength of his convictions that he had fallen to the light after killing a former ally. Avaryss sneered. Such weakness disgusted her. Kun had offered the man power, and he had turned his back on it. The coward. The fool. The light can be most seductive. One of the papers she had read had said, it offers the promise of redemption and a world without fear. It is a trap, an illusion. It must be avoided at all costs. Seeing the valley, knowing how the Jedi and their allies had pillaged it for centuries before the Empire's return, the mere thought filled her with both anger and sadness. They had no right to plunder this place. It is ours. She proceeded then, without further thought. There would be time to reflect later. Right now she had tasks to perform. She needed to find those tombs, find the writings on the walls, and return with the copies to Overseer Tremel. She would do this to take her next step in finally becoming Sith. All would come to see her value, and in seeing it, would know that she could serve them and the Empire far better than any other acolyte. One of the masters would come to see that, and would take her as an apprentice. It would happen, she knew it, and it all would start here. Her heart beat excitedly as she made her way to the first tomb. It would all start here. The first tomb had been breached easily enough. She had encountered a Shirak nest, but Force lightning proved more than up to the task of dealing with the predators. The second tomb was infested with not only Kelor slugs, but failed students as well. They threw themselves at her maddened by both fear and hunger. She cut them down with her war blade. The few surviving slugs feasted on the bodies of the slain while she made recordings of the texts she had been sent for. Unlike most of the decorations she had seen, these remained visible and plain to the naked eye. She had no trouble making copies. She even recognized some of the words. What she read intrigued her. She had promised these texts to the masters, that was true, but that did not mean that she could not make a copy of her copy. She could study these writings herself later. The thought of such rebellion made her tremble with excitement. Tremel had said nothing about her not keeping a copy for herself. She grinned. Better to ask forgiveness than permission. She would do it. She would keep a copy for herself. The last writing proved the most difficult to get. It was in the bowels of a tomb that had all but collapsed from both wear and time. 3 times she had to squeeze herself through half-collapsed passages, and each time she stopped warily, listening for any sound of shifting rock. She had no desire to be buried here. There was still too much for her to do before she could be laid to rest on this world. When I do end, she thought, it will be as a lord, feared and respected. The Sith will honor me, that is what I expect. She finally reached the chamber where the final writings had been left. She pulled out her recording device and got to work. She shivered as she waited for the device to complete its work. Her eyes narrowed. There was something down here with her, something powerful. She could feel it. She reached out with her senses, letting the dark side flow. As she reached out, she saw a glow off in one corner, a light shimmer of purple light that caught her eye. She followed it, eager to see what it was. The skeleton leaned against a broken pillar, its once fine robes merely tattered rags now. Once this being may have been powerful, now it was merely dust and bones. She licked her lips, hungrily. The amulet around the corpse's neck, however, that was something special. She reached out with the Force, eager to retrieve it. It sang to her in a voice only a Sith could understand. It was hers, she knew she would have it. The amulet began to rise, It started to float of the skeleton's neck, and a bony hand reached out, stopping it. The skull turned, its empty eye sockets found her, and glowed a deep red. Avaryss backed up, entering a fighting stance. The amulet glowed brightly. All around her, skeletons of the failed grave robbers began to rise. What had first brought them to this tomb she could not say. It did not matter. They wished her to join them, to become part of their rotting band. She would not go quietly. "Cute," she said to the Sith skeleton, "but I can do cute too. You will see." Avaryss threw back her head and howled. Force Scream was an ability she had read about during her time on Fury 9. She had never attempted it there. She had been too worried about harming her fellow hopefuls. She no longer suffered from that weakness, and even if she did, these skeletons were not allies. They were a hindrance, stones in her path. She would not be stopped. The tomb shook from the sonic force. Several of the skeletons shattered under the sonic onslaught, but more continued to rise. She ceased the spell and drew her war blade. "Fine," she thought, "we do this the hard way." Her blade crackled with dark side energy as she leapt at the skeletons, cutting them down with fierce spinning strikes. The things shattered. Dust filled the air as she wove her way through them, seeking out the one that had awakened them. The Sith skeleton stepped back. It raised a bony hand, flinging lightning in her path. She caught the attack on her blade, letting the energy flow into her. She was about to fire a blast of her own when bony hand seized her from behind. More skeletons had risen in her wake. The tips of their fingers were like claws. They dug into her arms. She struggled against them, but the lead skeleton, the one with the amulet, raised his hand. Another blast of lightning crackled towards her. She tried to fall back, but was unable to. The lightning struck her in the chest, making her cry out in pain. It might have ended there. She likely would have joined the corpses had another not chose to intervene. She felt the dark side roar in her ears. That roar rushed past her like a tidal wave. It tore the amulet from the lead skeleton's neck. The head snapped off as the chain tore through it. Now headless, the body staggered around drunkenly. Drawing on her pain, Avaryss shrieked again. The skeletons holding her fell away, blasted to dust by her rage. She brought up her sword and carved what was left of the lead skeleton in two. The bones fell apart, scattering over the ground. A shuddering breath escaped her lips. She had won, but it was not over yet. There were skeletons still standing, reaching for her, trying to attack. She lashed out at them furiously, and she was not alone. "What in the name of the Emperor are you doing here?" she demanded. Fel chuckled as he flung a skeleton into a wall with the force. "It is commonly called helping," he said. "You are welcome, by the way." She snarled angrily. How dare he, she thought. Had he followed her down here? Was he trying to steal her prize? She would not let that happen. This was her trial, not hers. She would be damned if he would steal her glory. Despite her anger at his interference, the two worked strangely well together. They could almost anticipate the other's moves. When she blocked, he would strike. When he caught one of their enemy in a force grip, she finished it off with a strike from her war blade. Between the two of them, they made short work of the skeletons. Soon, only silence remained in the tomb, that and the sound of the two acolytes breathing. Heavily breathing. They found themselves looking into each other's eyes. Avaryss were blue fire. Fel's were molten gold. When their shoulders brushed, she felt a wave of electricity go through her, a heat that burned low in her gut and made her whole body warm. She shook her head, trying to clear it. She glared at the large pure blood. He had not answered her question. "You helped me again," she said. "Yes," he replied politely. "Why?" Fel chuckled. "Does a male need a reason to come to the aid of a beautiful Sith? You were outnumbered, and on the verge of death." He grinned at her. "Helping you was the least I could do." Her eyes narrowed, his voice dripped with cruel arrogance. His every breath suggested danger, but at the same time, she swallowed hard. Beautiful, he had called her. He thought her beautiful. She shivered. "Don't fall for it," the dark voice within said. He is trying to manipulate you. Be strong. She took a deep breath and centered herself. What are you doing out here? She asked, recording text. Oh no, he said with a smile. Harkin sent me. One of the counselors wanted this. He held out an item for her to see. Her breath caught in her throat. It was a holocron. Not sure which lord wants it, he said conversationally, and in all truth, I really don't care. He smirked. All that matters is it is mine. She licked her lips, weighing her options. She had been sent here for the text. If she gained possession of that holocron, no one needed to know. Could she take it? Did she stand a chance against Fel? She was not sure. Did she truly wish to find out? He placed the crystal cube back into his pack. If he sensed her desire, he did not show it. I never got the chance to introduce myself. Before, he said, my name is Fel, in case you are wondering. She glared at him. I know who you are. You are the overseer's pet. He chuckled. You say that like it is a bad thing, and you are. She snorted angrily. My name is Avaryss, as you no doubt already knew. True, he nodded, but niceties must be maintained, especially between Sith, or rather soon to be Sith. She continued to glare at him, unsure what to make of this. They had found themselves in the same tomb with powerful artifacts up for grabs. Normally when that happened between two Sith, only one ended up leaving alive. So far, that had not happened. She was not sure why. When I first got here, you protected me from Harkin and his pet ogre. So I did. Why? He shook his head. I thought we already covered that. No, we covered why you helped me here. Why did you help me with ogre? You didn't even know me. He gave her a sly grin. I didn't know you, that was true, but I had heard of your exploits. When I killed that fool Gore, Tremel tried to bring me into his confidence, to make me his. He told me about this girl from Fury Academies. No power base, no family to speak up, but with the potential to be something special. His grin widened. He moved in closer, her blade was drawn, but out of position. She could feel the heat of the dark side radiating off of him, smell the exotic scent of pure blood, skin, and sweat. It made her weak in the knees. He was so close now. Would he try to touch her? She resisted the urge to shiver. Please, a new voice within her murmured. Please touch me. He never stopped smiling. She tried not to back down, but suspected he knew what kind of effect he was having on her. Her mouth felt as dry as a desert. He towered over her. She felt both strong and weak at the same time. I think that Tremel wished for us to be rivals. I think he wanted me to destroy you to prove my superiority. I will be honest, I had been considering it, but then I saw you duel Ogre, and what that fool Harkin pulled. He shook his head. It was unworthy of you. You wanted me to kill Ogre. I wanted to see you fight. Had Harkin let the duel go to its conclusion, you would have won. Ogre was no match for you. When Harkin stepped in, and you were injured, I was angry. He stole my chance to see what you could truly do. His smile turned cruel. He deserved to be punished. They both did. I couldn't hurt Harkin, but that did not mean that I couldn't put his fool pet in the medical room. Her eyes narrowed. So now I've satisfied your curiosity. Actually, he chuckled, you have only just whetted my appetite. I hope to see more. She moved in closer, trying to stand nose to nose with him. You're trying to intimidate me. She might be wrong. It was hard to see in the dim light, but she thought his crimson skin darkened as she drew closer, could feel her breath on his neck. This is not about intimidation. Then what is it? To be perfectly honest, he said with a slightly nervous laugh. I'm trying to interest you. She blinked, unable to respond, not sure how to respond. He held out his hand. The amulet she had sought was there. He was offering it to her. This is yours, I believe. She reached out to take it. Their fingers brushed. She gasped and staggered back. His touch was electric, filled with emotion, curiosity, heat. She swallowed hard. Lust. She briefly had seen something when they had touched. A vision of the two of them, wrapped in the most intimate of embraces, nothing between their bodies but the Force and a wave of desire. Desire in serious need of being sated? She shook her head. Emperor save me, she thought. She looked up grinning at him. Wow. He smirked. A taste of things to come. Fair one, he said, bowing slightly. Until next time. He jumped straight up. She saw the ledge on which he landed. It must have led up into one of the higher levels of the tomb. She had thought all those blocked off. And like that, he was gone. She shuddered, looking down at amulet that had nearly been her death. She found herself lost, confused. We are all rivals here, she thought. What Fel offered, what he wanted, it did not make sense. None of this made sense. She was breathing heavily. The images that had filled her when they touched had awoken something in her, something she had not known was there until this moment. She was not sure what to make of it. She was not sure that she liked it, and had no idea what to do with it. She noticed a pinging sound at her feet. The recording device she had been using had finished its work. She quickly collected the device and set off, back the way she had come. Tremel still needed these texts. She would make sure he got them. That's it? Taya asked. That is it, Avaryss shrugged. She was still trying to make sense of all this. She had told Taya the truth, but not all of it. She left out everything about the flash when their hands touched. She did not wish her ally to get the wrong idea. So he saved your life again? So it seems, she nodded. The blonde acolyte nodded. He could be lying, Avaryss reminded her. He could, but he also may not be. Avaryss snarled angrily. What does it matter? I can't afford to get sidetracked, Tay. I have plans that I must see through. The blonde laughed lightly. My mom always says that life is what happens while you are making plans, and it always messes them up. She would also say that the Force has put you and Fel on the same path for a reason. You are simply going to have to figure out what that reason is. Avaryss shook her head. She did not like to think that the Force had that much sway over her life. She and Fel were definitely on a collision course of sorts. Sooner or later, they would reach the point of no return. She sighed. She was not sure she was ready to face what happened when they did. An enemy she could deal with. This was something different, entirely different. For once she had no idea what to do. She and Fel weren't done. They would likely meet again, alone, and when they did, that would be a very interesting day. Very interesting indeed. Chapter 28. Justice. Please. I didn't do anything. Avaryss frowned as she regarded the young man strapped to the interrogation table. She knew how cold and uncomfortable such tables were. She remembered well waking up on one herself less than a year ago. It seemed so distant now, that time, that girl, like it had happened to someone else, to a stranger living a different life. Perhaps that was better. Perhaps that was the way she should look at it now. She smiled and looked down at her pad, reading the report that Inquisitor Zen had received. Acolyte, Park, is that right? Is that how I pronounce your name? I wish to be thorough here. The man swallowed hard, afraid he was, but he still nodded. She returned the nod, if in thanks if nothing else. Best they got started with right answers from the beginning. She glanced over at the Inquisitor. The portly Sith in the cobalt blue armor was at the monitoring stations, keeping an eye on the Park's life signs, just in case. He did not need to, she thought. She knew what was expected of her. She knew when to stop. I want you to explain to me, in your own words, what happened, Park. Tell me about the vials we discovered in your room. The man blinked and looked away. Even if the Force was not with her, she would know the acolyte was about to lie to her. I don't know what you are talking about. What vials? She paused. Her smile fell away. Are you going to tell me that you know nothing? That you willingly took such substances into your chamber without knowing what it was? I said I don't know what you are talking about. Please, let me go. I did not do anything. She sighed. So much for keeping things cordial. Liar, she murmured, raising her hand. Force lightning exploded from her fingertips, striking the metal table and flowing into the acolyte's body. The prisoner cried out in pain. Stop, he gasped as she relented. Please, please, don't do that again. What? This? She blasted him again, his cries echoing off the chamber, no doubt being heard all the way down the hall through the open door. She stopped, watching him gasping for breath, whimpering from the pain. She gave him a gentle smile. Why should I stop? We are just starting to have fun. Acolyte, the word came from the Inquisitor. His expression was nervous. He clearly saw something he did not like with the young man's life signs. He need not have worried. She knew when to stop. This trial was as much about her as it was about the man strapped to the table. Let us start again, she said, pacing before the prisoner. 2 nights ago, one of the Dark Lord's apprentices was admitted to the medical wing, complaining of chest and stomach pains. He died a few hours later. Examination by the medical droids determined that the apprentice had ingested a fatal dose of a very rare toxin. As a result, Overseer Tremel ordered that a thorough search be carried out, to not only find the culprit but to make sure that no more unauthorized deaths occurred within the academy. She leaned in close. She wanted the young man to be absolutely sure how serious she was taking this matter. We found vials of the toxin in your room. The door was locked and the holocams recorded no one but you going in or out. Given that evidence, I think it is safe to say, Acolyte Park, things are not looking very good for you right now. I didn't, he wheezed. I did not poison anyone. The evidence would suggest otherwise, she said matter-of-factly. What happened? Did the apprentice say something to you in the hallway, or was this some kind of rivalry? Were you trying to impress some lord, or simply eliminate that young man in a bid to become his lord's new apprentice? She shook her head. You are aware that it doesn't work like that. Didn't know what was in the vials. I was asked to hold onto them. She leaned in closer. By who? Can't say. He will kill me. Avaryss snorted and stepped away. What do you think the boy's master will do when he finds out, provided you manage to leave this room alive? She shook her head. I would not wish to be in your shoes, Park. The dead apprentice knew powerful people. She looked down at the pad, again, going through Acolyte Park's history. She was not impressed. He came from a reasonably well-off family on Dromund Kaas. Their wealth and prestige was just enough to get their son admitted to Korriban without having to pass through one of the lower-level academies. She read the instructor's reports on him. He was nothing special. He had just enough talent with the Force to remain in the running to be Sith. Nothing had happened because of his family name. According to this, he had not even had his off-world trials yet, and he had been here almost a year and a half. Such lack of progress should have been addressed, but given whom he was, and who his family was, he had been spared. At least until now. Her eyes narrowed. When she thought of her time on Fury 9, and then on Butcher's Clearing, she had no sympathy for this acolyte. He should have been weeded out months ago. I've had to fight and scrounge for everything I've gained, and this one slips by because of who his parents were. It was a grave injustice. It was unfair, but as she had learned early on, little among the Sith was about being fair. Order needed to be maintained, however, which meant that someone had to get the blame when things went wrong. Today, someone had decided that it would be Acolyte Park. She found herself thinking back to Oridanna. Keera Lylos had believed that justice could only be found by weighing all the evidence carefully. He had never been a man who believed in snap decisions and quick judgment. Those who he had served and protected had come to trust his decisions. He was never rash or overtly unfair. In the Empire as a whole, Avaryss had come to realize that was not always the case. The power games of the Sith often colored the judgment that his people received. They did not know enough about their masters to avoid being caught up in such judgments, and often paid the price. Keera Lylos would never have agreed. He would have argued for a greater defense of justice. He would have argued that the masters needed to do better, to be better, or he would have if he had had the courage to complain. She smiled. The naivety of her father surprised her now. His daughter had come to know better. Whoever you are protecting is unworthy of it, she informed the prisoner. You think that one of them is going to step up and take the blame? Shouldn't be here, he whimpered. No one saw me do anything. Academy rules state that if there is no witness, there is no murder. She gave him a shark-like grin. Evidence can be its own witness. Besides, you were foolish not to dispose of those vials. Had you not kept them in your room to be discovered, you would not be here. You should have had the cunning to protect yourself. Stupidity is not rewarded. She crossed her arms over her chest. I will ask again, for the last time. Who gave you those vials to hide? The man remained silent. He had tears in his eyes, but refused to answer. Avaryss looked back at Zine. The Inquisitor was shaking his head, clearly not pleased, both with the boy's resistance and Avaryss' inability to get answers. She glared at the prisoner. He was making her look bad. She could not allow that to continue. So she did not. She placed a hand on his chest. Her touch was light. He glanced up, unsure what she was doing. She murmured a spell under her breath, a familiar one she had used many times before. The young man gasped. His entire body convulsed. Acolyte, Zen gasped. It is fine, Inquisitor, she soothed. Just let me work. The man fought against his bonds. He looked down to see the orange light blazing in the palm of his interrogator's hand. His eyes were wide with horror. She smiled and stepped away. The glow ceased. He sank back onto the table, having trouble breathing. What did you do to me? She chuckled. I took off a few days of your life, she said, checking her nails for dirt. It was a lie, of course. She was not that skilled with life drain to know how much life she took, but he did not need to know that. She grinned. Shall we go for a month? How about a year? We will see how well you feel then. His eyes bulged as he struggled against his bonds. Avaryss moved forward, a predator on the hunt. Shall we continue? Stop. He cried out. No more. I will tell you everything. She grinned triumphantly. The name, she said, now. Telbrus, he said, shaking. Acolyte Telbrus. He was angry that the Dark Lord didn't choose him. He wanted revenge. The young man sobbed. I didn't know what was in the vials. I swear on the name of the Emperor I didn't know. Avaryss smiled and stepped up to him. It is okay, she murmured. You did the right thing. She bowed gratefully. We will take it from here. The man sank back against the table, whimpering about being killed. Avaryss dusted herself off and turned back to Zine. The Inquisitor was typing something on the panel. She went over to see what he was doing. I take it you heard, she said. I did indeed, the Inquisitor said, shaking his head. I must say this is certainly quite awkward indeed. Her brow furrowed. What makes you say that? He chuckled. Acolyte Telbrus is no longer here. The late apprentice's lord just confirmed him as his new apprentice yesterday. Zen shook his head. As I said, most awkward. Avaryss frowned. So what are you going to do? Are we going to contact the Dark Lord? Let him know that his new apprentice murdered his old one. What would be the point? Zine shrugged. Avaryss looked aghast. Justice. Such a murder cannot be tolerated. Overseer Tremel will not be pleased, or be willing to accept, without someone to punish. But we have someone to punish, the Inquisitor said, pointing to the sobbing acolyte. Avaryss paled. But he didn't do it, she said. He hid the vials, Zen reminded her. That is not murder. True, he nodded. But as you told young Park, stupidity cannot be tolerated. He should never have agreed to hide those vials for Telbrus. The older Sith shook his head. Telbrus covered his tracks, and was smart enough to leave us a scapegoat, a masterstroke if I've ever heard one. His new master would be proud. What about the dead boy's family? They may not be happy if we do not see justice done. They will have word of Park's execution, which should be enough to satisfy them. Avaryss shuddered. She understood the Sith teachings, but still. This young man had done nothing. He was a fool, but did he deserve to die for that? If Zion sensed that she was uncomfortable with this, he did not show it. He smiled at her, pleased with her performance. I must say, child, your command of Sith death magic is inspiring. So few of the new guard practice the old art. It is good to know that at least some of our young people are keeping the old ways alive. Avaryss winced. Thank you, Inquisitor. She frowned as she looked at the young man on the table. She licked her lips as her stomach twisted. Leave it alone, the dark voice within said. What happens next does not concern you. Still, she was angry. If this had all been decided in advance, what was the point of the interrogation? Why did they simply not take Park outside and execute him? Will he suffer? She asked. I see no reason for that. Zen shrugged. A simple injection will suffice. He gave her a cool look. Why? Do you think he should suffer? She glared, only just holding her anger in check. I object to having my time wasted, she spat. If this man was to die anyway, why bother with the interrogation? The Inquisitor gave her a pleasant smile. Because you needed to be tested, do not think for a moment that you will not be rewarded for coming to the truth so quickly. But the real murderer escaped, she reminded him. Did he? Well, keep in mind, Acolyte, that he now travels with a man who had put both time and effort into the training of his victim. Things have a way of coming out eventually, and when they finally do, Daverus may come to regret his actions these last few days, provided he lives long enough to regret them. Avaryss considered that. It would be a justice of sorts, she supposed. Still, it did not take away that she felt confused by this outcome. She frowned. Confusion seemed to be the one constant for her since coming to Korriban. She had expected to arrive a hero, but things were moving down a different path, and far more treacherous than she could have imagined. Stop it, the dark voice within said. Do not seek to undermine what you accomplished this day. Tremel will be pleased, a murderer will be punished, and you get to rebuild some of your damaged reputation. Harkin damaged you with his little game when you arrived. Now, at least, you are taking a step forward again. That is what matters. It is all that matters. She smiled and bowed. Thank you for this opportunity, Inquisitor, she said humbly. It has been a pleasure to work with you. You're welcome, Acolyte, he replied. Happily, it has been a pleasure watching you work. I'm sure I will hear more about you in the future. She smiled, basking in her compliment. May the Force serve you well, she said. And to you as well, young one. Avaryss turned and left the interrogation room. She did not waste another moment looking on the whimpering Park. He is done, dead, forget about him. You have your own future to worry about. You. She heard a loud gasp. A brief tremor in the Force stopped her cold. She shuddered. When she drained life energy from someone, it left an echo, a connection of sorts for a short time. She had felt that connection severed. Zen had carried out his duty. She glanced back. A shiver ran down her spine. Justice, she thought morosely, Sith justice. It was not perfect, but then again, only the Emperor was. She sighed and took a deep breath. She needed to report to Tremel before evening meal, not that she was feeling very hungry at that moment. Why is this affecting me so? The boy was nothing to me. He was not an ally or a friend. He was nothing. He was of no consequence whatsoever to my continued training. She steeled her nerve and straightened her back. Guilt was wasted on such filth. She would not let his end ruin her accomplishment. She was slowly making her way up the hierarchy of the academy. Her success was a good thing. She would seek out Nas and Taya, continue planning their next successful move. The girls needed to decide who they should target if they wished to continue their rise here. Only one person truly stood in their way, and she was not entirely sure exactly where he stood yet. Fell. She sighed. She needed to do something. She could not even look upon him without feeling self-conscious, remembering that vision within the tomb. Her feelings and desires were at war. She wanted to become Sith, but at the same time, fell, he. She shivered. She was not sure what she wanted with him yet. Was he a rival, or something else? One thing was for certain, she needed to remain on guard. If she was not careful, she might find herself on Zion's interrogation table. That thought was not pleasant. She needed to be careful. Her enemies were all around her. She had two choices: grow stronger, or get dead. She had no intention of doing the latter. I simply have to grow stronger, and forget about the past. What her father had taught her was worthless here. There was only one law here, the law of the Sith. Justice was an illusion. Only power mattered here. She needed to find more. Chapter 29. Knowledge and Rumor. She floated between sleep and the waking world. Her body suffused with dark power, it stirred her blood and made her heart pound. Our ways are beyond the ways of others. Let the less talented wallow in the mud. You are special, godlike. The voice chuckled. Use your power, embrace it, and everything you desire will be yours. Avaryss giggled, lost in a vision of the past, or perhaps what may one day be again. Her blue eyes glowed with a fierce red light, as lessons of the past filled her mind, awakening her to new possibilities. The young acolyte did not let herself drown in that power. She rode the wave of it, towards a greater understanding. New secrets were opening to her, secrets that only one skilled in the ancient arts of Sith sorcery would understand. It was a heady feeling, those teachings, they flowed into, all in a jumble, but slowly, surely, her mind would order them once again. They would make sense, and when they did, this knowledge would be hers to command. So much knowledge at her fingertips, so many lessons, spells, and rituals, she had no time to process it, but that was okay. The holocron was programmed to see her through. This session had been a reward from Tremel. By choosing to side with him, the Overseer began to open new doors for her. He had access to artifacts and papers that she would never have been able to get on her own. When he had offered her a chance to study from one of the ancient holocrons, she had jumped at the chance. You will have an hour session with the device, Tremel had promised her. Make good use of your time. Do not simply sit there staring at it. Access it quickly, and absorb as much as you can. He had grinned then. You will find the wisdom of the ancients most enlightening. She journeyed to the library where one of the record keepers was waiting, a slender, pure-blood Sith female. The woman sat the small crystal pyramid down before her. This is the holocron of Lord Simis, the pure-blood keeper informed her. He was a very talented Sith sorcerer, and so powerful that he was actually able to keep his mind functional for almost a century after physical death. Her expression turned serious. You have 1 hour to explore his mysteries. She stepped back and let Avaryss take position before it. The young acolyte's eyes widened with hunger. She had never been this close to a holocron before. The one she had seen during her time on Fury 9 had been under constant lock and key. She found herself wondering whose holocron it had been. Was it a family heirloom of Philon's, or had he claimed it after some power game? She looked up, realizing the pure blood was staring at her. She cursed herself for being a fool. Her time with this device was limited. She had best make use of it. She took a deep breath and cleared her mind. Using the Force, she reached out to the holocron, activating it. The artifact began to glow crimson. The light bathed her skin, her eyes widened, drinking it in. Before her appeared the image of a powerful and distinguished-looking pure blood. The holographic representation of the ancient lord looked upon her with cool interest. I am Simis, lord of the Sith and rival to Marco Ragnus, the hologram said. What is it you desire, student? She licked her lips, nervously. Suddenly her throat felt very dry. So much knowledge at her fingertips. Wherever was she to start? I am interested in the secrets of Sith sorcery. My lord, she said, bowing her head in submission. It is said that you knew much, and possessed many of our most powerful secrets. She smiled hungrily. Tell me everything. The holographic lord cackled. You are not the first to make such a request, nor shall you be the last. There is much, and more that I could show you, but are you worthy of such secrets? Could you handle them? The image of the Dark Lord changed. No longer did Lord Simis stand before her. In his stead was a short, brutish-looked slave. In his hands he held a small golden container, its crystal surface protecting a strange mist-like atmosphere. Avaryss gasped. Within it, protected by the shell, was a head. It was similar in shape to Dark Lord's but appeared withered and misshapen. Behold, Simis' voice emerged from the crystal casket. See the price that I paid to survive my final duel with Mark Aragnis. I was strong enough to survive, but became a shadow of my former self. Know that all power has its price, student. This was mine, but it did allow me to continue to serve and rule the Empire. A hissing sound emerged. She assumed that it was what was left of the Dark Lord laughing. You shall have a taste of what you seek. Use it well, and prevail, and perhaps we shall speak again one day. Perhaps then you shall be ready for more of what I have to offer. The crimson glow around her intensified. She tried to look away, but could not move. Her eyes were drawn into the holocron, in this holographic representation of his master and creator. The world spun, her mind filled with spells and rituals, some so terrifying that she could barely look at what was called for to carry them out, and still more secrets came. Her mind filled with answers, before truly being able to ask the questions. She felt like she was slipping away, falling. It was then that she found herself at her final destination. She found herself standing in a beautiful garden, a garden built onto the terrace of a great golden palace. She looked down at herself. No longer was she dressed in the garb of an acolyte, but in fine silken robes, and robes fit for a queen or a goddess. As she made her way through the garden, she looked down and saw crimson-skinned slaves bowing in her wake. They averted their gaze as she passed by, unworthy to behold her magnificence. The feeling of it, knowing that she was worshipped, she enjoyed the sensation. It felt right. It felt like it was her due. The exiled Jedi that had come to Korriban all those years ago had been treated as gods. Why shouldn't she, who was a descendant of their great power, be worshipped as well? Wasn't that what a Lord of the Sith deserved? Wasn't that what she deserved? She entered her lavish quarters that only a Dark Lord could have enjoyed, and there, waiting for her arrival, stood Fel. The sight of him stopped her in her tracks. Like her, he was also dressed in the finery of the ancient Sith, his strong arms and bare chest hardly covered by the simple clothes of their ancestors. She tried to speak, to address him, but found herself mute. Apparently this was part of the journey that she simply had to sit back and enjoy the ride. The ancient version of herself stepped forward. Fel stood before her, unyielding, and his golden eyes met hers with a look of cool competence and strength. Her body warmed. That strength, that willingness to not simply bow down intrigued her, excited her. She could not help herself. She couldn't fight it anymore. She touched his handsome face, her fingers lightly caressing his strong jaw. He grabbed her, pulling her into his arms. He held her in his iron grip, confining, yet at the same time, gentle, almost worshipful. Their lips met. She resisted, at first, but then melted against him, enjoying his strength. Through the force she felt only desire quickly shifting into a burning sense of lust. She gave in without any further resistance. He picked her up like she weighed nothing. She giggled as he nuzzled her neck, playfully nipping at her skin. There was pain, true, but it was also pleasurable. A taste of what was to come. He lowered her down onto the massive bed. He stood back. She watched hungrily as he began to undress. She knock, knock. The vision was gone, replaced by crimson shadows. She tried to find her way back, to return to the honeyed vision of the past. It slipped away from her, too fast for her to do anything about it. She found herself lying on her bed in the Korriban Academy. She sat up, her head still swimming with visions of spells and rituals. She shook her head, trying to clear it, trying to remember how she had gotten back to her quarters. The last thing she remembered was being in the library. She had been sitting down at one of the tables, about to open that holocron, and then knock. Knock. She took a deep breath, trying to gather her wits. Memories of her vision of the past returned, what she had seen, what she had been about to do. She grabbed a pillow from the bed, and screamed into it in pure frustration. Wasn't that always the way, she thought? The dream had just been starting to get good. Now here she was woken from it right when the good part was starting. Damn it, she murmured. Damn it straight to hell. She looked at the chrono beside her bed. Almost 6 hours had passed since the library. She tried to remember where the time had gone. The knock sounded again. Yes, she called out, trying to keep the frustration in her voice from showing. What is it? It's Nas, farm girl, she heard her ally say. Taya is with me, may we enter? She growled but gestured to the door, using the force to unlock it. Her 2 allies entered. She tried not to glare at them. They did not know what they had interrupted. She would try to remember that. Finally back with us, Nas said, grinning. It is about time. Avaryss shook her head again. I'm here, she said. What happened? We found you wandering in the hall outside the library. Taya informed her. You were totally blissed out. Your eyes had a rosy glow to them, and you didn't seem to realize where you were. Avaryss blinked. I was. Both of her allies nodded. Let me guess, Nas asked. They let you have a look inside one of the holocrons here. Avaryss nodded. Nas smirked. I thought so. I remember when they let me try exploring one of those things. I woke up a day later with hardly any memory of what I'd been doing or heard. Avaryss rubbed the bridge of her nose. I think that I remember being taught new spells, but by the Emperor. I can't remember half of them. Give it time, Nas advised. You just absorbed a lot of information. It will take time for your brain to catch up and sort everything out. So I will remember, in time. In time you will. Avaryss nodded. Good. Simis, or rather the holographic representation of him, had shown her much. She would hate to think the experience had been for nothing. It had been pleasurable, but pleasure was only secondary. Now she understood how and why Sith lords in the past had used holocrons to convert weak-willed Jedi. She had been nearly overwhelmed as she was used to the darkness. It felt good, right? But that was not the point. The artifact was meant to give her knowledge. It was the knowledge that she had craved. It was the knowledge that was necessary. The overseers have never given me a chance to explore a holocron, Taya said, pouting. Perhaps you should try applying yourself more, Nas said. Tremel and Harkin are not simply going to make you an apprentice, Tay. You want to advance? You are going to have to fight for it. Take down an adversary or two. You need to earn the overseer's respect. You do that, and you just might surpass your mom and become a lord of the Sith one day. Avaryss nodded. She isn't wrong, Tay. You are going to have to make a move, any move. No one is going to hand you anything here. The blonde glared at Avaryss. Speaking of making moves, how are things going between you and Fel? Have you spoken to him? Avaryss blushed, the memory of the fevered vision returning in all its glory. I have not, she admitted. I'm not sure I even should. Taya gave her sly look. Now who isn't showing any initiative? Avaryss glared at her. I'm not sure of his intentions, she spat. Should I just run blindly into a trap? You do not know if it is a trap, Taya said. You said you felt no deception when you last met. She probably does not really know what she felt, Nas said. He was flooding her mind with lust. The Inquisitor's daughter shook her head. She turned to Avaryss. He is playing head games with you. Next to him, you are the most well-known acolyte on Korriban. Everyone expects you to fight eventually. She grinned savagely. He will seek any advantage he can get. He will say anything. Avaryss nodded. Nas was probably right. Who knew what was going on in Fel's head? Since their encounter in the crumbling tomb, she had tried to learn more about the Academy's top student. Despite being from a refined lineage, he chose to remain mysterious and aloof to his peers. Technically, he had the support of Overseer Tremel, but that was only because he refused to support Harkin and had gone out of his way to hurt Harkin's pet, Ulgur. Had he chosen to accept Tremel's aid completely, he may have been full Sith by now. Instead, he remained distant, a lone predator forging his own path. Such an attitude impressed the Dark Lords. It was a slower path to victory, perhaps, but it would get you there. Avaryss was not the only student watching him. Many of the other female students were intrigued by his presence. The male acolytes were jealous of him, but so far none had worked up the courage, or the numbers, to do anything about it. For the moment, Fel remained out of reach of everyone. Avaryss was still not sure why he had intervened on her behalf twice. It was driving her mad. This is not simply about a rivalry, though, the dark voice within her said, and you know it. Your vision was proof enough of that. She frowned and shivered. She did not like what was going on. Was she attracted to him? Sure, she would admit that. Who wouldn't be? He was strong, handsome, and powerful. What female would not be drawn to such a man? It had been a long time since she had felt anything like this, if ever. She had had feelings for Ro, or at least acknowledged that she had been interested. After her family had been killed, she had been left numb. She had been unable to feel anything but rage and hate. It had aided her in her training, but she found herself thinking about the boy in her dreams, how he had made her feel, what she had wanted when they were together. That had felt like this, but at the same time it had been far too innocent, puppy love. What she was feeling now was much more intense. It was a burning and ache, and it only seemed to grow stronger. The longer she was here, that fire just kept growing. Seeing Fel at a distance just made that ache more pronounced. It is an act, her sense of caution warned. Nas is not wrong. He is playing games with you, trying to throw you off your game, get you to drop your guard. Then again, what if he was being honest? What if he only wanted to interest her? What if he was interested in her? What did that mean? What could she do? She had asked Taya about that after their encounter in the tomb. Asked her friend what she would do in her position. Oh, if only I was in your position, she said with a dreamy look on her face. Avaryss had glared at her. Tay, she said grimly. You can't blame a girl for dreaming, can you? She smiled fondly. If it was me, well. She chuckled. Desire before duty, young Sith, slaking your lust just might be what the healer ordered. Her suggestion had made Avaryss' heart beat faster. She had never given in to a man like that before. What if she did something wrong? What if she embarrassed herself? Could she survive such shame? So she had kept her distance. It was cowardly, perhaps, but it was the smartest move she could think of. For now, at least, she would keep her distance. Fel had waited until just the right moment to make his move. Now, she would do the same. She would wait. You need to be careful, Nas warned, drawing her back into the present. The Inquisitor's daughter chuckled. Of course, if what I heard today is true, you may not have to worry about the Fel problem for much longer. Avaryss blinked. What's that? She asked. What did you hear? Taya added. Nas grinned. Well, I've heard rumors among Harkin's loyalists that their overseer is not in the mood to wait anymore. By rejecting his aid, Fel has insulted him. Harkin is not the type to back off when he has been insulted, especially by a mere acolyte. I've heard that he has already taken steps to remedy the situation. She gave Avaryss a sly look. Harkin may just have solved your Fel problem for you. Isn't that nice of him? Avaryss blinked. Her heart lurched in her chest. What did you hear? Farm girl, What did you hear, Nas? Something in her voice made the Inquisitor's daughter sit back. Perhaps it was the cold look that Avaryss was giving her. She sighed. Rumor has it that Ogre and a few of his allies are getting together to throw Fel a little party in the tomb of Hunter Paul. Harkin let it slip to Tremel that one of the Dark Lords was interested in an artifact that had been discovered in one of the smaller chambers off of the main tomb. What type of artifact? Taya asked. The sword of a Hunter Paul himself, she said. That toy is enough to get any Sith to sit up and take notice. Avaryss' eyes widened. The sword of a Hunter Paul. Impossible. The sword had not been seen in centuries. The rumor that most Sith believed was that Darth Revan had returned to Korriban and found the sword 300 years ago. It is said that he used the dark blade to take the head of his former apprentice Darth Malak during their final duel. There was no evidence of that, but that was the story that got passed along whenever the tomb of Ahunta Paul was mentioned. Word is that a sword matching the description of the blade was found in the tomb. If an acolyte brought it back now, who would doubt their worthiness to be a full Sith? Tremel knows this, so who else would he send but Fel? He won't find the sword there, will he? Avaryss said grimly. He will find several swords actually. The ones in the hands of Olgar and his friends Avaryss had heard enough. She leapt from her bed. She used the force to pull her war blade into her hand. She was out the door before Nas and Taya could even blink. Where are you going, farm girl? Nas called after her. To find Fel, she said grimly. To help him or Olgar? Avaryss blinked. She was not quite sure. She did not like owing anything to anyone. She could save Fel and square any debt between them, or she could help Olgar and take one giant step closer to becoming Sith. Harkin would be both surprised and pleased. Tremel would be happy she finally took some initiative and claimed the top spot for herself. Both ideas had merit. I'm trying to entrust you. Fel's words and his handsome face sprung into her mind, and then she thought of Olgar and his hideous visage. She snarled like an angry Tukada. Fel deserved better. He did not deserve to be killed by a pack of lesser acolytes. If he should fall in battle, it should be at the hands of an equal, or at the least someone who sought to be his equal. She could not sit back and do nothing. She made her way through the academy. She would need to stop and grab some glow rods from supply. It would be dark soon, and even if she made it before dark, she would need those rods in the tomb. It was very easy to get lost in those winding tunnels. She was not sure where she was going, what she was going to do when she got there, but one thing was certain. She was going, and she was going to find Fel. What happened next, what happened after? She did not know. When she reached out with the force, all she sensed were shadows of both violence and lust. Which was stronger, she could not say. I will know soon enough, she thought. I will know when I reach the tomb. She picked up the pace, using the force to give her speed. Hold on, Fel, she thought. For better or worse, life or death. I'm coming. Chapter 30. Rivals. By the time she had reached the tomb of Ahunta Paul, Avaryss had worked herself up into a frenzy. As she had ran, she had played mind games with herself, preparing herself to meet whatever challenge awaited her there. Over the weeks since her arrival, her hatred of Harkin had grown, and the thought of spoiling his plans and dealing with some of his maggots appealed greatly to the young acolyte. Harkin's job is to weed out the weak, she thought to herself, not to decide if a strong student should die or not. He forgets his place. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. It was time to remind him. She set a manic pace, but by the time the Valley of the Dark Lords finally came into view, she slowed and adopted a more careful stance, a hunter's tread. Harkin may have been scum, but he was still Sith, and therefore not stupid. He may have anticipated someone trying to come to Fel's aid. He may have even taken steps to ensure no help reached his intended target. Caution was wiser. She could not be of aid if she was killed rushing headfirst into a trap. Besides, she was still not sure if she intended to help Fel. Even if Harkin's pets failed, they might wound the pure blood enough to make him easy pickings. The thought disgusted her, but at the same time she recognized what such an opportunity might mean. Dead is dead. Does it really matter how when there is so much to gain? If she returned alone, with evidence of Fel's death, she could say whatever she liked about what had happened. There were no camera droids in the tombs, no holocams. No witnesses, no rules. Her tale would become the truth. Whatever she said had happened would be true, according to official record. She could become the top student here with a single stroke of her blade. It was tempting. Surely the Dark Lords would take notice of one who had defeated one of their best. Is that how you want to win? her conscience chided, killing a wounded opponent. What did it matter? Nothing succeeded like success. No one would care about the how, all that would matter was what had happened. She could be the one to destroy the Academy's top student, and by doing so, take his place. That was the choice. Now she had to decide if she wished to take it. Even injured, Fel would still be dangerous. The timing would have to be flawless. It would no doubt be her greatest challenge to date. The sun continued to drop below the horizon. Avaryss reached out with the Force, seeking both traps and possible foes. For the most part, the predators that ruled this valley after dark kept their distance. No doubt they could feel the power of the young acolyte, and chose not to risk facing it. That is for the best, she thought. She had no desire to waste her time destroying animals when such a great opportunity was so close at hand. She remained wary, but as she drew closer to the tomb, the excitement of what waited for her inside threatened to spill over and strip away the last of her caution. The attack came from one of the ledges above. She barely had time to react. 5 acolytes fell upon her in a rush. They had been lying in wait, perhaps some rear guard to make sure that Fel did not escape Harkin's trap. Avaryss only barely avoided being slain. 2 of the attackers fell upon her with training blades, set to maximum. She fell back using her saber skills to avoid the blows they rained down on her. In time the attackers would have tired, but time was not something that they gave her. Whatever Harkin had offered them, it must have been a sweet reward. They doubled their attack, doubled their effort to try to surround and kill her. Her rush to the tomb now turned into a fight for survival, her survival, and the chances of it were not looking good. It seemed her adversaries had come prepared for one such as her. These were no mere novices. They knew how to kill. As she engaged the swordsman, the 3 behind assaulted her through the Force. 2 of them flung loose stone and debris at her, forcing her to dodge and weave out of his way. She was struck several times by smaller bits and thrown off balance. Every time she staggered, one of the swordsmen were there, seeking to end her quickly. While she was distracted, fending off these attacks, the 5th of her would-be killers tried to attack her mind. She felt Sith magic striking at her Force shields, trying to touch her mind. For the moment her mental and Force shields were holding, but if this attack continued she would tire before her attackers did. Force exhaustion would set in, and her shields, both mental and physical, would drop. When that happened, she would be left vulnerable. When that happened, she would be dead. She would have to strike back first, and strike back hard. The 5 gave her no clue of who had sent them. They said not a word, no boasts, taunts, or threats. They simply pushed forward, weakening her defenses. She did not recognize any of them, but that was not really surprising. Acolytes were arriving and leaving all the time. The turnover here on Korriban was quite high. Between the high mortality rate and students going off-world for their trials, it was unclear how many students currently called the Academy home. These could have been newcomers, perhaps brought in from Lord's Reach. Harkin may not have wished to take any chances. Fel had some support here. Bringing in outsiders would make sure that the acolyte did not hear about what was coming. She ducked a large boulder thrown at her head, only to find herself holding off a rain of blows from one of the swordsmen. Meanwhile, the other sorcerer continued to batter her mental defenses. Fear began to build in her breast, but she did not let it control her. Instead, she reached out with the dark side, turning that fear into anger and hatred. She used it to fuel her power. Fighting defensively was gaining her nothing. It was time to try a little offense. She rolled out of the 2 swordsmen's range and used the Force to leap back, giving herself some breathing room. She glared as her attackers moved in again, trying to surround and kill her. They were quick, but she was quicker. All she had needed was a few seconds. She had given herself that. Now it was time to attack, and so she did. The 2 using telekinesis were her first targets. They were expending a great deal of energy trying to keep her busy, too much perhaps. She wondered how strong their shields were after trying so hard to batter her with all this debris. She decided to test them. She gestured, casting a spell of her own, directed at the sorcerer and his 2 allies. The sorcerer was not affected, not that she expected that he would be. He clearly was well trained. His two telekinetic friends, however, were not so lucky. The spell fell on them like a hungry predator. The missiles that had been tormenting her ceased. The two telekinetics drew their training blades and lunged, not at her, but at their sorceress ally. Avaryss grinned. So far, so good. Switching from Sarisu to Makashi, she engaged the two swordsmen. The fact that they had been able to keep up with her suggested that their training had gone along similar lines as her own. They had been a threat while she was distracted. Now that she was able to concentrate, things began to change. Her war blade flashed, cutting a deep wound into one of the swordsman's chests. Before he could recover, she sent him flying with a force push. Left with only a single attacker, she doubled his strikes on the remaining opponent, switching quickly between offense and defense. It did not take long to overwhelm him. She buried her blade into his gut. He fell forward as she drew the blade out. She dared a quick look around the field. The battle had turned in her favor. One of the telekinetics was down, his body twisted horribly in death by some Sith spell. The remaining attacker now engaged her fellow sorcerer, pushing him back with ruthless abandon. The remaining swordsman was trying to find his feet. Avaryss did not let him. She reached out with the force and brought a crumbling pillar nearby crashing down on top of him. 3 down, she thought, 2 to go. She blasted the other sorcerer with lightning. Now it was he who was outnumbered. He tried to shield himself and flee, but it left him open to an attack by his crazed ally. The man's training saber caught the sorcerer across the neck. He collapsed as the lethal jolt of energy destroyed his nervous system. The final attacker then tried to turn his attention back to Avaryss. He lunged shrieking in fear, his terror fueling his powers, making him far quicker than before. He lunged in blindly, no shield or caution. Avaryss finished him off easily. She had no time to savor this victory. She could sense Fel was not out of danger. She moved quickly and carefully up the worn steps of the tomb. In her wake, predators fell upon the bodies of her slain rivals. The lure of fresh meat here always brought out beasts. She smiled viciously. Feast well, she thought. That is all that lot is good for now. She entered the tomb, glow rod in hand. Her progress had slowed again, scanning for traps and making sure that no further ambushes awaited her. Noise echoed strangely in the tombs. The winding passages were meant to confuse grave robbers. Add in the miasma of force energy present in any Sith tomb, and the journey was far from easy. Still, she was not some mundane bandit or grave robber. She was a trained Sith acolyte. One who had spent a lot of time recently studying Fel, both how he fought and his presence in the Force. It was not hard for her to lock onto that presence now. It drew her forward. It was like blood in the water, and she was a hungry shark. Through the Force, it was not difficult to track her prey. Nor was it hard to find Fel or those Harkin had sent to destroy him. The Force rang out with battle, and even if it did not, all she had to do was follow the sound. The trap had been sprung. She arrived to find the battle in full swing. She entered a large chamber, just off the main path leading down into the tomb. She saw Fel locked in combat with no less than 7 attackers. He was holding his own, for the moment, but had little room to maneuver. His attackers had cut him off, and were slowly pushing him back into a smaller and smaller kill box. He was strong, but with no room to catch his breath, he would be overwhelmed. It was a good plan. It had a good chance of succeeding. Avaryss licked her lips. This was her chance. She could come to the aid of the ambushers, or wait until they had left her prey wounded. It would be the smart move. She saw Fel use the Force to fling one of his attackers head first into a stone pillar. The boy died without a sound. 6 on 1 now, she realized. She recognized Ogre among them, once again too lost in his own fury to realize his limitations. Blindly attacking was foolish, especially when your enemy had a chance of reinforcement. Killing Fel would be a coup, but at the same time, the memory of her embarrassment at Olgar's hands still burned. She owed the ugly fool a debt of blood. Perhaps it was time to repay it. She grinned fiercely. She made up her mind. She would join the fray. She raced into the battle with her sword raised. Fel saw her. She saw the surprise in his golden eyes. He raised his hand to summon the force, to defend himself against her attack. He had not needed to. She brought her blade down hard on one of his attackers. Its blade sliced deep into the other acolyte's shoulder. She followed it up by a burst of Sith lightning, sending the female acolyte flying backward, writhing in pain. Fel saw what she had done and smirked, even as he parried an attack and struck back with one of his own. Avaryss drooped in beside him, her blade joining his, spinning just as quickly, thirsty for more Sith blood. "What in the Emperor's name are you doing here?" Fel asked. From the amusement in his voice, it was clear that her presence pleased him. "He may not be pleased for long," the dark voice within murmured. "It is not too late. You can still strike him down." Avaryss chuckled, remembering how he had saved her in the other tomb. She grinned slyly. "It is commonly called helping," she replied, mimicking what he had said to her in the other tomb. "You are welcome, by the way." His only reply was a single barked laugh. The two of them got to work. Once again they found themselves drawn into a familiar rhythm, the force guiding their arms. They once again began to anticipate each other's moves. The force flowed strongly between them, its energies bolstering both their spirits and their power. Not to mention their savagery. The fight turned in their favor. Avaryss' attack from behind had caught their enemies completely off guard. Alone Fel and Avaryss would have been in trouble. Fighting together, it was a different story. Together they were almost unbeatable. Fel crushed another of their opponents with the force and flung him into one of his fellows. Avaryss used a spell to madden a third before, taking the girl's head with her war blade. By that time only Ogre remained. He looked in horror as he saw Avaryss and Fel approaching. He threw down his sword and dropped to his knees. Avaryss shivered with anticipation. She could smell blood and fear. It was a most heady sensation. "Mercy," Ogre cried, "mercy. Ogre is no match for you. He will serve you if you let him live. Please, please do not kill me." Avaryss looked at Fel. She could not speak for him, but mercy was not high on her list of priorities. From the cold look in his eyes, he shared that opinion. She suppressed a giggle. "Sorry, Ogre," she thought dryly. It seemed that neither of his would-be victims was feeling particularly merciful today. "Too bad for him." She smiled coldly at the large pure blood. Fel practically glowed with anticipation. He had come very close to death down here. She doubted he needed little prompting from her, but hey, why not? Why shouldn't she have a little fun? "He came here to kill you," she reminded the pure blood. "Would you like the honors?" Fel gave her a fierce smile. "No, by all means," he said, gesturing, "ladies first." Though she did not consider herself a lady, she did blush slightly at his words. She smiled and gave him a slight curtsy. "You're such a gentleman." She raised her hand, reaching out with the force. Invincible fingers reached out towards her would-be killer, now her victim. She began choking Ogre. His body rose into the air slightly as she increased her grip. She remembered what he had done to her on her first day here. Remembered the pain and embarrassment. She had been waiting for a chance to pay him back. It had been a long time coming. She listened as he wheezed and struggled, his face starting to turn purple. She might have crushed him to death, but the battle had left her winded. She chose to give the fool a quick death. Her war blade flashed. Ogre's head fell from his shoulders. She let the body drop, broken, defeated, and forgotten. The price of failure, she thought, grinning triumphantly. The end of the road for all those not strong enough to walk the path of the Sith. She turned her attention to Fel. He was still beside her, but had sunk to his knees. It was then she noticed the burns on his crimson tunic. He had been wounded several times. Her heartbeat quickened. "Now is your chance," the dark voice within purred. "Strike now. Strike hard and true. Kill him." Fel still had his blade. He looked up then, perhaps, sensing her intent, or seeing the cold look in her icy blue eyes. She felt fear and surprise. He had not expected this. He tried to rise, but he was off balance. She caught him with a force push, knocking him down. She kicked his weapon away and ended up on top of him, straddling him. Her blade was at his throat. All it would take would be one small push. One small push, and she would be the Academy's new top student. It was tempting. As she looked down upon her victim, she felt a sense of elation. The dark side was singing in her, begging her to surrender to it, to indulge her bloodlust. Her heart was pounding. She was breathing heavily. She had never felt more alive. The only thing that could have made it better had Fel started begging for his life. Perhaps that was why he did not. His initial fear was gone, and in its place she sensed only a grim acceptance. She was too close to push away, and even if he did, her blade might still cut his throat down to the bone. His acceptance, it took some of the joy out of this victory. Beg! She wanted to shout. Why won't you beg? So, he said, trying to keep his head back, you set this up. You actually agreed to work with Olger after all that he did to you. He snorted with amusement. I have to admit, I'm impressed. You have a lot more self-control than I do. She grinned down at him. I would take credit for this if I could, but I can't, she replied. An ally of mine mentioned that Harkin had it in for you. She giggled. I've never been one to turn down an opportunity. He didn't nod. Even if he agreed, her blade was too close to his throat for that. But he could still talk. Talking was the only thing he could do at that moment. So, you saved me so that you could have the pleasure of killing me yourself, eh? That sounds about right. Yes, she said. He pursed his lips. Doesn't sound like you, he said. I thought you better than this. His words made her flush, not really with anger, but because part of her agreed with him, no matter what the dark side was urging her to do. Superiority at any cost did have its place, but it did not feel right here. No, it did not feel right at all. Are you trying to talk me out of killing you? He smiled. It is not death you want, pretty one. If my death is all you wanted, you could have sat back and waited for Olger and his worms to do it for you. The golden eyes of his burned into hers. She expected to be sensing anger, betrayal, and fear, yet that was not what she felt from the pure blood. She felt admiration, desire, and she suppressed a gasp. She felt lust, pure, hot, and undeniable. Suddenly she was very much aware of where she was, straddling this man as he grinned up at her. She could not contain the blush that flooded her cheeks. It is all a lie, the dark voice within growled. He is playing head games with you. He has been doing so since the very beginning. Do it. Do it now. Kill him. She did not take the blade away, but neither did she do the deed. She was getting lost in those golden eyes, drowning in them. In that moment, it felt like they were the only two people in the galaxy. The tomb fell away. The carnage that they had left in their wake fell away. It was just the two of them. And Avaryss was caught, listening to the words of Fel. Both bound by those words, and trapped. You do not want death, he continued. You want domination. You want to have power over me, to do whatever it is you want. His grin widened. I think you want the very thing that I wanted the moment I saw you in that dueling ring. I've watched you so closely these last few weeks, just as you have watched me. She blinked, trying to breathe, trying to deny the growing heat within her. I was only watching so that I could learn how to defeat you. As did I, at first, he agreed. But it has grown beyond that, at least for me. Those eyes continued to burn into her. She could see the flush of his crimson skin, yet she felt no anger. This was far beyond anger. It was not rage. It was passion in its purest form. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Those words never rang more true until that moment. You want to dominate me, he said. I would not be entirely opposed to that. I have no problem with women with authority. He chuckled. I think you like being on top. Her blush darkened, but she refused to relent. The dark side continued to burn within her. It would not be denied, it would not be sidetracked. Lies, all lies. She would not be misled. You know nothing, she hissed. You know nothing of what I want. What I intend to achieve. I know what you want now, he said in a husky voice. You do not have to be afraid. His expression turned soft, gentle. Whatever you want, it is yours, he purred. I give it to you, willingly. The glow rods that fell had spread before the ambush was fading. The chamber continued to grow darker, more intimate. Her blade remained at his throat, but it was no longer held as tightly. Whatever you want, he had said. I give it to you willingly. She shuddered, trying hard not to think. She could end this right now. She could use her blade and return a hero, but she did not want that. She could play the Overseer's game or play by her own rules. We don't have to be rivals, she thought. We do not. She shivered, her heart pounding in her ears. End it, the darkness within screamed. Tell him what you want, say you want him dead. She swallowed hard, her throat felt so dry. I want, she murmured, want. It is okay, he said in a soothing voice. You can tell me. His arrogance both angered and excited her. He did not know her. He moved. She may not have taken the blade away, but she had loosened it. In that moment, her rival struck. He pulled the war blade from her hand. It went skidding away from her. Before she could call it back, he used his strength to both push her away and onto her back. Before she could recover, he was there. Now he was straddling her, his large crimson hands at her throat. Fool, the dark voice chided. This is how you end? She was afraid. She could not deny that. All it would take was a slight shift of pressure, and he would be strangling the life from her. He was playing games, she thought. Now the game is over. He won, and now. He is going to kill me. She did not even have the strength to be angry. All she felt was heat. He looked down upon her, his eyes flashing like molten gold. She whimpered both in fear and submission. I know what you want, he snarled, grinning down at her. Let me give it to you. She tried to push him back, but it was no use. She tried to summon the force, but it would not come. He leaned down, close and closer. She tried to struggle, but she was no match for him. Their lips met. A weak moan escaped her, but that was all. He kissed her deeply, passionately. Her resistance ceased. Her arms tightened around his neck. They began to move against each other. She sighed as he broke the kiss, looking down on her. She gazed up at him, her eye dark with desire. I want you, she purred, smiling hungrily. I want you so bad. He smiled. As you wish, he growled, their lips meeting again. The world turned to heat, pure, blessed heat. She sighed contentedly. Yes, she thought. The glow rods finally failed. The darkness consumed them both. He released her. They both sat up, pulling at their clothes, trying to get them off. She kissed him now, fiercely. He responded to her passion, those strong arms wrapping tight around her. She did not want his death, not now. She wanted only one thing, and he was willing to give it to her. She almost whimpered with delight. Oh yes. Chapter 31. Fallout. Do you have any idea what you've done? Avaryss sighed. She really was not ready to deal with this right now. She had just returned after having spent a long night in the Valley of the Dark Lords. It had been a pleasurable night, make no mistake, but still quite long. She was not really in the mood for recriminations right now, especially not from someone who she considered an ally. Nas and Taya had tracked her down as soon as she had returned. She had returned to her quarters for a shower and a change of clothes. A nap would have been nice as well. Well, she still had her academy commitments. It was not like she could simply forget about them, no matter how much had changed for her personally in the last few hours. She had returned from the valley feeling a sense of contentment that she had not known in months. No doubt Nas and Taya had felt the change the moment they entered her quarters. Taya had not needed to be told what had happened. She had no doubt guessed by sensing the change that had come over her friend. Nas sensed it too, but unlike their blonde companion, she was not pleased by the outcome. In fact, she sounded downright disgusted. Avaryss could not say why, though she thought that she had no real reason to defend herself, or the choice she had made out in the tomb. I followed my emotions, she said. They led me to a place that I never expected, but now that I've gone there. She smiled fondly. I can't say that I'm sorry that it happened. Nas snorted and shook her head. Clearly she did not agree with Avaryss' take on the whole situation. Taya couldn't stop smiling. So, she said, stifling a giggle, you and fell, huh? Avaryss laughed. Is that really so surprising? I suppose it isn't. You've both made names for yourselves here. It is not surprising that he would choose someone with a reputation for a little distraction. Oh, it was more than a mere distraction, far more. Really? Taya exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. I take it that it was good then. Avaryss blushed. Quite good actually, and I should know. She gave her friend a sly look. We got a lot of practice last night, 3 times, at least. Taya's eyes widened. 3. Avaryss said, smirking. Oh my. Avaryss could no longer stifle the giggle that had been building inside of her. It made her sound like a foolish schoolgirl, but she did not care. It had been quite good. Years ago, give or take, Avaryss' mother had first started broaching the subject of her daughter entering into a relationship with a man. Her father would have a say in who she eventually married, but it was not marriage that her mother wished to discuss with her. It was the matter of boys. She wanted her daughter to be prepared. The girl who would eventually take the name Avaryss had not really wanted to discuss it. She was too embarrassed to have such a talk with her mother. Still, Maya Lylos had pushed forward. You will not feel embarrassment when the time comes, daughter, she promised. One day, you will meet a man who will make you feel like you are truly alive for the first time. It can be exciting, but scary just the same. Her mother had smiled fondly at her then. Love can strike without warning, but you must try not to be completely swept away by it. You are the daughter of an overseer after all. You must try to balance your happiness with what is best for your family. She had nodded then, if for no other reason to simply end the conversation. She really had not wanted to have this talk with her mom. It had left her blushing. Now, after last night, she was finally starting to understand what her mother had been trying to teach her. She had been swept away last night. It had probably not been the smartest of moves on her part, but again, she did not care. Something that felt so good should not ever be considered wrong. As the light had failed in the tomb, she had given herself over completely to Fel, no resistance, and no doubts. Early on he had discovered her inexperience in such matters. He had not been embarrassed or insulted. The pure blood had revealed a side to her that she had not expected, a tender side, a sweet side. He had guided her through those first clumsy steps of physical love. He had taken control, guiding her where she wanted to be, where she needed to be. In that moment, he was both her tutor and the object of her physical desires. She had surrendered willingly, and he had rewarded her submission 5-fold. There had been pain, of course. There was no real pleasure without it. After their first time he had held her, soothed her. She had drifted off to sleep in his strong arms, desiring nothing more than to wake up and be comforted by him. She was not sure how long she had dozed, but when she did wake, the hunger was back again. She had woken him with gentle caresses and soft kisses. Her touch reawaked his desires as well, only this time she knew what to do. She was a fast learner, always had been. He learned quickly how good a student she was. Plus, it seemed that he had been right about her. She did like being on top. In the morning, he would have no complaints, not about what they had shared, at least, she did not think he would. They had both found their pleasure. She had done her best to make sure he had found his. She had no desire to remain a simple rival. She went out of her way to prove that she was not. After that, they had spoken freely for the first time, The intimacy they had shared had stripped away any further resistance they might have had. He had laid out his cloak like a blanket so that she would not have to lie on the cold, hard stone. She rested on her stomach as he gently rubbed her back and shoulders. His touch was gentle and soothing, helping her lose any tension that remained from the fight outside. There was nothing between them now, no secrets, armor, or clothes. She welcomed the intimacy. She had been so alone. It was nice to let her guard down. He continued to massage her shoulders, pausing only occasionally to place a soft kiss on her tattooed back. She groaned softly, never imagining that she would ever have experienced anything like this. She was completely at peace as her darkest night told her about himself, and all the while his fingers continued to make her more and more his. She did not mind, and as she listened, she realized just who it was she was now involved with, how powerful he truly was. His story was surprising. It touched her heart. Fel, as she had heard, had come from a storied lineage. He could trace his ancestry back to one of the earliest Sith noble houses. Though they had lost much of that high station, their name and bloodline had remained strong. Their family had become well known for producing many great Sith warriors. Fel was the last of that line, his sole inheritor. Much was expected of him. Both his father and older brother had died during the war. His mother had died bringing him into the galaxy. He had still been a child when the rest of his bloodline had fallen. Following the deaths of his family, he had ended up in the care of those loyal to his bloodline, or that is what they claimed. The last 6 years of his life had been devoted entirely into turning him into the most savage of Sith weapons. They pushed him far harder than most children his age. Combat and saber training had been his life, along with the most powerful offensive skills that the Sith Order practiced. They had tried to weed out any weakness, any sense of compassion and mercy. What they had not done was nurture his intellectual development, his understanding of the Empire's politics and governance. Despite their best efforts, they could not keep him completely isolated. He used his gifts to discover more than what they had been willing to teach him. From there, he came to realize exactly what they had been trying to do. He had not been pleased. His father's holdings had passed to his guardians. Though not as great as they once had been, they were still his by right. Those guardians did not wish to see the passage of those holdings contested. All that they had offered him was meant to make him a weapon, and nothing else. They had wanted a brutish thug, not a young man capable of becoming a lord. He probed their defenses carefully, searching for weaknesses. He bribed servants to learn more about their true motivations. Soon, he came to realize that he would never be granted his inheritance. He would have to seize it. He had ended up having to hatch a plot. "I see no reason to bother you with all the details," he had said, idly running his finger up her spine. She had shuddered at his touch, enjoying the sensation of it. "It was safe to say that you can guess the outcome." She moaned softly as she nodded. Still, the part of her that kept his distance, the Sith part of her, considered what he had said. A shame, she thought. It would have been interesting hearing about such a victory. It might give her ideas in carrying out her own ambitions. "I take it your plan succeeded." "It did," he said, nodding. "I played my guardians off against each other. Their greed became the tool of my ascension. Before all was said and done, everything that they valued now belonged to me, everything that would have passed to me, and all that they had built since." He gave her an evil smile. "If only you could have seen their faces. They had thought me no threat at all. It was thrilling to see them brought so low." "What did you do with them after?" she asked. "I could not let them go. Of course, if I had, they would have only sought revenge later, and I did owe them for all the physical skills that they had granted me through their training. I granted the leaders a swift and clean death. Their lessers I promoted, to manage my holdings until I completed my training and returned." He chuckled. "Those that I promoted were shocked. They assumed that they would have to die as well. Now they found themselves with access to more than their previous employers would ever have dared grant, that, and my promise to offer them more should they serve me well. I earned my first underlings, that day, and the attention of several of the Dark Lords. I had no problem getting into the academy then. I proved that I was more than a lightsaber blade, that I had far more to offer than a strong arm. Avaryss gave him a lazy smile. But I like your arms, and, if I may be so bold, the rest of you is quite nice as well. He gave her a savage look. I enjoy bold women, he said, grinning. They know what they want and how to get it. They? He blinked. Wait. Only nice? He inquired. She smirked. Well, I don't know, she said, playing coy. Perhaps you should show me what you can do again, so that I can make a more enlightened judgment. He gave her that hungry look again. I think that can be arranged, he said in a husky voice. He rolled her over and had her. After that, she had no further reason to question him. She now had the answer she had sought. She was more than satisfied with the outcome. They spent the rest of the night in the tomb. When the sun finally came up, they made their way back to the academy together. Neither acolyte said much about what had happened. They did not need to. Through the Force, they were now bonded. What they had shared created a connection that would be very hard to break. The death of one or the other might have done it, but that was the farthest thing from Avaryss' mind at that point. Fel was hers now. She would be damned if she would lose him, or let him be taken from her now. Neither Tremel nor Harkin questioned their return. Neither did they ask about Ulgar and the other acolytes that had been in the valley last night. Anyone who failed to return from the valley was dead in the eyes of the Order. Whether they were or not did not matter. They were gone. That was all that mattered. And when you were gone, you were forgotten. That was the way of the Sith. That was the will of the dark side. Nas and Taya had proven to not be as understanding. They confronted their ally upon her return. Avaryss said little until after their classes had concluded for the day. What she had to say was not for prying ears. She felt his eyes on her as they trained. She knew that they could not keep what they were a secret forever, but for the moment it remained just between them, a guilty pleasure. She longed to experience it more close up and personal later. Fel had asked her to join him in his chambers tonight. He wanted to be with her. She made no promises. She had said only that she would consider it. She did not wish him to think that she was simply his toy now. No. She still wanted to be Sith, and a Sith was no one's toy, no matter how they might feel about them. Taya was happy for her, and perhaps a little bit jealous. Avaryss had known for a while that the blonde had been trying to get Fel's attention with no success. Nas was not so supportive. In fact, she was downright angry. Avaryss did not let it bother her. Let her rant. She had Fel now. What did anything else matter? So let me get this straight, the Inquisitor's daughter said. Not only did you fail to kill Fel, but now you apparently his, what, paramour. Avaryss shrugged. She was not sure what was a good name for what she was to Fel now. It would take some time to find out. I don't see what is wrong, she told the other girl. Fel is no longer a threat. I thought you would be happy about that. Nas glared at her. You are not that naive, farm girl. I know you are not. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. You think me naive? I think that you're not thinking with what is between your ears. I think that you are forgetting why you are here. Why we are all here. The brown-haired girl frowned. If Fel had died last night, you would now be the top student of this academy. Tremel would have been pleased with your initiative, and Harkin would have been neutralized. His attempt to remove Fel having backfired, he would have been forced to support you rather than admit how he had failed. No Dark Lord here, or anywhere else in the Empire would have been able to deny your value. Nas sighed. And where you went, Taya and I would not have been far behind. We would have owned this place like we owned the butcher's block. Korriban is not the butcher's block, Avaryss reminded her, and Harkin and Tremel are not Ilaria. But the principle of the matter is the same, Nas growled. Farm girl, don't you realize what you've done? I think it is safe to say that she did Fel, Taya giggled. Nas shot her a cold look. Any joy on the blonde's face vanished. It was clear that Nas was not in the mood for joking or games. This is bad, she said. You have put us all in jeopardy. Avaryss leaned back, eyeing her old ally closely. How so? She said. All I did was spend the night with someone. You did that several times back on Butcher's Clearing. Fel is not a pleasure slave, he is a Sith pure blood. Don't you know how important that is in the Empire? Do you know what Overseer Tremel is, farm girl? Do you understand the mindset of a strict traditionalist of the Sith Order? No, she admitted. Enlighten me. Nas growled under her breath. Among his other talents, Tremel is a bit of a snob. Like most of the traditionalists, he believes in the sanctity of Sith blood. A pure blood's blood is almost sacred to him. A pure blood like Fel, that would be even more important. The Inquisitor's daughter frowned. What do you think he will do when he finds out that Fel has taken up with a human? Do you think that he is going to be happy about that? Trust me, farm girl, he is not. Avaryss glared. What does it matter to Tremel who Fel or I choose to spend our nights with? It matters, Nas said. Trust me, it does. Taya frowned, perhaps realizing for the first time what the other girl was getting at. She looked at her friend. She is not wrong, Avi. When it comes to matters involving the old bloodlines, some traditionalists can be ruthless. Avaryss gave her a cold glare. You are taking that side. I'm taking no side, she said, raising her hands in submission. I'm just sharing what I know about such things, what I've heard. You've endangered us, Nas spat. You are going to have to fix it. Avaryss sneered at her. And how am I supposed to fix it? How should I proceed, oh great strategist? Nas sneered at her. You said he wanted you to come to him tonight, she grinned wickedly. That means that the two of you will be alone together. I've made a few friends since we returned. I can guarantee that the holocams will be out when you pay your sweet fella visit. Avaryss' eyes widened, realizing what Nas was asking. You are mad, she gasped. It is the best way to end this, Nas said. Just take a blade with you, let him enjoy himself, and when he falls asleep, make sure that he never wakes up. Taya's eyes were as round as saucers. You can't ask Avi to kill him here, she gasped. We are in the academy. You can't kill another student under the academy's roof. Everyone knows that, Nas said, smirking. That is why she would get away with it. They would execute me. Avaryss almost shouted. They would need a witness for that, Nas reminded her. No witnesses, no rules, remember. Even if the cams were out, even if I was willing to do this, all they would need is someone to see me going into Fel's quarters. That is all that any good Inquisitor would need to get the kill order signed on me. Nas gave her a reassuring look. I told you, farm girl, I'll handle it. No one will be able to pin this on you. Avaryss stood crossing her arms across her chest. You won't need to, she said, because I won't do it. Nas glared at her, finding her own feet. Taya looked nervously between them, unsure what to do. This is your mess, farm girl, she said. You are going to have to clean it up. I will not hurt Fel, she growled back. Then Tremel and Harkin will have all the excuse they need to make all our lives into a living hell, and all because you decided to go mushy on us. This is not about you, Avaryss snapped back. I chose this. Fel chose this. It has nothing to do with us as a group. You honestly think Tremel will care? He will no doubt think that you are trying to bring Fel in with us. It would be a good move on our part, Avaryss said. Maybe we should. And maybe Tremel will start to think that you are interfering in Fel's training. Maybe he will think that the only reason you are interested in Fel is to lure him into a trap, keep him so occupied that he stops thinking straight. Even if you forget the whole traditionalist thing, he would still be obligated to respond. No one is allowed to interfere with another's training, not within academy walls, and even if he doesn't think that way, the Dark Lords that are interested in Fel might think otherwise. Nas shivered. You do not want a Darth as your enemy. Avaryss said nothing. She already had one, though Nas did not know that. The Inquisitor's daughter did not pick up on that. She continued speaking. Again, we would find ourselves right back where we are now. We will be waiting for a blade to fall. It is a mistake, and jeopardizes everything we have been working towards." Avaryss shuddered. She wanted to say that Nas was just being paranoid, that the girl was making a toccata out of cat hound pup, but part of her still knew that the other girl was probably right. Sith traditionalists could be extremely single-minded in their thinking. If they thought a group of students were a threat, they would respond accordingly and likely quite fatally. She looked at her two allies. Did she really have the right to do that to them, to either of them? No, she did not. But that did not mean that she was willing to risk execution herself just to make things right. No, there had to be another way. She would not give up what she had just found. She would not do it. She looked at Taya. The blonde had fallen silent during this argument, unsure of who to support. Nas gave Avaryss a cold, commanding look. "You know what needs to happen," she said. "For the good of this alliance, you must do it." Avaryss frowned. She did not like being backed into a corner, not even by someone who had proven so helpful to her in the past. Nas' way was one way, but there was another, one that she had perhaps waited too long to consider. Her frown deepened. She knew what needed to be done. "You are wrong," she said. "There is one thing that I can do, and it will protect the both of you." "And what is that?" Taya asked. Avaryss sighed. "We dissolve our partnership now." Nas' eyes widened. "Now who is insane?" She gasped. "You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for us." Avaryss glared at the Inquisitor's daughter. "Remember what Elariel said? All alliances have to end eventually." "Avi." Taya gasped. "You don't mean—" "It is the smart call," Avaryss said. "The only person that gets blamed now will be me, and you two will be safe." "You think that Tremel will believe that?" Nas asked. "He will give in time. You will not lift a finger to help me. Whatever happens, you leave me to my own fate." Nas snorted in disbelief. "You think that Fel will protect you?" "I find that unlikely." "I do not need Fel's help," Avaryss spat back. "I survived Fury 9 on my own. I will survive this." She looked at the two girls. She had grown fond of them both, in all their spoiled, devious glory, despite everything that had been said in the last few minutes. She did not like the idea of stepping away, but it was right call, the smart call. By formally ending their alliance, she would shield them from any rage that the overseers might direct at her. There was no reason that Nas and Taya could not remain a duo, and it would likely keep them safer as well. No, this was the only way, Avaryss thought. She knew it. She could feel it. She sighed, and took one last look at her two allies. "We end this for all our sakes. Thank you both for what you have done, but I must go forward on my own from here on out." Taya looked hurt, like she had just found her favorite pet dead. Nas looked cold, condescending, like Avaryss had just agreed to commit suicide for her. "I hope he is worth it," she said with a sneer. "Once Tremel realizes what is going on, he is going to let the other students pull you apart." Avaryss sneered back, unwilling to be intimidated. "I'll stand alone in the end," she said, trying to sound confident. Nas and Taya looked at each other. It was clear that neither had wanted it to end this way. Nas growled and left without another word. Taya remained behind looking shell-shocked. Avaryss gave her sad look. "You have to trust me, Tay," she said. "I know what I'm doing." The blonde gave her a wry smile. "I hope you're right," she said. Avaryss laughed nervously. "Yeah," she said dryly, "me too." Chapter 33. Dark Hearts. "What am I going to do with you, Acolyte? Despite everything else, you continue to be a thorn in my side." Avaryss did not respond. She stood at attention, as she had since been summoned to the Overseer's office. She kept her face bland, but inside she was seething. "I know what he wants, but I won't do it." He waited for her to answer. When she did not, he shook his head. Tremel sighed as he went over the day's reports. She suspected more than a few of those reports mentioned her. It would have been flattering, had the stakes not been so high. She knew how Tremel had come to feel about her, and what she had been doing with the Academy's top student. She was just surprised that he took this long to summon her. It had been almost a month since she had ended her alliance with Nas and Taya. As far as she knew, they remained allies, despite the loss of their third. Neither had said one word to her since her choice to dissolve their partnership, but that was for the best. No one in the academy could claim their separation was a ruse. She was content in her choice to keep her fellows safe. It may not have been very Sith-like, but it had been her choice. She had been too weak to save her own sisters. The least she could do was trying and protect her friends. As for Tremel, he eventually did find out about her relationship with Fel. So far, the Overseer had done nothing overt against her. Much had happened in the last few weeks, but she could not claim that any of it had anything directly to do with the Overseer. He has to tread carefully too. She realized many eyes are on Fel right now, and she suspected her as well. It seemed that all three of them needed to be careful. It was a safe bet that more than one blade was hanging over their heads right now. One misstep, and that blade would fall. She would have to be careful not to be under it when it did. The Overseer sighed and sat back in his chair, his cold eyes evaluating her. Lately she had stopped wearing the simple garb of an acolyte, instead choosing to wear a light combat suit. Black leather with small cortoses weave plates protecting her vital organs. Most students here might say such a move was paranoid, but considering everything that had happened in the last few weeks, she preferred to err on the side of caution. It was not paranoia if people actually were out to get you. It was not Tremel's way to get angry. He did not fly into a rage at every minor insult. Any anger he may have directed at her remained clamped down tight by his iron will. His willpower impressed her. She knew how heady the dark side could feel, especially when you had an enemy at your mercy. To remain so cold when confronted by someone who you feel is causing great trouble or harm, it was too good for most to pass up. Tremel had chosen to remain silent. What he might be planning she could not say. The last time they had spoken was during a brief class meeting welcoming several new students from Lord's Reach and Butcher's Clearing. She didn't recognize any of them, but that did not mean that they did not know her. Several times she had caught Tremel speaking quietly with one or more of those students. He had even been watching her at the time. After that, she thought it prudent to keep her guard up around the new arrivals, just in case. She did interact with a few of them that night, tried to get their measure, and at the same time offer to the more ambitious a few well-placed veiled threats. She wanted to be sure that they did not get the wrong idea about her. They might even come to think it was in their best interest to try and do something about her. Avaryss did what she could to discourage such talk. She needed for both the old and the new students to understand one thing. If they went after her, they would lose. A Sith was always cultivating new enemies. She just wanted to make sure that none of them chose to strike at her until she was ready. As a result, she had needed to make several examples in the last few weeks. Eventually, she hoped her fellow acolytes would finally get the idea. She would defend herself if attacked, with lethal force if necessary. She frowned slightly. Lately, it seemed that necessity would consume her life. Too many were gunning for her, but she still refused to relent. Perhaps that was why she had been summoned. Perhaps this game had become too costly for the Overseer to play anymore, and perhaps now he wished to finally discuss peace. She almost laughed at that thought. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Tremel did not strike her as the type to give up. He looked up from his reports. She still remained silent, standing still under that calm, watchful gaze. "You look tired, acolyte," he said. "You appear bruised and beaten. Perhaps there is something I can do to relieve the pressure you are under." She gave him a wry smile. "Call off your lapdogs. Do that, and I would be most grateful." "Oh, they are not mine, acolyte." Tremel's soft voice always seemed so strange to her. It gave her no clues to what the Overseer was thinking. "I did not unleash those that have challenged you. They are merely responding to what they have heard." "Heard from you," she said, her eyes narrowing. He smiled. "It is my task here to weed out the weak. I've been doing it for many years now." "You think me weak?" She growled. "My victories in the dueling ring prove otherwise." Yes, those have been quite impressive, I cannot deny that. Avaryss grinned. Finally, she thought. Some positive recognition. It was nice, considering the hell he was putting her through, but then again, she had been expecting it. Nas and Taya had warned her. Since she and Fel became an item, every time the instructors asked if there were any challenges in the dueling ring, some acolyte would step up and name her. At first she had thought it simply new students seeking to test themselves against the hero of Butcher's Clearing, but that had not been the case. They couldn't touch Fel, or at the very least they do not want to risk him putting them in the medical bay. So now, all his would-be enemies were targeting her, perhaps seeing her as a weak link. Perhaps they believed that she had only gotten where she was because she and Fel had become lovers. So now it fell to her. They were trying to break her down, perhaps leave her scarred or crippled. Each time another student called her out, she had no doubt that they were doing so on the suggestion of Tremel and Harkin. Either to leave her too wounded to continue her education, or convince Fel that she was unworthy of him, to convince him to abandon her. Whatever the reason, the acolytes who tried made their choice. She did her best to make sure they regretted it. She had held back during the first few challenges. She saw no reason to take things to the extreme. After the first week passed, and the challenges continued, she realized that she needed to do more than simply win. By the end of the second week, she had grown tired of being merciful. She realized that holding back, even when facing those that were sure to lose, was foolish. Her anger had shown through, giving her the power to do what she might have considered impossible before. She had grown to hate many of her fellows. She was not above making an example of those she hated. She gave Tremel a cruel smile. "How is Acolyte Ray's doing?" Tremel shrugged. "He is still in a coma. The medical droids do say he has a chance to awaken." Her smile widened. "Good," she said. "Such pain should be a learning experience. Hopefully, he will use this as a motivator to work on his mental shields. They really did need some work." Tremel could have gotten angry at her for that comment. Instead, he smiled. "It is not your strength that is in question. It is your motivations that concern me. I'm concerned that this dalliance with Fel is hurting you both. Your training is suffering." No, she thought, you do not like the fact that a human and pure blood are together. It doesn't fit what you consider is right, and so you are punishing me for it. If anything, you are only giving me more reason to hate you. You are only making me more powerful. She did not say that out loud. That was an opinion. Tremel appreciated hard facts. Facts were how she would convince him to end this foolishness. "And yet, we continue to endure," she said, "despite your decision to deny me any private sessions with the other instructors. I thought it the easiest way to show my displeasure. I must admit, I'm not pleased with the results. Despite the instructors' best efforts to help you see error of your ways, you continue to grow stronger. It is most confusing for them. But not for you. No acolyte, not for me. She should have figured. You did not get to be an overseer on Korriban by being foolish. Despite being part of their relationship, Fel had not been cut off. He had too many supporters back on Drummond Kaas. He was still getting private sessions from the instructors, and he had proven more than willing to share those lessons with her, some of them at least. Avaryss shook her head. "I know you were hoping that Fel and I would become rivals, that one of us would destroy the other. Is it really so bad that we have not? Would it truly hurt the Empire to have two powerful Force users in its service?" The Overseer's brow furrowed. "You hope to convince me to let the matter go, despite my disapproval of the two of you being together. Fel is not the type to throw away something he desires, and neither am I. He was manipulated for the most of his childhood, as you no doubt know. I'm aware of his history. Then you also know why he is unwilling to end our relationship. He spent his entire childhood being told that he could not have what he desired, that he should just accept what was offered. Is it any wonder he would resist you?" "It is not," Tremel agreed. "I've tried reason. Perhaps harsher methods are called for. I could try to have one of you removed, I suppose. As a former student of the Fury Academies, you would have been a good candidate for removal. Perhaps I should have done that when I first heard about your relationship with Fel. You had only arrived, and your assassination would not have ruffled too many feathers, but that is no longer the case. The option of simply having you killed is no longer available. I'm afraid that choice is out of my hands now. Avaryss blinked. The fact that he could talk so blithely about her cold-blooded murder surprised her, but it really shouldn't have. Tremel had likely made many such choices over the years to protect this academy. It was nice to know that her death was no longer an option, but what did he mean when he said things were now out of his hands? What do you mean, Overseer? She inquired. Tremel frowned. Despite my best efforts to keep this matter private, the Dark Lords have heard what is going on. Your victories in the dueling ring have turned some heads, and now the Lords are asking me why you have yet to challenge Fel. And you have told the Lords the truth. I have. Tremel sighed. You have not gone unnoticed. You have gained the interest of several of the Dark Lords, young one. May the Force protect you. She tried to remain confident, but a shiver ran down her spine. What kind of attention are the Dark Lords showing me? Is it the I want to make the girl my apprentice kind, or is it the make sure her corpse is never found kind? Tremel actually laughed at her comment. You have an amusing way of looking at things, Acolyte, and to answer your question, you are getting both forms of attention. For the moment, the demands for either remain about equal. Neither side has truly committed to your rise or your destruction, but the matter will no doubt be settled soon. Avaryss nodded grimly. Then perhaps you should resolve it. I take it you have a suggestion. Give me my final trial, she said. Let me prove to the Dark Lords that I'm worthy to become Sith. If I win, then I'm away from here. If I die, then you are proven right and are rid of me. I thought of that, just as I thought of giving Fel his final trial. It would get him away from Korriban, and the time apart might have been good for both of you. But as I said, such decisions are no longer in my hands. One of the Darths blocked my attempt to have either of you take the final trial. Apparently, this Lord wishes to see how this matter will play out. Hearing that did surprise her. A Darth. Interested in her and Fel. Does this Darth have a name? She asked. I wasn't informed, he said. All I know is that this Lord has enough support to block both of your final trials. Tremel actually looked apologetic after having told her this. So you see, Acolyte, this is no longer simply about my displeasure. Powerful people have taken interest in what happens next. My suggestion to you is to resolve this matter quickly. Speak with Fel, make him see sense, before one of the Lords decides to do it for you. He shrugged. There are reasons why those in the Empire consider a Darth as death personified. Whatever answer a Dark Lord of the Sith would come up with would be as final as it would be fatal. Try to remember that. Avaryss nodded. She wondered if Tremel was lying. Perhaps this was all some ruse to convince her to let Fel go. No, that was not the way Tremel worked. She felt no deception. She felt annoyance that the Dark Lords would get so directly involved with Academy business, but no. She did not think he was lying, and if he was not, she shuddered. Perhaps she and Fel needed to talk. Thank you for the information, Overseer, she said, bowing respectfully. I wish that I could have given you better news. Despite what you may think, I tried to do what is best for the students under my charge, and to aid the advancement of those who will serve the Empire best. Either you or Fel would do that. He shook his head. It was your decision that brought this about. Remember that. I had the Empire's best interest at heart. He gave her a sad smile. You should have done the same. She left the Overseer's office feeling more paranoid than when she had went in. It was the realization that a Darth had chosen to become directly involved in what was happening with her and Fel. She did not like it. Let them try to interfere, the dark voice within said. We will meet each challenge and crush anyone who gets in our way. She shook her head. She wanted to believe that, but still, a Darth. She was not ready to face a Darth, not yet. Eventually she would be strong enough to avenge her family, but that day was not today. Maybe I can find out this Darth's name. Convince him or her to support me. I could maybe even convince them to take me on as an apprentice. The thought excited her, but any excitement was tempered by what a Sith master might ask her in return for their knowledge. What if the Lord asked her for Fel's head? She would not do it. She could not do it. Would you turn down a Darth's attention? Would you give up everything you have worked for? She sighed. She no longer could say for certain that she would not. She stopped. 4 students stood in her way. They seemed to merely be talking, but at the same time, they were blocking her path. Her eyes narrowed. Another gambit of Tremels, or was this Harkin's doing? It certainly lacked the subtlety she came to admire from Tremel. She smiled gamely. If this was a trap, there was only one thing to do. She put on her most winning smile and stepped forward. Time to spring it. It would be fun. The 4 turned to face her, all burly with sour expressions. She shifted her feet slightly, making it easier to drop into a fighting stance. She had her war blade with her thankfully. No quarrel, gentles, she called out. Just let me pass and I'll be on my way. The one in the middle, likely the leader, gave her a sheepish look. Sorry about this girl, but we can't do that. She sighed. What did I ever do to you guys? It is nothing personal, the leader said. We just want you to know that. We were given this final chance by Overseer Harkin. One of his fellows said, we're good fighters, but we have not been doing so well here. We take care of you, Harkin promised, our own commands in the army. We'll never be Sith, the leader said, but at least we have a chance to survive. She sighed. You should never have trusted Harkin, she said, drawing her weapon. She gave them all a wicked smile. I appreciate you knowing your limitations. In recognition of that, I will make this quick and as painless as possible. Something hard slammed into her from behind. She staggered forward, falling into the 4 would-be assassins. Stars exploded before her eyes, as strong arms caught her in a vice-like grip. One wrapped around her throat. She struggled as it tightened, spots danced before her eyes. She stopped, fearing that the bruiser might try to break her neck. The pressure ceased. It was still tight, but no longer constricting her airway. She closed her eyes and began to murmur under her breath. Hold her tight, boys, a new voice said, likely the one who had hit her from behind, the one who was truly behind this little ambush. She heard the sound of a training saber powering up. We're to leave enough of her body for identification purposes. His lordship wants this nice and thorough. She felt something sharp poke her in the chin. She opened her eyes just enough to see a viper blade pointed at her throat. Any last words, girl? Fel, she murmured. The acolyte with the knife chuckled. Your hero can't save you now, girl, and considering what is going to be left of you when we are all done, he will barely be able to recognize what is left. She managed to smile. No, she said, Fel is behind you. He started to laugh when he heard the sound of someone clearing their voice over his shoulder, quite loudly. The 5 acolytes looked up. Sure enough, stood the academy's top student, his features mostly hidden by his hooded cloak, and at his side. Avaryss blinked. Taya. It seems that you were right, Blondie, Fel told her former ally. Apparently someone did want our dear Avaryss dead. He gave his lover a concerned look. Are you okay, dear? She did not respond. She was concentrating. The acolyte behind the ambush glared at the pure blood. You can't do anything to us, Fel. We are all under the academy roof. He gave them a cold smile. You were about to kill my woman, he reminded them. And since I don't see any holocaust on these walls, it is safe to say we are standing in a blind spot. Fel chuckled. No camera, no witnesses. No witnesses means no rules. He grinned from ear to ear. You fools have made the biggest mistake of your lives, and the last one too. We outnumber you, the first one to speak said. You try it, and we'll open the girl's throat before you can reach us. Avaryss took a deep breath. She was almost there. Threatening her wasn't the mistake. Her lover said, "A word to the wise. Gentles, if you are going to kill a Sith sorceress, render her unconscious when you first take her. Don't let her speak, or leave her hands free to gesture. She can cast spells either way." Fel laughed triumphantly. "The biggest mistake of your life was thinking that she needed me to protect her. Isn't that right, my love?" Avaryss nodded as she finished gesturing. She cast her spell. She grabbed at the acolyte that was holding her. The air around them flared with orange light. Avaryss heard the man's strangle cry, a cry cut short. His fellows stared in horror. The spell was one she had learned from Seamus Holocron. Before the eyes of everyone, the affected acolyte went through about 100 years of decomposition in mere seconds. One moment he was a healthy, strong man, the next, he was a dusty skeleton falling to the academy floor. The skeleton shattered as it hit the floor, its arm snapping off as it did so. Though winded by the spell, Avaryss did not hesitate. She called her war blade to her hand, while at the same time blasting the assassin's leader with force lightning. His 3 remaining allies might have ended her right there if not for Fel and Taya. Fel tossed one into the wall so hard it likely broke half the bones in his body. Taya lunged in with her training saber. She missed her first strike, but followed it up with a savage thrust kick, a kick that, with the aid of the force, broke his target's neck with a sickening crack. The 2 remaining attackers tried to flee, but Avaryss and her allies could not let them. No witnesses. No rules. It only took a moment more, and it was all over. The 3 stood in the hall alone, 5 corpses at their feet. Avaryss gave Taya an arch look. "I told you not to help me," she said. The blonde pouted. "You're welcome," she said, sounding miffed. "Don't be too hard on her, love," Fel said. "She heard about this little party, and came and got me." Avaryss looked between the 2 of them. She was grateful, make no mistake, she might have been able to get out of this on her own, but then again, maybe not. "I should get back before I'm missed," Taya said. "I'm supposed to be helping Naz translate some old Sith text." The blonde gave them both a sly smile. "If anyone asks, you didn't see me?" Avaryss chuckled. Taya was really not that good of a Sith. Still, she was a good friend. She nodded at the blonde as she left. She looked over as Fel scooped 2 of the slain acolytes. He would not have to carry them far to hide the bodies. Blind spots like this one were always near a garbage chute, one large enough to fit a body down. To the unenlightened, it might seem unusual why there were so many garbage chutes scattered around the academy. To a student, though, they were both necessary and a boon. One never knew when you might have to get rid of some trash. Avaryss helped her lover take care of the bodies. No one had bothered to respond to the fighting, but that was probably by design more than coincidence. "I should have died here," Avaryss realized. If it was not for Taya and Fel, she probably would have. When the last body was disposed of, her lover wiped his hands idly on his leggings. "And that is that," he said. "No more problems from that lot." She nodded, grinning, but that grin faded quickly. She remembered something one of the dead idiots had said. Something about pleasing the Lord. He could have meant Harkin, but she doubted that. Was this the same Lord that was blocking her final challenge? If so, what would he or she try next? She could not even imagine. Fel came up to her, his golden eyes radiating concern. "You okay?" he asked. "You're trembling." She managed a weak laugh. "It is the adrenaline. I will be feeding off it for the rest of the day." He grinned and nodded. Nothing like a murder to get the blood pumping. She smirked. He could be such a brute, but that is what she found most attractive about him. She liked that he could break another man in half with barely a thought. Seeing him crush someone, dominate them, it never failed to excite her. She was quite excited now. She looked down at her combat suit and frowned. "Look at me," she said in a husky voice. "I got loser dust all over me." He smirked. "It is not the best look for you," he agreed. "Fortunately, I have a solution." She gave him a cruel smile. "You do?" He nodded. I have a private shower in my quarters. I would be willing to let you use it for a price. She shivered with excitement. A high price, I would suspect. Not all that high, he said dismissively. He reached out and stroked her cheek. She sighed contentedly. You just have to let me join you. You may need my aid to get that deep down clean. She giggled. That wouldn't be so bad, she said innocently. You could help me get to those hard-to-reach places. I could indeed. Avaryss looked at him hungrily, her eyes blazing golden. In that moment, she did not care about overseers or dark lords. Being here in this moment mattered. She and Fel were a team, hand in glove. Let them try to split us apart, she thought. Let them try. Chapter 33, The Solution. It took Avaryss and Fel almost another month and a half to finally figure out a way out of the problem that they had found themselves in. In that time, the two Sith acolytes had sent over 15 of their fellow students to the medical bay, while only receiving burns and bruises for their trouble. Both of them had grown too strong to be easily stopped, and the Dark Lord's interest prevented a more subtle solution from being carried out. Any other Sith may come to think that all the trouble was not worth it. Most Sith might have come to the conclusion that they should simply accept the way things were and move on. Avaryss and Fel were not those types of people. When someone told them no, they planted their feet, drew their weapons, and waited for the consequences. Given their histories, neither of them had much respect for traditions that said they had no right to be together, and they had proven too strong in the Force to be cut down by their lessers. The attacks by the other students only fueled their anger at their peers, making them even more powerful, making them harder to defeat. Fel continued to train with the Sith Masters on the sly, passing what he had learned to his lover. The situation was quickly becoming tenuous. It was only a matter of time until one of the lords finally intervened. Fel decided to beat them to it. It began one night after love. The two lay in each other's arms staring up at the ceiling of Fel's quarters. Avaryss sighed, running her fingers down his crimson chest. The lust of the last few weeks had changed into something deeper, something that burned like fire. It was a passion that seemed comfortable and almost eternal. She sighed happily. She never wanted it to end. Do you love me? The question surprised her. Considering everything they had been doing the last few weeks, it was kind of hard to doubt that. You know my feelings, she murmured, yawning. Yes, but do you love me? She sat up and looked at him. His expression was as serious as she had ever seen it. Yes, she said without hesitation. I would destroy entire worlds for you. He chuckled. Only worlds. She giggled. If I had the power of Nagasato, I would rip the heart out of 1,000 suns. The destruction that would follow would be my gift to you. He brushed his fingers loving over her face. I love you too, he admitted. Of all things that awaited me on Korriban, I never imagined that this would be one of them. He smiled fondly. My Lady of Shadows. She blushed. His admission made her feel all hot and squishy inside. My darkest night, she purred. His eyes flickered with renewed passion, but he did not act, not yet. Yet his face remained intense, almost solemn. The next words he spoke to her nearly made her fall out of the bed. Marry me? Her blue eyes widened. It was rare that they returned to their natural blue color these days. Over a year of studying the dark side had caused several physical changes. One day, as she knew, her eyes would stay the blazing gold of a Sith. It was inevitable, the result of a life dedicated to studying the dark side. Still, his words caught her off guard. Marriage. The Masters would never allow it. Are you serious? She asked. I would not have said the words if I was not. I want you as my wife. I want you to be Lady Fel. That last part sent a shiver down her spine. Lady Avaryss Fel. The mere thought of it, it made her heart flutter like a baby bird. Lady Avaryss Fel. She couldn't believe it. And how are we going to arrange this little match, husband? He grinned. So you accept? That depends on your plan. Neither Harkin nor Tremel would go for this. If we went to them and told them, they would never accept. I do not plan on giving them a choice. His words gave her chills. What kind of plot had her darkest night been concocting in his brain as they made their way through the last couple of days? She was eager to hear him out. Fel's holdings on Dromund Kaas, though modest, did come with some powerful friends. In the last week he had reached out to them, through private channels of course. He had explained the situation and ordered their help. It will take some time to set up, but when everything is ready, it will be possible to have everything we desire. But what is it? She asked. Tell me the plan. He leaned forward and kissed her chastely on the lips. Do you accept? He asked. Will you become my bride? In that moment she found herself thinking of Oridanna, of her father and mother, advising her to marry well, for the good of their family. Marriage to a pure blood lord on Dromund Kaas would be quite a step up. It would mean giving up her dream to become a lord herself, but as a wife, and perhaps mother to a powerful new bloodline. Adaz had expected her to marry, to continue her bloodline, and carry on the legacy of Darth Hikidus. Here was her chance. A lady of the Sith could do much with that. She had finally told Fel about Darth Feer and the ID system, her desire to destroy the Dark Lord and claim his holdings for her own. ID is one of the main food and medicine producers in the Empire. Whoever controls the ID system will have their hand on the pulse of the entire Empire. And when the next war comes, we will be in a spot to ask for anything from the Dark Council. Darth Mar and Darth Vengean are not fools. They will offer up anything to make sure their armies have what they need to crush the Republic. She had given him an arch look. We? Why not we? He had replied. You will find having someone with connections on Dromund Kaas very valuable. She had nodded. It would make it easier. She would not have struggled as much to build her own power base. At the time, she had agreed with the idea. Now, Fel had introduced another possibility into her plan. To bring all of his holdings into her service, and all he asked was what she was already willing to give. He asked for her heart and body. It was not that hard to give, after all. It was already his. You will need to leave Korriban, he informed her, but that is not as hard as one might think, especially when you have a pure blood's connections. My servants have access to cloaked ships. It will take some time to arrange for one to come here, but it is not impossible. You could leave one morning for the Valley of the Dark Lords and never return. He smiled slyly. Everyone will assume you died in the tombs, meanwhile you will be taken to safety, brought to one of my estates there. You shall rule as my intended, until I achieve the rank of Sith Lord. When that happens, we shall formally wed, and you shall emerge as Lady Fel, and our plans to bring about a new order to the Empire will begin. She felt a deep stirring in her gut. What he was offering, it was almost too good to be true. Yes, it would mean forgetting her dream for a time, but as a lord and her husband, Fel could complete her training. Who was to say that she would not become a lord of distinction someday in her own right? She smiled, nodding gamely. They could not win the game under the current system. They needed to change the rules. If she was to vanish, the Dark Lords would finally have no reason to deny Fel his final test. She did not doubt that he would pass his final trial. No one was a match for him here. Sometimes she doubted that she was a match for him. When Fel finally became a lord, the two of them would be indomitable, and she would ensure that both Fel's blood and the blood of the Lylos family continued. Their children would be so strong in the Force. They would be the future of an empire that would one day stretch across the galaxy. How long will this take to set up? She asked, running her fingers down his bare chest. A few weeks. It will take that long to make sure the bribes are paid to the right people, but after that, it will be simplicity itself. He grinned triumphantly. Does that mean that you will come? You consent to becoming my bride? She smiled slyly. How do I know this is not employed to get more out of me than usual? Offering me this to get my passions to rise even higher. Because I could not find a better partner, or a lover, with you at my side. We will want for nothing, and the Empire itself will be ours to toy with. A happy squeal escaped her, as she leaned for a passionate kiss. "I love it when you talk dirty," she growled. He smirked. "How dirty do you wish things to get?" She sat up, grinning like a hungry predator. "I'll show you." As she awaited word of their plan come into fruition, Avaryss lapsed back into her normal daily routine. The challenges in the dueling ring had finally slowed, yet the masters still refused to give her any one-on-one time. She tried to make up for that by reading in the library, studying the ancient texts. Fel would occasionally have a lesson to pass on to her, but mostly things had begun to return to normal. By the time that Fel finally received word that his servants were ready, she was more than prepared to leave the academy behind her. She had learned everything she could hear, everything that they were willing to teach her. She needed to seek out new challenges. That night, before she was to leave, the two of them sought out the cantina in the Dreshti spaceport. It was the closest thing to civilization that Korriban had outside of the academy and the Dark Council chambers. They surrendered their war blaze as was expected. The owner did not wish to acolytes getting into sword fights in the middle of his establishment. Avaryss ordered their drinks, their usual, and returned to her future husband. The two lovers found a dark corner, they snuggled together, and went over the final details of Fel's plan. "The ship will pick you up at sunrise," he promised, slipping a paper to her under their table. "What I've just given you is an order from Overseer Tremel, permission to enter the tomb of Mark Aragnis. It will stand up under any scrutiny." She grinned hungrily. "So this is it then," she said. She was practically trembling with excitement. By this time tomorrow, she would be far away from Korriban, far away from the prying eyes of the Dark Lords. Then all she would have to do was await her intended. She did not doubt that her groom would be joining her soon. She stroked his face fondly. He looked at her, with a sense of longing that almost broke her heart. "So, this is the end," he said. "No," she corrected, "this is just the beginning." She giggled excitedly. "We will have everything we have ever wanted." "We?" He pulled her into his arms. She found herself sitting in his lap as they kissed, almost losing themselves to their passions. "Have you two mastered the art of breathing through your ears?" Their kiss broke. Both she and Fel glared up. Nas and Taya stood there, both grinning like fools. Fel pinned them both with a cold stare. "This is a private party, ladies," he said. "Go away." Taya started to retreat, but Nas did not follow her. She continued to grin down at them. "I wanted to congratulate you both," she said. "Anyone else in the Empire might have been killed by now, but you two have endured." "Thank you," Fel repeated. "Now you can go away." She made a face at them. "No problem," she said with a shrug. Nothing more disgusting than two people so into each other that they slobber all over each other no matter who is watching. She shook her head, putting two drinks down on the table. "Here," she said, "I brought your drinks, a peace offering." She smiled at Avaryss. "For old time's sake, farm girl." "Thank you, Nas," she said, giving her friend a soft smile. Fel was not so polite. He did not like being interrupted when they were trying to be alone. "Now," he said, "go away." "As you wish," she said, bowing to them both. "May the Force serve you well." Avaryss watched her old ally go. It was an odd thing, in all their time on Butcher's Clearing she never remembered Nas doing anything for a fellow acolyte, not when it did not benefit her directly. "Hey," Fel said, drawing her attention back. He was grinning hungrily at her. "Now," he said. "Where were we?" She smiled fiercely. "Right here, I think," she said, moving in to kiss his neck. "Ah," he gasped, "now I remember." She laughed. "I suppose I'm going to have to make this night memorable," she said. "Who knows when we will get the chance to do this again." "So we should. Come here." They kissed again. Their drinks were so forgotten, and no one else interrupted them, not wishing to anger two of the Academy's top acolytes. Eventually, they rose from their seats and collected their weapons. Both were quite lost in their own desires by that point. They almost forgot their war blaze at the cantina. Fel ran back and got them. Being a gentleman, he carried both back to the academy. The two lovers had not been able to take their eyes off each other. and did not until they made it back to his room. Once their Avaryss surrendered completely to him, she intended to be sure that he would not even look at another female while she was gone. She intended to please him so completely that anyone else would seem a lesser choice. After an hour of fierce lovemaking, they finally fell to sleep. If this was to be their final night, she wanted to remember it always, at least until he came home to Drummond Cass and claimed he as his wife. Lady Avaryss fell. She went to sleep with that name ringing in her ears, eager to get her new life started. She realized that she would need to get some rest. She had a busy morning ahead of her. She awoke before dawn, slipping out of Fell's arms. Checking the time, she realized that she had almost overslept. She cursed her stupidity. The ship would not be able to wait long, cloaked or not. Fell awoke, his eyes glazed, his voice slurred. "Where are you all going?" She smiled at him. "To meet the ship, love. Remember?" He nodded, though his eyes remained glazed with sleep. She kissed him on the forehead. "We will speak again, as soon as I am able." She went searching for her clothes. Fell had been a bit of an animal last night, tossing her garments everywhere. "I'll miss that," she thought. "Hopefully his training will not take much longer." She dressed quickly, but was unable to find her war blade. Funny, she thought. Fell grabbed it last night, I'm sure of it. Having no time to hunt for it, she picked up a training saber and slipped out of her lover's chambers. A Sith trooper was marching down the hall as she did. She gave him a sly smile and a cheery wave as she passed. Trysts were not uncommon in the academy. Who knew how many men and women were seen slipping out of their lover's room before dawn? The only difference here was that she would not be returning. The ship was no doubt waiting. She could not afford to be late. She showed the paper to the gate guard, and he allowed her to pass. Dawn was probably the best time to enter the valley. Most of the creatures there were night feeders. They would be settling into rest in their nests and caves. Of course, she was not going to the valley, not today. Fell had told her where to meet the ship. If she hurried, she would just make it with time to spare. She risked one last look at the academy. How she had struggled long and hard to get here, to try and take her place among the masters. Now, she had a different path. It would lead to the same destination, and best of all, it was a road she did not have to walk alone. Lady Avaryss fell. She grinned, eager to start her new life, embrace her new title. She used the Force to speed her on her way. Soon the location that Fell described came into view. She thought she saw something shimmering in the sunlight, like a ship, but one made of mirrors. Just in time, she thought. Now I will be. All the air rushed out of her. She collapsed to the ground screaming. The desert went away, the ship went away, all that was left was shadow, shadow and blood. She found herself struggling to breathe. Blood was pouring from her eyes, nose, and mouth. She struggled to rise, but the pain doubled her back over. She tried to summon the Force, but the pain was too intense. It was like every organ in her body was being stabbed by long, sharp knives. She tried to crawl to the door, but it was no use. Her body was going colder and colder by the minute. The pain robbing her of any will to survive. She collapsed on the bed, her blood pooling around her. She tried to call for help, but her voice was barely a whisper. The darkness swallowed her up, not the darkness of sleep, but something colder, hungrier. She died right there in her room. Avaryss blinked. Once again she in the desert. The ship was right there, only about 100 paces out of reach. She reached out with the Force, trying to figure out what happened. She shuddered. Fell. She tried to touch him, his presence. She found nothing. It was gone. Fell. She struggled to stand, the bile rising in her throat, and with it a sense of pain and loss so bad it felt like she wanted to rip herself in two. No, she murmured, trying to breathe. Fell. No. A squad of Sith fighters screamed overhead. They flew so low that she was thrown into the air by their passing. They fired on the cloak ship. Its shields were down. It took all its power to keep the cloaking device working. The ship exploded violently, and again she was thrown into the air. She landed with a pained thud, her arm breaking on impact. She continued to wail, unable to contain her rage, her grief. He was gone. Her love was gone. A-I-I-I-E. The wreckage of the ship blasted away, so great was the power of her forced scream. She tried to rise only to be shot from behind. The blue ripple of a stun blast on its highest setting, 3 stun blasts to be precise. She collapsed onto the stony ground. Booted feet surrounded her. She looked up and saw Tremel and Harkin looking down on her. "Oh, Acolyte," the dark-skinned overseer murmured, shaking his head. "What have you done?" She had no answer. The world was retreating before her. All she knew was that Fel was dead. Her ship was destroyed. Harkin sneered down at her. "Get this murderess to Inquisitor Zine," he said excitedly. "He will get a confession out of her." Avaryss whimpered. She tasted her own blood. Murderess. What did Harkin mean? Who had she murdered? She felt arms grab her, pull her to her feet. A fresh blast of pain lanced from her broken arm. She cried out, only to be struck from behind by the butt of a rifle. She fell down into the dark. Her last thoughts were of a world that would never be. Lady Avaryss fell. She was gone, dead, like the man she loved. The darkness claimed her. Avaryss would be joining her soon. Chapter 34. Torture. "Do not think about Park." She repeated the phrase over and over again, trying to drown out the pain. Electricity arced off the interrogation table as Inquisitor Zin continued her questioning. She remembered what had happened to the acolyte that she had questioned, how he had ended up being executed for something he had not done. "Don't think about that. You had nothing to do with Fel's death. Stay focused on that." She could make it through this. She could endure. When the voltage finally stopped, she slumped back against the table. Her breath came in labored wheezes. A mix of sweat and blood ran down her body. "Do not think about Park," her savaged mind repeated. "Don't think about him." She had lost track of how long she had been here. It could have been hours or days. Zine kept her powers in check with a steady flow of drugs, preventing her from accessing the Force in any way. Otherwise, she may have simply drained his life energy and tried to escape. They had begun her interrogation with the Class 4 Truth Serum, and it had worked famously. She had given up her darkest secrets and desires, yet, still, the Inquisitor still did not cease. "This is not about the truth, remember," the dark voice within chided. "It is about power, and finding someone to blame. This interrogation is because you thought to cheat the system. You did not play the game. Now, you need to answer for it." A sound between a sob and a giggle escaped her lips. So much for the grand destiny of Avaryss of the Sith. Fingers seized her long hair, pushing her head up. A clamp emerged from the table, pinning her head in place. Inquisitor Zin stood before her, a pleased smile on his rotund face. "Still with us, Acolyte? Good, we still have much ground to cover." She almost sobbed, imagining what he would likely do next. Though she knew it was pointless, she said the phrase she had said many times since waking up under the man's care. "I didn't murder Fel," she whimpered. "I didn't." Zin shrugged. He actually looked like he might have some sympathy for her, maybe just a smidgen. He sighed. "Evidence suggests otherwise, Acolyte. You were the last one to see Acolyte Fel alive. You were observed leaving his quarters before sunrise." The Inquisitor chuckled. "Young people, and your coupling, perhaps this time, you should have just left well enough alone." Zine made his way back to his console to check her vitals, make sure she could survive the next round of questioning. "The evidence is circumstantial, but it is strong. Traces of the poison were found on your skin, but that may have simply been the result of the time you spent with the victim." Victim, Avaryss thought. He meant Fel, her lover, the man who was to be her husband, perhaps one day the father of their children. She sobbed weakly. Zin looked up at her, his face bland. "This would go a lot easier if you just gave me a signed confession. If you admit to your crimes, you will be permitted to die painlessly. I have injection here that will make sure that you do not suffer. It will be like taking a nap on a warm summer day. He smiled broadly. All you have to do is confess, and the pain will stop. She pinned him with her eyes. What he was asking, part of her wanted it. Part of her just wanted the pain to stop, but at the same time, her desire to live continued to burn. And that desire was being fueled by anger. She had done nothing. She would never have hurt Phil, but someone did, and that someone was here in the academy. She wanted to live. She wanted to find them. She wanted to make them pay. Despite all the drugs whose purpose was to keep her calm, that one thought remained. Survive, and find the one responsible. It was the only thing left for her to do. She shook her head, doing her best to keep her eyes on the Inquisitor. When she spoke, it was with a voice that was both clear and calm. I didn't do it, she repeated. Zen sighed. Then I suppose it is back to work then. He pressed a button on his console. Electricity arced through the table. Avaryss convulsed as the voltage struck her. Stars exploded before her eyes. She clenched her teeth, trying very hard not to bite her own tongue. This was just the beginning, she knew. It would not be over soon. Eventually, the pain did stop. How long it had been, she was not sure. She groaned weakly. She must have lost consciousness, but could not remember when that had happened. She opened her eyes and was confronted by a hologram of the most grisly of scenes. Her breath caught in her throat, her eyes widened with horror. Not a very pleasant picture, is it, Acolyte? Zine asked her. Still, there is still a sense of artistry about it, I suppose. The Inquisitor laughed lightly. Have a look, admire your handiwork. The image was of Fel, lying dead in his chambers. The bed was a bloody mess, her love's body twisted in death, no doubt from whatever painful contortions that had ended his life. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't. The table kept her head forward, her eyes focused on the scene of the crime. Fel, she thought, tears running down her cheeks. No. A wave of grief washed over her, grief and anger. It must have been strong because it almost overwhelmed the drug-induced haze that Zen had put her in. For the briefest of moments, she felt the dark side return to her, return in all its brutal glory. She struggled against her bonds. The metal began to bend at her mental command. The Inquisitor noticed and shook his head. No, he murmured, no, I'm afraid we can't have that. He pressed a button on the console. Something sharp jabbed her in the back of the neck. Again a wave of apathy washed over her, stealing away her anger, making her docile. She glared at the Inquisitor, trying with all her will not to look at what had happened to her love. I'm... Yes, Acolyte, Zen said politely. I'm going to kill you, Zine, she managed, slowly and painfully. He chuckled. Oh, I don't think so. In fact, I would say that it is quite unlikely that you will make it out of here. He turned off the holo of murder scene, the one and only thing she could say that she was grateful for. Phil had been a juggernaut in life, a colossus. He did not deserve to have such an ignoble end broadcast for all to see. I must admit, Zine said, your reaction surprises me, Acolyte. I've had many murders on my table, and their reactions have usually always been the same. Despite the denials they spew, most Sith revel in what they accomplish. Seeing a rival brought so low pleases them, despite their words to the contrary. He smiled gamely. What happened, Acolyte? Was possessing all that Fel had not enough for you, or did you decide that you couldn't wait? Did you kill him so he would not have the chance to change his mind? She wanted to shout and scream at him, but the drugs that he had pumped into her prevented even that. All that she could do was whimper. I loved him, she moaned. We were going to get married. Zen nodded. Yes, I've heard that. You were to be sent off-world to wait for him to finish his training. I'm sure it was all very romantic. She blinked. How? How did you find out? We were so careful. Zine shrugged. Someone talked, Acolyte. Someone always does. A new holo appeared before her eyes, A block of text began scrolling before her. She read it, in spite of the pain she was in. Her eyes widened. What is this? Your confession, Zin explained. It was written from what we know about your little plan. There are some gaps, of course, but we trust that you can fill those in for us. She read the words, her horror building with each line. Her confession stated that she had planned to kill Fel from the beginning. That she, an overly ambitious girl from the fringes of the Empire, had taken advantage of his inexperience. When she had realized she had a chance to become a lady, she had talked him into the marriage plan, but had made sure that he would die before she ever reached Drummond Kaas. Once there, she would make an alliance with one of his underlings, and using them for witnesses, claim that she and Fel had already been married, and claim all that he had owned. It was an audacious plan. If she had heard that another acolyte had plotted it, she would have said the girl worthy of the most painful of deaths. This isn't true, she moaned. I didn't plan this, any of it. The poison came from your sword, acolyte, Zin said. It was coated from hilt to blade. Her head spun. How had her blade gotten poison on it? It was Cynics, a poison used by the assassins of the Genoheridan, he informed her. It is a rather quick and painful toxin, both colorless and odorless. The pain it causes makes it extremely useful on Force users. If it is detected early, it can be burned away. He gave her a conspiratorial smirk. Had Fel been awake and aware, he could have dispelled its effects, but you made sure that he was not, didn't you? I'm sure you kept him more than occupied while the poison took effect. Zin chuckled. That is what happened, isn't it, you clever little minx? Avaryss shook her head. She had never even heard of this poison before. Poisons were not really her thing, but how could it get on her war blade? It never left her side. She blinked. I didn't poison the blade, but I think I know where it was done, she said quickly. I was forced to surrender it when we went to the cantina. Ask the man at the door, the one who took Fel, and my weapons. Perhaps he knows how this happened. An intriguing idea, acolyte, but pointless, as I'm sure you know. We sent troopers to investigate the cantina, to see if we could find the source of the poison. The man who took your blade did not show up for work the next morning. He was found dead in his room in Dreshti. Zin shook his head. You did fairly well at covering your tracks. If only you had made sure to have an alibi for when Acolyte Fel was killed, you might have gotten away with it, but then again, you should not have needed one. You would have been long gone, if we had not heard about the ship that tried to slip through the Academy's defenses last night. Avaryss shuddered. Had one of Fel's minions talked, or had the one that Fel used to get the message out talked? Either way, the leak had gotten back to the overseers, or perhaps one of the Dark Lords that were watching what was going on between her and Fel. They had, no doubt, made sure she would not have been able to escape. She would have gotten in trouble for attempting to flee the Academy, but any such punishment would have been minimal compared to the murder charge she now faced. She took a deep breath, trying to think through the drug-induced haze. Clearly someone had gone to a lot of trouble to set this up. The only question was, who? This cynic stuff, it is rare, hard to come by. Not at all, Zin said. We Inquisitors keep samples here. As I said, the pain the poison causes is quite intense, even in low doses. Even after a single dose of Cynics, most prisoners will tell us anything in exchange for the antidote, just to make sure that the pain stops. Avaryss nodded, her brain working as fast as it could under the situation. Zin chuckled. You can drop the clueless act, acolyte. You spend enough time with the Inquisitors on Butcher's Clearing, I've been told. Surely you came to know what toxins we keep in reserve there. Had you chosen something more exotic, it might have led back to you sooner. Synox was a good choice. Well played. If only we had not learned about your escape ship. You might even have gotten away with it. Avaryss growled. Zin had an answer for everything, it seemed. The evidence against her was circumstantial, but it could be spun to look much stronger. At this point, her execution would look like justice had been done. Of course, this was not about justice, it was about Sith justice. Fel had had many Dark Lords interested in him, For such a promising young prospect to die so ignobly would have been an insult to those lords. That fact that the poisoner had been caught so easily, equally so, the timing of all this worked against her. The Dark Lords were looking for someone to blame, and here she was. Her attempted flight only made her look more guilty. They would not execute her because she had poison fell. They would execute her because she had gotten caught. Because someone always had to get caught. The guilty had to be punished. That was the way of the Sith. The citizens of the Empire expected it. Zen looked down at his console. An evil smile came to lips. "Ah," he said, "this looks promising." She shuddered. She did not like the sound of that. "This is a most interesting chemical mixture," he told her. "I'm sure after an hour or so under its influence you will be more than willing to give a full confession." She struggled against her bonds, trying to free herself, no avail. She felt the needle go into her neck. She gasped, her eyes bulged. She thought getting shocked hurt. She was wrong. The world turned red. She screamed and screamed. Her torment continued. The pain ended, and again she found herself back on the Inquisitor's table. She tried to catch her breath, but she couldn't. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. It felt like she had just run a race. Can't breathe," she gasped. "Inquisitor," she heard a familiar voice say, "what is happening?" She heard Zen chuckle. "Your victim is having a reaction to one of the drugs I've used," he told her. "Pay it no mind, acolyte. It will make her more cooperative, trust me." Avaryss wheezed. She looked down on who had spoken. Taya, she said. The blonde gave her a cold and imperious look. She crossed her arms over her chest. "Hello, Avi," she said. "Looks like you have gotten yourself in a bit of trouble." "Help me," Avaryss wheezed. Please." Taya sniffed. "Help yourself, Avi," she said. "Confess, I do not have all day." Avaryss whimpered. "No, this could not be." Taya was her friend. She wanted to cry. "Help me, please." The blonde paced before her, looking as cold and implacable as Avaryss had ever seen her. "Murdering one of your betters is beneath you, Avi. I thought you smarter than that. Didn't kill Faye. Fell. Lou loved him." Her friend shook her head. "I'm giving you one final chance, Avi," she said. "Admit what you did. I'll make sure that Zen goes easy on you." Avaryss shook her head. Didn't do it?" Taya hissed. "Fine," she said, "the hard way then." She raised her hands. Avaryss tried to brace herself. Force lightning tore through her. She cried out, but only barely. It felt like something was broken in her. Her lungs weren't working right. Black spots danced before her vision. "I'm dying," she thought. "Perhaps that is for the best." Taya continued to glare at her. She moved closer so that only Avaryss could hear her. "I can't hold back, Avi," she murmured. "I'm sorry. I need to pass this trial. Tremel is starting to worry about my commitment. Try to understand." Avaryss wheezed. Her entire body hurt. She had never realized how painful force lightning was until this moment. It was something she would never forget. Taya reached up to her bound arm, the one she had broken in the fall. She had barely felt that pain. She had been too focused on the others. Taya squeezed. Another strangled cry escaped Avaryss' lips. Her eyes found Taya's. The blonde looked sad. "I'm sorry," she mouthed. She stepped back and gave her friend another blast of force lightning. Avaryss convulsed on the table, unable to escape, unable to catch her breath. When the lightning stopped, she sagged in her restraints. Let it end, she thought. Great Emperor, hear your servant's prayer. Please, let I end. Be careful, their acolyte, she heard Zen warn. Her vitals do not look good. She is dying. Taya asked. We need a confession first, Zen reminded her. Please try and extract one. Despite the pain, despite the lack of breath, Avaryss giggled. Cowards, she spat. Zine and Taya looked at her. What did you say, Avi? her friend asked. Avaryss looked up, her eyes blazing with hate and contempt. So afraid of the Dark Lords, so afraid of their displeasure. Yo, you could forge a confession if you wished. She shook her head. She was hyperventilating now, but she did not care. She would get her last words out, even if it killed her. I won't give you what do you want? She laughed. A true Sith knows no fear. I die a Sith. She glared at her tormentors. You both disgust me. You can't breathe. She slumped against her bindings. She heard a steady tone from Zion's console. She knew that sound, knew what it meant. Her heart had stopped. She felt herself starting to drift away. The world slid into blackness. She started to let go. Catch me? Fell, she thought. Catch me, Daddy? Everything was fading, but then she felt a sharp pain in her neck. The tone turned to a harsh beeping. Zen had saved her for the moment, but she was in a bad way. Too late, she thought, far too late. You fat fool. I want to die. To spite you and the rest of our order, I will die. The world started to come back, but she was no longer capable of talking. She was fading quickly, into mere unconsciousness or death, she could not say. She heard the door to the chamber open, she heard angry voices, and the snap hiss of a lightsaber. Her world of shadows filled with ruby light. It turned everything the color of blood. She tried to look up, but her vision was fuzzy. She could not focus. She heard Zion stammer. My lord. Stop. A commanding voice shouted. This acolyte is under my protection. If she dies, you die. Get the medical droids in here, she heard Zen shout, his voice filling with panic. Medical droids to the interrogation room. Avaryss shook her head. What was happening? Was this all a dream? A feverish dream to be saved before she finally passed on? No, she did not think so. She tried to look up. She tried to see the face of her rescuer. That voice, she thought, that voice. I know that voice. She tried to remember, but it was too late. Everything went black. Avaryss faded away. Chapter 35. Revenge. Word of Avaryss' arrest and subsequent survival spread through the Sith Academy like wildfire. Though the arrest was common knowledge, the overseers wanted the students to know that a guilty student had been caught and punished, and that they could not hide from the rules of the Academy. Her rescue was meant to be classified. The circumstances were not meant to be known. Of course, the arrival of a Dark Lord was not easily silenced, and soon the whole Academy knew what had happened. No one knew exactly which Dark Lord had stepped up and placed the acolyte under his protection, and as a result dozens of wild theories filled the hall. One claimed that it was Darth Daverus, that the master of the Pyramid of Knowledge had learned that Avaryss had discovered something in the archives, and wished that knowledge preserved. Another student claimed it was Darth Varon, that he had blood ties to Fel, and learned that Avaryss was carrying his relation's child. Another rumor claimed that it was Darth Daverus, that Avaryss had secretly been the daughter of this sister, Darth Ekage, and he wished to preserve her legacy and take the girl as his apprentice. Someone even said that it was the Emperor's wrath, that the Emperor himself had taken note of the farm girl's accomplishments and had plans for her. All these theories and more bounced back and forth across the Academy's walls. No one knew for certain what was true. No one had seen the Dark Lord enter or leave. His guards had shielded him from prying eyes. The only one who knew the truth had been Inquisitor Zen, and he had been placed on leave. Anyone else might have been executed for threatening a Dark Lord's claim, but Tremel had spoken up in the man's defense. He had only been carrying out his orders and the rules of the Academy, and no one had informed anyone that the girl had a patron watching over her. The Dark Lord must have agreed because Zion was allowed to take some time off and return to Dromund Kaas. The man would only be allowed to live if he respected the Dark Lord's desire for anonymity. Zen had accepted without complaint, commenting that it had been too long since he had visited the capital. Jailer Nash took over for him in his absence, dealing with any problems and interrogations. The old Sith welcomed the duty. He enjoyed his work. Avaryss knew none of this. While all this was going on, she was floating in a kolto tank, being tended by the Academy's medical droids. They kept her in a medically induced coma while they worked to repair the damage done during the interrogation. For 4 days she had been at Zion's mercy, a new Academy record, but that was only because the lords that had been watching Fel demanded that his murderers suffer for her actions. Understandably, those lords were not happy with their fellow's choice to act. Schemes were already being formed to deal with the girl, but they would need to wait, at least until the girl's protector chose to reveal himself. No one in the Empire wished to provoke an unknown enemy. The secrecy of the whole thing suggested either a Darth of very high rank, or a Dark Council member. Provoking either was not something done lightly. Plus, given the attention that Fel had won, many wondered if the girl had not acted alone. Perhaps she had even had authorization to end the pure blood's life. She might even have been ordered to do it. The Emperor's silence continued. No one had seen his voice in years. It was said that his hands and his wrath remained active, but they had always remained behind the scenes. Had the Emperor taken a hand in these events? Was the girl that special that the master of them all might have intervened on her behalf? Perhaps he had even ordered the death of Fel. Such orders had been handed down before. It was no secret that the girl and Fel had been involved. They had not kept their tryst secret. Any spy on Korriban could have confirmed that for his master or mistress. It was said that the Emperor never took a new servant without asking first that they carry out an act of extreme loyalty. The Empire was full of tales of husbands slaying wives, children slaying parents, and even parents executing one of their own children to earn a spot at the Emperor's side. Was this what had happened to young Fel? To bask in the Emperor's glory was an honor. It was said that the Emperor had the power to make a servant immortal, free of ever knowing old age or disease. Such an honor was not easily rejected. Perhaps this Avaryss had been picked to become one of their master's new hands. It was usually a post reserved only for pure bloods, but exceptions had been made in the past when the Sith was truly powerful. Such talk changed Avaryss' prospects considerably. Her name was now on many lips. This girl, trained in one of the Fury academies, but in spite of that, said to be a sorceress of great potential and perhaps incredible power. Eyes fell upon Korriban, their watchful gaze now directed at the medical bay there. For the moment, no one would act. They would wait, see what came out of this. This Avaryss was protected. Many wanted to know by whom and how they might turn that knowledge to their advantage. For another week, Avaryss remained in a kolto tank, but finally, after days of dormancy, her body began to twitch. The droid scanned her brain waves, determining that she was finally coming back to the world of the living. Word was sent to the overseers and to the many spies who were watching. The Lord settled in to watch the next act of the play that was taking place before them. The curtain was rising. Avaryss was again ready to take the stage. She awoke to the sound of heavy mechanical breathing, air being taken in and out with machine-like proficiency. Avaryss opened her eyes. She recognized the gray metal walls of the medical bay, the horizontal light panels built into the walls. She groaned and stretched. It felt like she'd been asleep forever. A tall, spindly medical droid stood over her. "Do not make any sudden movements, mistress," it cautioned. "Your body has had a terrible shock." She glared at the droid. She didn't speak. Her tongue felt strange, her mouth equally so. But if she could have spoken, she would not have dignified the droid's comment with an answer. It was not a shock, she wanted to say. It was dying. She shook her head. I should be dead. How she had almost died, she didn't know, but she had. Her memories were fuzzy. No matter, she would remember soon enough. She finally managed to sit up. A wave of dizziness and nausea almost put her right back down. She closed her eyes and focused. I will not give in to this, she thought. I will not. Slowly, the world stopped spinning. She looked around the medical bay. She was alone, just her and the droids, that and the sound of heavy mechanical breathing. What is that? Where is it coming from? She looked down at her body. She was clad in a simple med-center wrap. She saw no bruising or burns. She looked at her formerly broken arm. There was some scarring, but these were not simply random cuts. She guessed they were from surgery, probably to repair the broken bones. Everything tasted and smelled of colto. The healing liquid saturated the air down here. She shook her head again. She must have been in the tank for quite some time. She looked up at the medical droids, 3 spindly things with large round optic sensors. "Are you in any pain, mistress?" the first asked. "We can provide a sedative if you desire." She shook her head no. No, she did not need a sedative. She needed to get out of here. Her jaw hurt. She reached up to rub it, wondering if that fool, Zen, had broken it during her questioning. She froze. When she touched the lower part of her face, all she felt was metal. Metal and tubes. Her eyes widened, the heavy mechanical breathing became more labored. One of the droids moved in closer. "Please remain calm, mistress," it cautioned. "Let the respirator do its work. It will make sure you have enough air." She looked at the droid. What had they done? Her breathing became more labored. "Stupid rust buckets," she thought. "What have they done to me?" She tried to tear the heavy metal thing off. "Get it off me. Get it off. I need air." The droid's arm reached out to stop her. It was all she could do to keep from trying to leap on it and smash it to scrap. "Do not remove the respirator, mistress," it warned. "Your lungs suffered chemical damage. The colto mist and oxygen being fed by the mask will aid your recovery." She stopped struggling, tried to think, trying hard not to panic. She looked at the droid, and for the first time, she tried to speak. "Parem." She blinked. Her voice sounded strange, coming through a droid vocoder. It sounded more high-pitched, nasally. "Relax," the dark voice within said. "Let the mask help your breathing. Don't struggle. Now try again. Speak softly and calmly." She took a deep breath and tried again. "Ice dot. It permanent." "Mistress," the droid said, tilting his head. "Mask," she said. "Is it permanent?" "Ah," the droid said, finally understanding what she was asking. "No, mistress, the mask is not permanent. Your lungs were damaged, but not so much that they will not heal with time, treatment, and rehabilitation." Hearing that calmed her somewhat. She had no desire to start cutting away parts of herself, not yet anyway. "If mistress desires," the droid behind the first said, "it can be made permanent. The surgery would not be difficult." She shook her head no. "No," she said, "unnecessary." The droids accepted that answer and backed off. Good. Her father had been lucky to make through the war intact. She had seen plenty of war veterans back on Oridanna with cyborg eyes, ears, and limbs. It might have been vanity on her part, but she was not ready to join those people, not yet. She happened to like her body the way it was. Fel liked it too. He would be disappointed if she blinked. Fel. For the briefest of moments, she had forgotten what had happened. Fel, he was dead. A whimper escaped her. It sounded strange through the respirator's voice circuits. The droids continued to watch her. She thought of lashing out, of smashing them to junk in a fit of rage, but as soon as the thought took shape, it slid away like a drop of water on an armored plate. She looked at the machines. Surely they knew what had happened. She remembered being questioned, tortured. Her heart had stopped. "How long have I been here?" she inquired. "You have been under our care for a week," the first droid said. "Your injuries were quite extensive." Her eyes narrowed. "Am I healed?" "You are functional again," the third droid finally said. "There was some damage. Your nervous system was in the early stages of failure when you were brought to us. We have done all we could, but there will be some permanent damage." "What type of damage?" she demanded. "Your eyes have developed oversensitivity to light. You will likely need to wear a hood or protective lenses in bright environments. Loud sounds may also prove debilitating. In battle, you may wish to wear sound bafflers." We can provide you with both, should you require it, the third droid said helpfully. She nodded. So far, not so bad. A Sith that needed to stay out of bright light. That was nothing if not ironic. Your blood is currently saturated with several Sith poisons. They nearly caused cardiac arrest during your interrogation. We have done what we could to neutralize them, but they will only leave your system with time. The remaining side effects are not fatal, but it will take time to burn them out of your system. Effect of the poisons, she asked. Lack of attention, you may also feel a sense of disconnectedness in overly emotional situations. You will feel emotion, but any reaction to stimuli will be muted. It may feel like someone you know is experiencing the act, not you. Avaryss nodded, still not quite sure what the droid meant. Zine had been using something to keep her calm during the interrogation, some kind of anti-stim. She suspected this was what caused her heart to stop. Will I recover? She asked. With time, the three droids said in unison. How much time? The three droids looked at each other, comparing notes. 4 to 6 months, they said again in unison. Avaryss cursed under her breath. They expected her to wear this mask for half a year. Forge her that, she thought. She would fix this now. She sprang from the bed, tearing off the medical wrap. She wore nothing beneath, but could care less. Modesty in front of a group of medical droids was the last thing on her mind. She had places to go. And someone who seriously deserved to die. The first droid sidled up beside her. Mistress, you've not been cleared to leave this facility. She gave it an angry look. It backed away like a good Sith droid. She almost smirked. She did enjoy even programmed fear. I'm clearing myself, she growled, looking around. Do I have any clothes to change into? The second droid gestured. Behind her, hanging on a rack, was a set of black training clothes, along with a hooded robe. Despite the heavy respirator, and how much it hurt wearing it, she smiled. Someone had thought ahead, it seemed. She dressed quickly, finding that even her war blade had been left behind, its pommel polished to a mirror shine. She was about to touch it, but then remembered how Fel had died. She jerked her hand back quickly. The weapon has been fully sanitized for your use, mistress, the second droid said. Any foreign elements have been eliminated. She reached out with the force, trying to sense danger. She felt nothing. Still, she did not deny a brief twinge of fear as she picked the weapon up. She looked down at the sword. She had been so proud when Adaz had given it to her, and now that pride was tainted. Someone had used it to ignobly murder the man she loved, coated it with poison. Her eyes narrowed. Fel deserved better. He deserved to be avenged. She drew it, dropped into a fighting stance, and gave the weapon a quick spin. Her movements were sluggish, far slower than she remembered, but they would be adequate for what she was about to do. She sheathed her weapon and turned to the droids. You better prepare another bed, she said coldly. You're about to get a new patient. We are ready to assist anyone in need, mistress, the first droid said. We. She did not stick around to hear anything more. Without another word, she strode out of the medical room. She shook her head at the droid's suggestion of her recovery time. 4 to 6 months. She would do it in less than 4 to 6 minutes. The thought sent a warm shiver down her spine. All she needed was victim, and she knew the perfect one. A certain blonde weakling was about to provide her with the means to restore herself. Her hands clenched. She had to force herself to keep calm enough for her respirator to do its work. I won't need it much longer. Not after I have fed. She made her way down the back halls of the academy. No one stopped or challenged her. She must have looked quite the sight in her black robes and heavy breathing mask. She had needed to pull up her hood after only a few moments. Even the standard luminescence of the academy now hurt her eyes. She managed to catch her reflection in one of the reflective surfaces along the wall. The sight did not please her. She looked haggard, worn out. Her once blazing golden eyes had turned dull, dried blood crimson. Yellow flecks remained, but they no longer radiated the power they once had. The heavy gray breathing mask covered her jaw, and up to the bridge of her nose, It fit so tight she thought she could see dried blood where it attached to her face. The sight of it angered her. If Fel had seen her like this. No. Do not go there. Not anymore. He is gone, your plans with him shattered, any possible future forgotten. She nodded grimly. When everything had been taken, all that remained was anger and retribution, retaliation. First, she needed to be whole again. That meant fixing this, and that meant finding Taya. She drifted into the shadows, wraith-like. She almost chuckled. Today, she would be death itself. She made her way to Taya's quarters. There were several blind spots along the way, the perfect place for a reunion, and a well-placed waste chute to dispose of any leftovers. Not that there would be much left over, a dusty red tunic and leggings covered with ash. Then she would be whole again, free to seek out the one that had left her in such a state. Through victory, my chains are broken. The force shall set me free. She found the perfect place to lay in wait. Taya often returned to her room before evening class. The girl enjoyed a nap during the hottest period of the day, provided she was not out in the Valley of the Dark Lords, but that was unlikely. Taya did not have ambition to go hunting through the tombs for prestige, not alone, and if Nas did happen to be with her, she would just have to drain her too. No witnesses, no rules. She laughed, resulting in a coughing fit. She settled into wait. It would not be long. Her quarry would be along soon. By the time that the blonde did finally show, she was alone. Avaryss grinned from ear to ear, as much as she could wear in the respirator. She had chosen her hiding spot well. One of the power conduits here was always buzzing too loudly. The staff could have fixed it, but the overseers had them leave it be. Anything that annoyed the students could be useful in helping them focus their power. Today, it had been even more useful. It masked the in and out sound of Avaryss' new breath mask. The blonde walked along like she didn't have a care in the world. The sight annoyed her former ally. The criffing which tortured me, and now she parades around like nothing happened. Avaryss growled. I thought we were friends. Well, at least Taya could be useful to her one last time. No room for friends within the Sith Order. Avaryss started to rise from where she had been hiding. Taya, she growled. The blonde stopped. Yes. What do you? She paused. Avaryss stepped out of the shadows, let her get a good look at her. What do you think, Tay? She said coldly, admire your handiwork, yours and Zine's. Recognition finally blossomed on the blonde's face. Between the hood and the mask, she probably did not recognize her old friend. Avi. Avaryss had heard enough. She struck. She seized the blonde and shoved her hard against the wall. The back of Taya's head struck with some force, leaving the taller girl dazed. Avaryss began the spell. She had heard old alien death grip. She almost laughed. In fact, it was going to be a death grip. All she needed was a few seconds, and it would all be over. Taya would wither like a flower before her eyes. She would mummify alive from the power of the dark side. She would die, and Avaryss would use that power to heal herself, just like she had done back on Butcher's Crossing. The effect here would be more localized than that death field had been, but the result would be the same. She would be whole again. She would be healed. Taya's eyes widened in horror. She had seen her friend cast spells before. She probably even recognized some of the words. She was dazed, too surprised to defend herself. No, she gasped. Avi? Please don't. I didn't mean. Avaryss nearly shouted the last word of the incantation. Taya let out a strangled cry, expecting the death magic to wash over her any minute and leave her just a withered husk, or perhaps a pile of ash. Avaryss reveled in that, yet, surprisingly, she could not feel the other girl's terror, only the merest whisper of emotion. Taya closed her eyes and sobbed. She. A whimpered cry escaped the blonde's lips. Then, she opened her eyes. She looked at Avaryss. Her friend still gripped her shoulders, but that was it. No dark power bloomed from Avaryss' fingers, No Sith sorcery engulfed her, healing her damaged lungs. The two women just stood there, both looking shocked. Avaryss' eyes widened. What? What had gone wrong? She reached out to the dark side, tried to summon her power. She felt almost nothing. Normally the force sang through her like a gale. Now, it felt like a soft whisper. She could feel the darkness pulsing, but it was as if she was looking at it through a window, unable to touch it, unable to draw on it. Her breathing suddenly turned labored, her respirator responding to her disbelief. Taya looked at her, realizing that she was not dead. Before Avaryss could act, she shoved her, putting both her own strength and the force into it. Her old ally flew back and hit the wall. Stars exploded before Avaryss' eyes. She sank to her knees, trying to clear away the dizziness. She raised her hand, trying to grab Taya, to snap her neck for somehow resisting the power of the dark side spell. Again, nothing happened. Taya rubbed her neck, like wiping away something that had brushed against her skin. Then she pinned her would-be murderer with a cold, imperious stare. Avaryss said nothing. There was nothing left to say. Taya drew her double-bladed saber. The weapon flared to life, charged to full power, killing power. Avaryss did not even bother drawing her own weapon. What was the point? It seemed that Zen had done much worse than scar her physically, those foul potions he had injected into her. The ones he used to keep her calm. He had overdosed her on them, and now, she was seeing the full effect. He had done something to her connection to the Force. She could feel it, but she was cut off from it. She could not call on her powers, not a spell, lightning, or even the barest of telekinetic shoves. She sighed. The sound that came out of the mask was a pathetic wheeze. She lowered her hood and offered Taya her neck. The blonde stood before her, unsure of what she was seeing. "What are you doing?" she asked. Avaryss shook her head. "Finish me," she said. "Kill me." Taya stood there, stupefied. "I thought you wanted to kill me," she said. "Why am I not a pile of dust?" "The Force is gone," Avaryss almost whimpered. "I can't touch it, can't defend myself." She looked into her friend's eyes, or perhaps former friend was more appropriate, her eyes almost pleading. "Zen crippled me, Tay. I thought I could fix it, but..." She shook her head. "Just make it quick, okay? For old time's sake." Taya stood before her, her weapon drawn. Another Sith would not have hesitated, especially after such a clumsy and failed attempt to kill her. Avaryss shook her head. She thought she was Fel's equal, and now, to end up like this. To die at the hands of Taya of all people. The Force had sick and cruel sense of humor. So much for the great Avaryss, the hero of Butcher's Clearing. She was about to die at the hands of her light-leaning former ally. Talk about an ignoble end. She waited on her knees, waited for Taya's blade to end her miserable existence. Through victory, my chains are broken, she thought. Well, no breaking of chains here, only death. She was going to die for being stupid. Taya looked down on her, even with her dulled, weakened senses. She could sense no anger, only concern and pity. "Don't pity me," Avaryss growled, starting to draw her sword. "Don't you dare." Taya kept her guard up, but did not attack. She did not need to. She could have reached out with the Force and crushed Avaryss' throat. She doubted that she could manage a Force shield now, not one strong enough to stop a second-level acolyte like Taya. The two women faced off, their weapons drawn. It would not be much of a contest, but Avaryss would not die on her knees. She would not die some pathetic thing. She would rather die on her feet with a weapon in hand. Taya sighed. "Lower your blade, Avi," she said. "Why?" "Because I want to help you." The words shocked her. Did Taya forget where they were? This was Korriban. Acolytes did not help ones that just tried to murder them. Taya lowered her own sword, powering it down. "A show of good faith," she said. "Now, lower your weapon." Avaryss did as she said, still not sure what was going on. Taya gave her a miffed look. "You were going to kill me," she said. "You tortured me?" Taya winced. I said I was sorry. Avaryss almost laughed at how ridiculous this sounded. She could not believe they were having this conversation. So, she said, what happens now? Taya rolled her eyes. Now, we get you back to medical, and find out what has happened to you. Avaryss winced. She was almost afraid to ask, but from the steel in Taya's voice, the blonde was not taking no for an answer. She hooked her friend by the arm and pulled her along. Avaryss glanced up, surprised by the determination on the other girl's face. Why are you doing this? She asked, her breath wheezing through the respirator. Taya laughed nervously. You would not believe me if I told you. Avaryss chuckled. I might, it has been kind of a strange day. Taya smirked. Tonight, she promised, after lights out, we have things to discuss. Well, she supposed they were still friends, nodded. Avaryss had failed to kill her if she was unwilling to kill Avaryss. Then, maybe something major had happened. The wounded acolyte smiled slightly. She was actually looking forward to tonight. If anything else, this would be interesting. She couldn't wait. Chapter 36. Answers. Once again, Avaryss made her way into the Valley of the Dark Lords. Once again, she sought out the tomb of Hunter Paul. This time, she suspected, the visit would not end so positively. Her memories of the last time she had been here remained her rush through the darkness, her fight with the acolytes that had tried to destroy Fel, and what had happened after, between her and the Academy's top student. Her eyes narrowed. The memory should have been pleasant. That brief period of happiness, sweet surrender. She had given up the last of her innocence and inhibitions here. Fel had made her into a new woman. Yet now, his death and her injuries had robbed her of any joy that those memories might have brought. They haunted her now. What had once felt liberating now felt like more chains wrapped around her, threatening to drag her down into both agony and death. Yet, pain could be a source of great power, if one knew how to wield it. She tried to draw on that pain, those darker impulses, guilt, rage, sorrow. They should have nourished her, helped her tear through the malaise that Inquisitor's eyes questioning had left her in. The strange sense of calm that blocked her from embracing the dark side in all its glory remained. She barely felt anything. Her emotions seemed like they hardly worked anymore. She had been left numb, and numbness was not good for one who chose to follow the ways of the Sith. She could sense the darkness. It remained within her, pulsing, cold, and hungry. If she could only touch it, if only for a moment, she thought that she might be able to save herself. The dark side, it seemed stronger now. Perhaps the loss of Fel, the pain of being denied that life, had enhanced her connection. All she needed to do was reclaim it, take it up again. Had she been able to do that, she felt that nothing would stop her. Her powers would double, perhaps even triple. But I can't touch it, she thought glumly. The sense of not being able to fully connect with my emotions remains. I feel anger, but it is muted. There is not enough there to build into rage, not enough to cleanse myself of this sickness. Only echoes of her former power remained, but perhaps those echoes would be enough to prove herself worthy. Enough to earn a chance to parley with the prophet. Taya thought it was worth a shot. Avaryss hated to admit it, but she now found herself in Taya's debt. The other girl could have killed her, and earned much prestige for doing so, especially considering how stupidly Avaryss had acted in trying to slay her. You should have fought, the dark voice within growled. So what if you might have lost? Better than simple surrender. Better than now owing your life to another. There was no honor in surrender. Of course, honor was a fool's prize. Glory belonged only to the living. Darth Revan had said those words, and they remained true, even after 3 centuries. She would not toss away her life foolishly. At the time she had thought the other girl a fool. Why risk yourself by sparing an enemy? Taya, it seemed, had a motivation beyond simply being her friend, a motivation that had existed before they had even met. Avaryss was still not sure if she believed it, but Taya certainly did, and that was what mattered. After escorting her back to medical, Taya had left her alone, promising to tell her friend everything later that night. After being left alone, Avaryss confronted the medical droids trying to find out what had happened to her. She explained to them what was wrong, how her emotions seemed stunted, and with them, her connection to the Force. The droids conversed quickly in a series of beeps and whistles, perhaps searching their personal databases for any clue of what might be wrong with their patient. When they did finally answer, their solution did little to assure her. They concluded that she was suffering something they referred to as force burn. They had studied the effect before in battle ragers, soldiers that enjoyed losing themselves in the suffering of others. You claim to have experienced Acolyte Fel's final moments, the first droid said. I did, Avaryss said, suppressing a shudder, her respirator seeming far louder here than it had in the hall. We have encountered this effect before, Mistress, the second droid added, plus, several Sith medical texts in our databanks warn against forming such a connection. Following someone into death is not advised. The sudden loss of that connection can cause damage to the one left behind. Avaryss nodded grimly. Is it permanent? The texts we have access suggest that it is not, the first droid said. The introduction of the Sith poisons we informed you of earlier have however changed the variables, making a full diagnosis difficult. Hard to say, the third droid chimed in. Avaryss' hands curled into fists. She tried to reach out. She tried to turn her worry into fear, and from there turn that fear into anger and hate. Surely she was stronger than some series of coincidences. Surely she would not lose everything by such a matter of happenstance. She tried to force away the numbness, burn it away and find her power again, but nothing happened. She remained cut off, the dark side remained distant. Do you have any suggested remedy? She asked the droids. Force burn can only heal with time, the first droid said. Once the poisons have burned themselves out of your system, your connection to the Force should return. The second added. Should? She said, looking at the spindly things, wishing she still had the will and strength to crush them. Matters of the Force are not our domain, Mistress, the third droid said. Such matters are best left to masters such as yourself. Perhaps one of the overseers could tell you more. It may be a good idea to consult them. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. She would sooner chew broken glass. She could not hide this forever, but for now it would be smarter not to tell anyone. If Tremel or Harkin realized the extent of her weakness, she would likely not remain alive for very long. One of their favorites would come for her, and that would be the end. She had no choice, she realized. I will have to find a solution on my own. Tay offered to help, but she was still not sure what kind of game the blonde acolyte was playing. Her aid might end up being as lethal as letting an enemy know of her weakness. She needed to proceed with caution. As she sat there, listening to the medical droids debate possible treatment options, they were interrupted by two Sith troopers. Overseer Tremel wished to speak with her, and from the tone the soldier used, Avaryss did not expect that it would be a pleasant conversation. She stood and adjusted her cloak. The loudness of the respirator seemed to grow as she made her way down the hall. Be confident, she thought. Let Tremel see only disdain, bordering on arrogance. Do not give a clue of how bad a way you are in. Be strong or be dead. That is your only option. She needed to be strong, or at the very least project an image of strength. Tremel would not be easy to fool. Hopefully the Force was still with her. She might not be able to touch it, but it was still there. She would need his aid today. Be strong, she thought. Or be dead. After her meeting, Avaryss returned to her quarters, both to meditate and to plan her next move. The Overseer had released her from any of her academy obligations for that day, but such an action was not a reward. Avaryss understood that. What had happened with Fel, how it had ended, it was no victory for her. She could not even claim it as a victory. He had died, and she had come out looking like a lowly murderer whose cowardice had been on display to all, especially considering how easily she had been caught. Having to be saved by another was yet another mark against her. Her mysterious patron may have saved her life, but he had not saved her position. Any and all prestige she had gained in the last few months was now gone. She would be allowed to continue her training, but now, she was back to square one. She was now the lowest of the low in the eyes of every master on Korriban. It was not a good place to be. Tremel had made it clear that no master would offer her any guidance or lessons. She could attend the group courses, but that was it. As far as he and many of the other masters here were concerned, she was responsible for Fel's death. Even if she had not poisoned him, she had led him astray. He would never have found himself in such a weak place had they not been involved. She had ruined him, and in doing so, had ruined herself as well. The masters would waste none of their time on her. Tremel had promised if she wished to proceed beyond where she was now, she would have to prove to them that she was worthy of it. He advised her to use anything that she was feeling to nourish her power. Any shame or guilt would be useful in regaining her former position, or at very least allow her to survive. She told him nothing about her injury, the sickness that currently blocked her abilities. She would get no help from him. If she was to recover, she would have to do so herself. So, she sat in her quarters and meditated. She also took the time to gauge just how complete the loss of her powers was. For over an hour she sat on the floor of her chambers with a small water glass, trying to move it using the force. After that first hour, all she had been able to accomplish was to make the glass rock back and forth, hardly the response expected of a second-level acolyte. She shook her head. This was not good at all. She had not been this helpless since her first few troubled weeks in the academy on Fury 9. Her sword skills remained, but without the force to aid them, they were far slower than what was expected of an acolyte. Even the lowest student here stood more than a good chance of defeating her now. She backhanded the glass, sending it flying away. Putting it out of her mind, she tried to drop into a state of deep meditation. Hopefully, with no distractions, she would be able to touch the dark side enough to start burning away this illness. All she needed was a few moments. All she needed was to be able to touch the darkness for a few moments. The loudness of the respirator remained a distraction. She tried to tune it out, but to no avail. The path to her powers remained blocked, either by the force burn she had suffered, or the chemicals she had been overdosed with. Either one of them could have been the answer, and both led to the same unfortunate destination. As of this moment, she was crippled, vulnerable. As soon as her peers realized what was going on, she was in trouble. She was a sitting duck, just waiting to be plucked. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Her previous successes would only shield her so long. She doubted that her patron would step forward again if she got in trouble. If anything, Darth would sit back and see if anyone was strong enough to replace her. If anyone learned who the Dark Lord was, they might approach him, offer to slay her as proof of their own prowess. She would need to find an answer to this problem quickly. The longer she waited, and the larger the target on her back would grow. She would have to search the archives, or the Valley of the Dark Lords. Hopefully, she would find an answer there. There was a knock on her door. She tried to reach out with the force and see who it was, but even that ability proved too much for her damaged mind. "It is Taya, Avi," she heard through the door. "Let me in." She reached out with her powers, trying to trigger the lock. It should have been an easy thing for someone as gifted as her, but like everything else, it remained a lost cause. She sighed, stood and opened the door. Taya rushed in, several books and scrolls in her arms. She just managed to make it in, before dropping the huge pile of papers on the floor. "I see you came prepared," Avaryss said dryly. "I tried to find everything I could in the library," she answered. "The record keeper wasn't happy, but she did at least let me take some things." Taya gave her an evaluating look. "Has there been any change?" she asked. "Are your powers coming back?" Avaryss did not dignify that with an answer. She had showed the other girl enough weakness. She refused to show her anything further. She glared at her old ally. "Why are you helping me?" she demanded. Taya smiled. "You don't trust me, Avi, after everything we've been through. I don't trust a Sith who would offer something for nothing. You have no reason to aid me. In fact, you should have killed me in the hallway. You had plenty of opportunity." She drew closer to the blonde, their eyes meeting. Why are you helping me, Tay? What is in it for you? The blonde girl giggled. A place at the high table, she responded, a Darth's respect and the chance to stand higher than anyone in my family has ever stood before. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Explain, she demanded. Taya did just that. I know how you look at me, Avi, how you and Nas both look at me. You think me soft-hearted and weak. Avaryss did not deny that. She saw no reason to lie. You were not only one who questioned my commitment. When I first arrived here on Korriban, I was left to train with Overseer Harkin. He saw me as nothing and looked for any excuse to remove me. I'm guessing he did not find it, Avaryss said dryly. Not for lack of trying, Taya said with a shrug. He wanted me dead, I think, but my family's wealth and position on Dromund was a problem. If he executed me, he would have to answer to those who owe my family. In the end, he decided that a death in the tombs would be better. He sent me to the tomb of a hunter Paul to meet with the hermit that lives there, a man known as Spindral. Avaryss blinked. There are people living in the tomb of a hunter Paul. Spindral and his followers, they live in the deepest level of the tomb, close to where the Dark Lord was laid rest. Taya smirked. I'm surprised you and Fel did not encounter any of them during your interlude in the tomb. I'm guessing Spindral must not have seen either of you as a threat. The thought gave Avaryss pause. She did not like the idea that someone had been spying on her and Fel while they had been in the tomb, of course, considering how much death and destruction had preceded their little interlude. A person would have had to have been a fool to try and face them. She sighed. What did it matter now? Fel was dead, and if she did not do something, she might just end up joining him. Who is this Spindral, and what does he have to do with you helping me? I was getting to that. Spindral is, well, some think he is just a madman, but more than a few of the lords seem to think him as something of a prophet. He is respected among the pyramid of knowledge. If he says you are unworthy of becoming Sith, most lords will see that as all the proof they need to accept a death order. Harkin sent me into the tomb, expecting me either to not to come out or emerge with death mark against me. Taya shivered. It was a tough fight, probably the toughest I'd known up to that point. Spindral does not share his wisdom willingly. He demands blood as proof of a person's worthiness. I slew 4 of his followers before he would even consent to talking with me. The blonde girl sighed. My willingness to kill bought me a pass from him, but that did not mean that he thought me Lord material. What did he say? Avaryss asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. He said that I would never lead armies on my own, that my talents were more suited to serve than rule, but he also advised that I be mindful, that I was on the right path, that one day soon I would encounter a fellow acolyte that would rise higher and faster than I ever could hope to. Taya grinned. Even the greatest lord needs lords to serve them. The rewards are as good and the risk far less. What does this have to do with me? Avaryss demanded. Everything as it turns out. Do you remember when we attacked by those shadow wasps on Butcher's Clearing? Of course, she said, wrinkling her nose. I still have nightmares about the things. Taya nodded. Well, I'm sure you remember what a mess I was after we survived that. You were totally out of it. Not totally, Taya added. I was lost in the Force. The wasp sting offered me visions. The same vision actually, over and over again. I found myself standing under a violet sky on balcony of a high tower. Below me was a city, its streets filled with people chanting the name. Her expression turned dreamy. I was not alone. My family was there, them and several others. As I looked down, I saw only the trappings of wealth and prestige. My mother and father were equally as well adorned. We stood as advisors and hands to a powerful Dark Lord, a Dark Lord whose name the people below were chanting. Taya giggled excitedly. That Dark Lord had your face, Avi. It was your name that I was hearing. Destiny has marked you. The blonde stepped away and dropped to one knee. I pledge myself to your service, Avi, she said. You are the one who will lead my family to glory. Avaryss blinked. This Taya, she was insane. She had to be. It could have just been a fever dream. She said. I don't think so, Taya said. It felt real. Is this why you have been helping me? Avaryss asked, the voice lessons, and everything else. It is, Taya admitted, bowing her head in submission. I may be a bit of a soft touch, but I'm still Sith. Her eyes flashed hungrily. I'm in this for myself. I seek power for myself without fear or reservation. You are my path to power, Avi. I'll do whatever I can to help you achieve your goals. Her friend's admission shocked her. Had she heard this a month ago, she might have chosen a different path. She might not have so easily accepted Fel's offer to become his wife. This does not change your condition, the dark voice within reminded her. You are still broken. Taya needed to understand that. I'm in no condition to lead anything or anyone, Tay. She reminded the other girl. I'll be lucky to survive the next few days. I'll take my chances, the other girl said. I've seen you survive being gutted by a Wookiee. You defeated the Jedi Padawan almost single-handedly. You seduced and ensnared the top student on Korriban. There is far more to you than meets the eye, Avi. You've only just started to find your place. The blonde was practically beaming now. My father always said that you need to recognize a good gamble when you find one. You are a good gamble, Avi. You are too strong to let what happened with Fel beat you. I believe in my visions. You will lead me to glory. She bowed her head again. I serve you from now on. Avaryss sighed, her respirator skipped a breath. A strange wheeze broke the silence. She needed to decide what she was going to do here. Taya could be useful. She did not deny that. Her family had both wealth and contacts that a young Sith on the rise might need. Plus, she would be an excellent shield to hide behind until Avaryss was able to regain her full powers. What does Nas think of this, Taya? She asked. Does she agree with your choice? Taya looked up, her face twisting into a pout. I'm not Nas' servant or slave, she said. Besides, she has other things on her mind right now. Since Fel has been gone, she has been making a lot of moves. She is trying to take his place, I think. Taya sneered. She has abandoned me to pursue her own ambitions. If you desire it, I will help you kill her. It might go a long way in rebuilding your station here. Avaryss was shocked. She managed to laugh. Okay, she said. Who are you, and what have you done with Taya? The blonde giggled. After the way she bossed us around back in the clearing, you'd think that I would lose any sleep if she had an accident. Not really, especially now, when we need to start building you up again. Avaryss considered that. Could they do it? Could they get rid of Nas? Peace, Taya, she said. If it is necessary for us to remove Nas, I want to be at full strength. She is no pushover, as we both well know. The blonde nodded. As you say, she said, I will bow to your command. Avaryss suppressed a sigh. She was not sure believed this. Was this awesome game? Perhaps Nas had put Tay up to this. It sounded like some strategy she might try. No, she felt no deception in her friend, not that she completely trusted those senses for the moment. She would need to be careful, just in case. She looked down at her kneeling friend, her new servant. She did not completely trust this, but she needed help. That much was certain. This new arrangement might serve very well. You are mine to command, she asked. Of course, Avi, whatever you need, I can do. Good. Then you will start by going through these texts, find out everything you can on Force Burn, and its long-term effects. Of course, the blonde said. Do you need anything else of me? No, you have given me a lead, which is enough for now. Taya gave her an arch look. What sort of lead? This Spindral, you trust his visions. They seem to have pointed me in the right direction. Avaryss nodded. I shall seek him out tomorrow then. See if he has any advice to offer. Perhaps he may even know a solution to my problem. Taya gave her a worried look. It would be a tough fight for you, reaching the tomb in your condition. Would you like me to accompany you? Avaryss shook her head no. I doubt this hermit would be willing to offer me anything if I brought help. Yes, Avaryss thought. This felt right to her. Perhaps the dark side was testing her, as it had done back on Fury 9. Perhaps she was expected to make this journey on her own, with only her limited powers to protect her. Taya was frowning. If you seek Spindral, go expecting a fight. As I said, he does not offer up his wisdom freely. Avaryss nodded. She would be disappointed if he did. The dark side was about overcoming your limitations, not giving in to them. If she succeeded, she may have her answers. If she failed, she would be dead and best forgotten. I will leave in the morning, she informed her new servant. As you say, Taya said, bowing her head. Good luck, Avi. Avaryss sighed as the tomb of Ahun'Topal finally came into view. Her combat suit was torn in several places, armor plates were sticking out, and all sported new gashes. A rogue Tukata had surprised her on her journey. The Sith Hound had tried to make her a meal, and it was only through her skill and luck that she had survived. The beast now lay rotting under the dim sun, yet she felt no elation for this victory. Her heart pounded from the adrenaline of having survived such an attack, but still, the sense of detachment remained. It felt as if all her emotions were pinned behind a dam and was unable to be experienced. Perhaps that was the case, perhaps it was not. Maybe this Spindral would know, or maybe he won't. It doesn't matter. I've come too far to back out now. Avaryss began climbing the steps of Ahun'Topal's tomb, going back down into the dark. She shivered with anticipation. Perhaps the answer she thought would be here. One thing was certain, however, the tomb was not empty, and she could sense the flicker of presences within. It is time to find them, she thought. Spindral awaits. Chapter 37. The Prophet. She had only just entered the tomb when the voices started. Avaryss shivered. She tried to reach out with her senses, scan for traps and possible ambushes, but those attempts proved pointless. Any danger she sensed proved elusive. Her connection to the dark side had grown so tenuous that she could have been standing in front of one of the tomb's traps and not even realize it until it was too late. The realization made her journey that much slower. She dared not rush forward. Ahun'Topal's tomb may have been one of the better explored tombs in the valley, but that did not mean that it was safe. The ancient Sith had been ruthless. The main defenses of this place may no longer function, but that did not mean that all secondary traps had been disarmed. A Sith could have walked by such a trap a dozen times and never set it off, only to make one false move, and then, snap. No more Sith acolyte. She did not intend to fall prey to such a device. Her every step, every gesture was cautious. She would not die because of some random accident. As she moved forward, she kept her ears open as well. Two-legged predators were not the only thing that frequented these tombs. Pelko bullocks, Kalor slugs, and Shirak were always hungry and ready to feast on the unwary. She kept her war blade at the ready. What little force energy she was able to focus through it made the blade glow weakly. She found herself stopping at the chamber where she and Fel had shared their first night together. The bodies of their victims were gone. Meat did not last long in an open tomb. She walked up to the spot where Fel had spread his cloak for them to lay on, where she had lay while he had massaged her back. The memory made her shudder, her gentle sighs and groans of pleasure, the feel of his lips on her spine. Her respirator wheezed as it tried to catch up with the effect the memory was having on her. All for nothing, she thought morosely, a muted sense of despair filling her. Everything we could have had together gone. She shook her head. Why had this happened? Why had the dark side forsaken them? She thought of Fel, his body. She had not even had the chance to say goodbye. She had been in the tank when it had been tended to. Had his remains been returned to Dromund, or had they simply been thrown out and forgotten? That last thought sent a spike of fury through her. It was not enough to break through the haze, but she had felt it, like a flash of lightning hidden by thick, heavy storm clouds. Perhaps this journey is not so pointless after all, she thought. Maybe there is a chance to come back from this. She stayed there a few moments longer, trying to find her fury, that sense of rage. It did not come, but that did not mean that she did not take comfort from it. Her emotions were still there. She took solace in that. She took one final look before turning her back on this place for the last time. Those memories no longer had any use for her. All they offered now was weakness and what might have been. She needed to stay focused on the now. It was the only way she would survive. She proceeded deeper into the tomb. The deeper she went, the louder the whispers seemed to become. At first she had thought it just her imagination, her fear working overtime. Now, she was not so sure. She could not make out the words over the loud in and out of her respirator, but she did not let that discourage her. If the voices were growing louder, she would follow them. Eventually they would be loud enough for her to hear. So she pushed on, trying to reach out with her senses, trying to follow what she was hearing. She could almost understand them now. They were most definitely voices, but whose voices, she could not say. There were rumors that the Dark Lords that had been interred here never left, that their spirits remained bound to their remains, that they would sometimes choose to speak to those they deemed worthy, even offer guidance and training. Was that what she was hearing? Could it be the spirit of a Hunter Paul? He had been one of the greatest of the ancient lords. Could he be trying to reach out to her? If he was, she welcomed his aid. The ancient Sith had had access to many secrets. Perhaps one of these ghosts would be able to restore her. In her attempt to make sense of what she was hearing, she almost got herself killed. She had turned a corner, following the voices, and almost fell into a pit filled with a swarm of pelco bugs. The insects chittered loudly, angry that their meal had escaped them. Avaryss backed up quickly, her heart pounding. She cursed herself a fool. What do you think you are doing? You came here for a reason, not to follow ancient echoes. She shook her head and resumed her original course, deeper into the tomb. She would not be distracted now. She had come here to speak with the prophet. She would not be denied. He cannot help you, a voice whispered through the darkness. She paused. Finally, she thought. It seems that she had called something's attention. It was then that the voices finally began to rise in pitch. She could at long last hear them. The words she heard were not what she expected. You have the means to heal yourself, to be free. You have all the power you need, hearing us is proof of that. You can be whole again, free of fear and doubt. All you have to do is let go. Her damaged eyes narrowed. Let go of what? She murmured. I do not understand. For a moment, all sound stopped. She waited, trying to sense what she was hearing. Was it real, her imagination, or perhaps someone playing tricks, maybe even Spindral, and are his followers? You can be free. What you view as sickness is actually a gift. It has freed you of the darkness. Your calm can become your greatest strength. You knew such power once, when you climbed the collection towers of Oridanna. You knew the strength of contemplation, of peace. You can embrace it again. You do not need the Sith. You can be cured. Let go of your hate. There is no emotion, there is peace. The light can heal you if you wish it. All you must do is let go. The last two whispers stopped her in her tracks. These were no Sith ghosts whispering to her, that was for sure. It seemed that, in her weakness, she had opened herself up to the forbidden. The light side was reaching out to her. No, she thought, shaking her head, trying to clear it of any temptation of the lies. Yet, the voices remained. The light, it seemed, was after her. It followed close by, sure-footed and hungry. It was a predator seeking a wounded animal, eager for the kill. She could sense it coming closer. For the first time since awakening in the medical bay, she could sense something clearly, the light. It was inside her head now, offering both power and redemption. All she had to do was let go, do that, and what she thought an illness would turn into a boon. She would be able to connect to the light, and with his aid, be made whole again. No, she gasped, never. I will not become a slave. I reject your lies. Are they lies, or are you simply lying to yourself? The light knows you, Keera Lylos. There is good in you. You can still feel it. The Sith have not driven it from you completely. The dark side took your family. It took your lover. Why do you still cling desperately to it? Keera is gone, she rasped. She was a weak and stupid girl. She is gone. The name you speak has no meaning for me. I am Avaryss. Avaryss. You will leave me be. She was suddenly blinded, a flash of light so bright that it hurt her weak and crimson eyes. She yelped, trying to shield herself. Visions filled her mind. She saw herself on her knees, her face no longer pale, the farm girl's tan she had always had on Oridanna blooming on her face. Her blue eyes filled with tears, tears of shame for what she had done to get here. She saw herself remove the respirator, remove it and take a breath of free air. She could feel nothing but relief, relief free of anger and fear. The sight made her whimper. With the forces he her ally, she saw herself fleeing Korriban, hiding on one of the many transports that were always stopping here. The Sith would not pursue her. They thought her lost and broken. They would assume she died in the tombs. The vision moved forward. Time jumped forward. She saw a lone Jedi Knight standing on a rocky path, confronted by many Sith troopers. Her blue blade moved back and forth, striking down any that tried to pass. Suddenly the Jedi was not alone. A young man, also wielding a blue blade, was at her side. He saved her from being overwhelmed. From him she sensed only concern and affection for his fellow. "Bit off a bit more than you could chew again, Keera," he said fondly. The girl's hood fell back. Keera Lylos, Jedi Knight, gave the boy a sly smirk. "I had to do something to get your attention, Finn," she said, grinning, kicking the Sith soldier in the face. The young man, the dream friend she remembered from her childhood, chuckled. "You're something, you know that. Glad you noticed, huh?" "No." The vision vanished. Avaryss fought against it. She staggered back, striking the stone wall behind her, hard. Stars exploded before her eyes. Pain loomed in the back of her head, but that was fine. Pain was better than lies. She found herself on her hands and knees in the tomb of Hunter Paul, her breath wheezing through the respirator. She looked up into the darkness. "Never," she hissed. "I will never betray the Sith. I will never betray the Empire, my Emperor. I will never enslave myself to the light or my lessers." She would not bind herself to the weaklings that bowed to the Senate. She would not waste her time serving the unwashed rabble of the Republic. She was meant to be Sith, a lord. She would not abandon that goal. Never again, she thought. Never again. She rose to her feet. She touched the back of her head, found blood there. The pain it helped bring her back, sent to her anew. She welcomed it. The light side fell silent. Good, she thought. I will not be lied to. I will not be deceived. She found herself thinking of the boy. It was impossible. That boy, he could not have been a Jedi. He had had feelings. He had cared for her. No Jedi cared for anyone. All that mattered to them was their precious Republic and the light side of the Force. It was another lie, the dark voice within said. Put it out of your mind and move forward. She nodded grimly and did just that. But one thought did tickle at the back of her mind, a word, a name she had not heard until that moment. Finn. She smiled slightly. The boy had a name, his name was Finn. She shivered slightly. Perhaps it was just another lie, but she did not think so. She did not think so. It felt true. I have your name now, she thought. Your name is Finn. The fact that he was a Jedi did not discourage her. Jedi were not invincible. They fell. They always fell. She grinned. He would fall to the darkness to her. Then, at long last, they would be complete. It was just another reason for her to survive this place. More motivation. She pressed on. Spindral still waited. The central chamber where Hunter Paul had once lay was quite large. Guardian statues looked down from above, watching over the mortal remains of one who had been worshipped as a god by the ancient Sith people. Avaryss made her way forward. At the base of the bier where the sarcophagus sat was a small fire, and sitting by that fire was an old man in dirty black robes. She shuddered with excitement. Lord Spindral, I presume, she called out. The old man looked up. She could see his eyes glinting beneath his hooded cowl. He chuckled mirthlessly. Lord, hardly child, I am merely an old man living in a humble hole. He rose from his place by the fire. Despite his age, he stood a good head taller than she. He pinned her with a cold and evaluating gaze. She tried to appear cold and arrogant, not wishing to show any weakness. Spindral smiled slightly. Ah, he said, so you are the pariah, the poisoner, the one who murdered the Academy's top students so cravenly and tried to run away. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. How he knew this, she did not know. I did not kill Fel, she said. What you did or did not do does not concern me, child, he said dismissively. All that matters is how you are now seen by those that crawl upon the surface. You are nothing to them. You are the pariah. She did not argue with him. He was not wrong. They've turned their backs on me, she said. Spindral chuckled. They are fools then. When you turn your back on someone, all you do is invite your own death. You ask the one you ignore to put a knife between the ribs. She grinned. He did paint a pretty picture, but that was not what she was here for. She needed his wisdom. I've come seeking your guidance, old one, she said. I need answers. He snorted dismissively. If you seek my wisdom, then you must be willing to pass my trial. He snapped his fingers. 4 dirty, unwashed creatures emerged from the shadows. Avaryss backed up, drawing her war blade. Though now dressed in rags, she could see that Spindral's followers had once been acolytes. They wore the remnants of academy uniforms, and all 4 wielded training sabers. Hungry and desperate eyes looked out from beneath ratty coals. She dropped into a fighting stance. Survive these, Spindral said, returning to his fire. Then we shall talk. She called on the darkness, and her weakened state would take everything she could muster to shield herself from these failures. It was almost not enough. One hit her with a force push that sent her staggering. 2 of them fell upon her with their blades. She fell back using the sequences of Sarisu. She felt one of these rodents trying to get into her mind with the force, but proved unworthy of the task. She grinned. Learning to shield herself from mental attacks had been one of the first lessons she had learned that was more about her will than the force. In that, at least, she was as strong as ever. She continued to backpedal, using her training to wear down her opponents. One got frustrated and tried to push and attack. She opened his neck down to bone before he had a chance to fall back. The body fell to the floor. 1 down, she thought. 3 to go. The other 2 failures tried to assist their remaining brother. It was not the wisest course of action. They tried to rush her, but by running in they were now getting in each other's way. Their desire to kill her was working against them. She used the opportunity to eliminate another of their number. Another body hit the floor. Realizing their mistake, the 2 survivors fell back. Perhaps seeking to attack her using the force, she did not give them that chance. She switched to Makashi, advancing on her opponents. Her powers may have been weakened, but her skill with the blade was not about her powers alone. It was a skill she had honed often over the last year. A 3rd failure died. The 4th proved to not be as foolish. He raised his hand. She yelped loudly as he used the force to wrap invisible fingers around her throat. Her respirator began to wheeze. Her airway suddenly was cut off. She struggled to free herself, but she had used up all her force reserves. She was on her own. Spots began to dance before her eyes. She lost her war blade. It tumbled from her fingers. Her hands went up to claw at her throat. Through the red haze that her world had become, she saw the remaining creature approaching. He had been human once. He was also grinning triumphantly. No. Not like this. I can't die like this. Fel. Daddy. Help me. Spindral's creature got in close, far closer than he should have. He must have thought her lost in panic. He was wrong. She had used that fear to draw him in. It had been a close thing, but she had done it. Avaryss grabbed his arm. She glared at him. Gotcha. It took all her remaining strength, but it was worth it. She was able to produce force lightning, not enough for a bolt, but enough to electrify the man's flesh. The force grip fell away. She did not give him a chance to recover. She leapt on top of him. She pummeled his with her fists. She drove the heavy respirator mask down on the bridge of his nose, shattering and splattering her face with blood. Somehow she found a large rock in her hand. She brought it down again and again on the failed creature's face. It did not take long to reduce that face to nothing but red mush, but she did not stop, not until she felt the last flicker of life fade from the body. She was out of power. She could not take any chances. Be strong or be dead. When the body finally stopped twitching, she looked up at the old man by the fire. He had watched the whole conflict silently. His eyes narrowed. "You do not fight like one possessed of great power," he said blandly. "What is wrong, child?" She let out a wheezing breath and rose unsteadily to her feet. "That is why I am here, my lord," she said, bowing respectfully, "to seek your guidance." He gestured for her to sit. "You have passed my trial," he said. "Share my fire, and we shall talk." She nodded gratefully, and did just that. She told him everything. She held nothing back. When she was done, Spindral nodded. "An intriguing story, Acolyte," he said, "but I do not see what you want of me." Her eyes narrowed. "You are respected among those on the surface, my lord. I want to believe that I still have a destiny among the stars, and in our empire. I seek to know if the dark side has forsaken me, if that destiny is lost." He tilted his head slightly. "Why do you think that the dark side has forsaken you?" "Someone told me once that the dark side could give me my dreams. I only needed the strength to seize it. Yet, for some reason, I keep losing all that I desire. I find something worth fighting for, and it is violently ripped away from me." She shook her head. "What is the point of power if you cannot use it to hold on to the things that you are passionate about?" Spindral did something then that she did not expect. He laughed. The sound of it angered her. "Did I say something amusing?" "No," he said, shaking his head. "Young people, you do not understand. You know the Sith code, yes?" "Of course." "Then you should know the answer to your question," he said, shaking his head. "Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Reflect for a moment on those words, Acolyte. Your passion is not the end of the journey. It is not destination. Passion is a vehicle. Strength is the road on which you travel. The final destination for a Sith is and always has been power. Power is all that matters to a Sith, not the pleasures and passions that you seek to indulge. You must hunger for power above all things. You must crave it without fear or hesitation. Only then can you finally unlock your full potential. Only then will you truly be free of what hold you back, both now and in the future. Avaryss listened closely, drinking in those words. "So, I am not done. It is possible to come back from this. You are Sith, or very nearly Sith. Anything is possible." She shivered with excitement. It was possible. She could yet regain what had been lost. Spindral was watching her closely, evaluating her again. "Reach out to the dark side, Acolyte," he said. "I cannot touch it, my lord," she said. "That path is blocked. Close your eyes, and reach out. Tell me what you see." She did as he bade her. She closed her eyes and reached out. What she saw in the darkness took her breath away. She stood before a great glass wall. It stretched on forever. Around her everything else was empty, perfectly hollow. She approached the wall. Its surface was pitted and scarred, but it was too thick to crumble easily. She gasped. Behind the wall, an ocean of dark side energy was building. It pulsed against the wall, seeking to escape to fill the hollow chamber where she found herself, to drown her and everything else in its cold embrace. The sensation of it, being so close to it, made her mouth water. She called out, describing it to Spindral. She heard the old man grunt. Do you still believe that the dark side has forsaken you, acolyte? Avaryss shook her head no. No, the dark side had not forsaken her. It hungered for her. She could feel its desire to wrap itself around her, to crush away the weakness and leave her a perfect vessel for its power. If it is not the dark side, Spindral said, then you must ask yourself, who has forsaken me? Who would dare try to deny me this? Who would seek to leave me lost and forgotten? What rival would dare try such a thing? Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Fel's death, her torture, and the state she now found herself in. Had that not been coincidence? Had all this been planned? Who would do such a thing? Who hated her that much? In that moment she sensed a sudden spark. The wall before her cracked loudly. Tendrils of darkness began to seep through. They wrapped around her. And for that briefest of moments, she felt something. Her eyes widened. Hate. Pure pulsing hatred. It flowed through her, filling her with renewed strength. She beat her hands against the wall, screaming in rage. At first nothing happened. She continued her assault, the hate burning inside her. Her fists struck again and again. The wall cracked under her assault. She gasped. She found herself back beside the fire, back with the old hermit. Your power is not gone, child, he said. It is locked away, but you have the key, you always had. A shiver ran down her spine. Fury. The key was fury. She should not have been surprised. Had it not been rage that first brought her power into expression, had it not been fury that allowed her to slay those Sith soldiers back on Oridanna. She had been using mere anger, the simmering anger that all Sith feel. That power had been insufficient. Fury was what was needed. She needed an enemy. She knew what had happened to her, but now, she needed something more. She needed to find out who. They would be the key to her salvation. She had not poisoned Fel, but someone had. It was that someone who had worked quickly to cover their own tracks. She needed to find them, to face them. They were the source of her problems, but also they were the answer. She grinned hungrily. Spindral watched her, his expression cold and serious. You have a destiny, acolyte. Even a fool could see that. But you are not Sith yet. You need to learn from your mistakes. Your passions are a distraction. You must not forget the true reason that you are here. Power, she said coldly. It is the end of the journey. He nodded. I see that you will be tested again very soon. Your passion will rise, and you will be forced to choose between what you desire and continuing your pursuit of greater power. You failed that test with the pure blood boy. You must not fail again. If you do, your destiny will be lost. You'll be cast aside, destroyed, and forgotten. I will not fail, Avaryss said, rising to her feet. She bowed respectfully. Thank you for your wisdom, my lord, and your advice. Reclaim what is yours, acolyte. Shake this empire to its core. Let the emperor himself hear your voice. Spindral sighed. We are done. Now, leave me. She bowed respectfully again, and left. No light side voices rose up to torment her on her way out. No visions of false hope danced before her eyes. First, I reclaim my power, she thought. I will never be left so weak ever again. She knew what she faced now, the wall, and a hidden enemy somewhere within the Academy's ranks. She would conquer both. The mere thought made her giddy. She would destroy both. She thought of the wall again. It no longer seemed so impenetrable. She could almost sense the cracks and imperfections. The darkness on the other side, hungering to flow free once more. I must be patient, she thought. She could not rush things. Taya would help her, shield her until she was ready, and then she would move. Break the wall. Kill the enemy. The Force would be hers again. Destiny would be hers, but first she needed power. It was the destination after all. Power first. Then she would be free to claim her passions, and this time, no one would be left to oppose her. She would crush them all. She would crush everything. Chapter 38. The Pariah. Days had quickly turned to weeks, which quickly turned into months. Avaryss had been forced to adopt a new strategy. Once again, she returned to her room after another day of training. She sat her war blade near the bed, before flopping down hard onto mattress. Her eyes briefly looked at her weapon. It never left her sight now unless it was safely locked away by her. Her body ached from today's training. Normally that would not have been a problem. The force would have increased her stamina to a degree that such a workout would have been nothing to endure. She had reached a level that, when the force was hers to command, she could do a handstand for 2 hours and not feel the least bit pained or tired. Unfortunately, she could not do that anymore. The force remained blocked to her. She continued to deal with that problem, but had only found minimal success. She had spent the last 2 months cracking away at the wall inside her mind, yet the mental block remained strong. She was making progress, though. She could finally sense others through the force again, even managed to lift small objects with it. It is not fast enough, the dark voice reminded her. People are starting to take notice. You can only hide this for so long. She knew that, which had been part of the reason she had needed to switch tactics. She had needed to adopt a whole new persona when she was out among her fellow acolytes. It was a persona she had come to quickly despise. Her shaming continued. The masters had all but forgotten her, and she continued to drop lower and lower in their eyes. New acolytes arrived to replace those that had either fallen or been taken by the masters as full Sith. She should have been among them, off this rock months ago, and taken out into the Empire. What had happened with Fel changed all that. Now she was barely keeping her head above water. She was a non-entity, or at least, that is what she wanted everyone to think. She did everything in her power to appear beaten, to appear broken, to make destroying her appear to be as worthless as stabbing a corpse. She kept her head down in training, not daring to show any defiance. While on the inside she was watching the other acolytes, not only evaluating their skills but also searching for clues to who might have caused Fel's death. The killer had not left Korriban, she could feel it. All those that had arrived after Fel had died were excluded, but that still left a long list of suspects. It would take time to investigate, but if anything, she had time. She was no threat to anyone now. She had worked hard to make sure everyone thought that. Taya had proved invaluable to her little ruse. To those that she wanted to impress, she was stringing Avaryss along, farming her for both knowledge and another blade if she needed one. To those that were not useful, she played the spoiled little princess who cared too much for her broken friend. Taya spread the tale and watched, saw who ran to tell who what. So far, the blonde had heard nothing about Fel's death, but it was only a matter of time until someone either bragged to her or tried to eliminate Avaryss' last ally. When they did, Taya would be ready to bring that information to her old buddy, Avi, provided she did not have to kill the culprit herself in self-defense. Avaryss hoped that would not be the case. She wanted the pleasure of slaying Fel's murderer herself. Of course, she would need her powers back before she could accomplish that. She wanted to savor that kill, feel it in all its glory through the Force. It was as decent a motivation as any. Of course, she still had to be careful. She could not pretend to be too useless. She needed to avoid simply being culled by the overseers. So, as she worked to restore her powers, she had needed to take steps to remain relevant, or at least useful, both to keep the overseers from assigning her death as a test for the new acolytes, and to keep the other students from using her as a stepping stone to their next level of training. This meant that she needed to do something that the old Avaryss would never have even thought of trying. Tremel still blamed her for Fel. He would never aid her in anything again. Yet, she still needed the patronage of someone. A Sith could not survive without a power base, their own or someone else's. A shudder ran down her spine. It was for that reason that she was so exhausted today. Harkin asked much of those that became his creatures. She was expected to perform. Today, one of Harkin's pets had gone psychotic, killed 3 other acolytes before Avaryss had stopped him. It had been a tough fight, but that was for the best. She not only proved she was not completely useless, but made few new cracks and barriers separating her from the dark side. Harkin could have done it himself, but he preferred to let his henchmen do it, to prove his superiority over them. Today, that henchman had been Avaryss. She should have been insulted, but wasn't. Harkin was giving her what she wanted. She could put up with the man being an ass to her as long as that situation remained. Being a thug was not so bad, as long as she could say that it was not to be a permanent assignment. When she had first thought of using Harkin, she had almost balked at the idea. She found the man repellent, his petty cruelties base, and his ambition small. Yet, with Tremel still being angry with her, she had had little option. She needed protection while she worked to restore herself. Harkin proved willing to offer that. He had been slow to trust her. He remembered well the arrogant girl he had tried to embarrass on her first day. She had not forgotten either, but she had little choice. Every time she left this room, she did everything in her power to make others see her as broken, that Fel's death and her interrogation had destroyed her will, and that she no longer cared for her own life, and now lived only for the suffering of others now. She wanted them to see a pathetic creature, yes, but also a creature that had just enough skill to kill if it was threatened. The Academy had broken her, now she wished to break everyone else. It was not that hard to think like that. Had she not visited Spindral or gained Taya's aid, she might have become such a creature. It was an act, but one that could become reality if she gave up. Her days were now spent at Harkin's side. As he worked with the new recruits, most of these were barely above the level of hopeful she had known back on Fury 9, scum that should have been culled long before they found their way to this academy. Word had come down from the Dark Council recently that the number of new Sith needed to be increased drastically. Spies among the Republic had discovered a massive recruitment drive being conducted by the Jedi within Republic borders. Their old enemy was snatching up anyone with Force talent. The Sith needed to do the same. Some of these new acolytes barely qualified. Avaryss doubted that half of them would have made it through a month of training on Fury 9. They certainly did not belong here on Korriban. The disdain she felt for these new students aided Harkin greatly. All he had to do was say her name, and she would act, usually to strike down this acolyte or that. She felt no shame in carrying out the Overseer's orders. It was simply a matter of survival, her survival. Plus, if they were not strong enough to defeat her in her weakened state, then they did not deserve to continue on. The math was simple, it was her or them, and it would not be her. She would do anything to ensure that goal. Oh, how she must have terrified Harkin's victims. She, with her black training suit and breath mask, she said little to the new students, trying to remain enigmatic and mysterious. Some had even come to fear her when they saw her at Harkin's side. Her dull red eyes glittered as she carried out her new master's orders, and sometimes, during the moments of her punishing these fools, she felt the wall holding back her powers crack, filling her up with a temporary sense of dark satisfaction. The realization gave her pause. Perhaps there was value to her being Harkin's creature that went beyond mere survival. Perhaps there was more to it. Harkin was not above showing gratitude either. He could not reverse Tremel and the other instructor's decision to abandon her, but he could supply her with texts to study, especially when those studies aided him in his own ambitions. It was rumored that Harkin had recently won a new patron in the form of Lord Zash of the Pyramid of Knowledge. Zash was said to be a skilled sorceress in her own right, and, since sorcery was not really Harkin's area of study, he turned to Avaryss to ensure his new patron would be happy with his finds. Even a broken Sith sorceress had value when exploring the ancient texts. Recently, Lord Zash had become extremely interested in the ancient Sith Lord Tulak Horde. She had Harkin sending acolytes daily to the Dark Lord's tomb, searching for this artifact or that etching. Harkin brought everything that the others collected to Avaryss, who sorted through each item, looking for clues that might link them to whatever it was that Zash wished to discover. She found the exercise most challenging. Slowly, she came to the conclusion that it was not the artifacts alone that the Lord was interested in. Everything that Zash had Harkin collecting referred to some sort of spell or ritual, a ritual known only to Tulak Horde himself. Interesting, Avaryss thought, feeling a bit of the old hunger she had known so well back on Fury. The magic of the ancients still intrigued her. Will you be able to provide Lord Zash with what she desires, acolyte? Harkin had asked her earlier. I'm afraid that it will not be that easy, Overseer, she had said. The writings you have brought me, the artifacts, suggest that they alone are not enough to perform whatever it is that Lord Zash wishes to perform. Harkin had frowned. What do you mean? Can't you figure out what she wants? I can, Avaryss said, but the texts and artifacts that you have brought all suggest the same thing. Lord Tulak Horde was not the type to leave his power laying around for another to seize easily. The records of the ritual Lord Zash wishes us to find are incomplete. What has been brought only suggests the barest bones of such a ritual. So much else has been left out, likely that information has been stored elsewhere. Harkin had snarled with frustration. But I promised Lord Zash that I would deliver what she seeks. I cannot go before her empty-handed. Avaryss frowned, and was grateful that he could not see it since she was wearing her breathing mask. It was always I and me with Harkin. He had her, and his other acolytes, doing all the work, and they would likely not even get a thank you from Lord Zash. She shook her head. Harkin's whining was unbefitting a Sith, especially one who was an overseer here on Korriban. Yet, her continued survival still depended on him. She realized she would have to play along, soothe his worries. No matter how much the prospect of it made her gag. You are far from empty-handed, Overseer, she said. You will have much to turn over to Lord Zash, and besides this is no mere ritual that can be cast in a few hours. It will take Lord Zash months, if not years, to set this up. He gave her a suspicious look. What do you mean? I mean that it will take time for her to prepare this, whatever it is. I must admit, this is probably one of the most complex spells that I've ever heard of. The site of the ritual needs to be properly prepared, offering made, sacrifices carried out. Then there are the various artifacts that need to be gathered, sacrifices offered to them to see that they are properly charged. Avaryss grinned. Do not look at this as a failure, Overseer. Look at this as a long-term opportunity. Lord Zash will need your help for quite a while if she is going to pull this off. Harkin nodded. Slowly a wicked smile came to his lips. No doubt he could see the value of a long-term deal between him and the Dark Lord. Avaryss had not even needed to lie to him. Whatever it was that Zash was planning, it was no simple thing. There was not enough information here to suggest what the purpose of this ritual might be, but it was something that would need to be carried out to perfection. One mistake, one tiny element not where it needed to be, and the entire ritual would fail, perhaps quite spectacularly. The text that Harkin had brought her all suggested that a lot of life energy was needed for this ritual, which meant that it was something major. Only death could pay for life. In fact, it reminded her a little of a death field. But a Sith could conjure a death field on her own. She would not need all these artifacts and special chance for something so simple. No, Zash was playing a much larger game, a game that would likely not end well for, well, someone. She had just enough compassion left in her to feel sorry for whoever that person was. Harkin did not need to know that. She said nothing more, simply returning to her work. Eventually, he dismissed her for the evening, and she was allowed to return to her quarters. Between the fight earlier and the huge amount of data she had gone through, her head spun. She welcomed the chance to rest. As she lay on her bed, listening to the steady in and out of her respirator, she realized that there were some things that a Sith could get used to. She sighed. And there were some things that would never be easy. She wished for sleep, but it did not come. Sleep had been the hardest thing to find in the last few months. The old nightmares had returned in earnest, and a few new ones had joined their ranks. She shook her head. She had slept deeply, and all night when she had found her rest in Fel's arms. Her darkest night had shielded her, the feel of his body, that musky male scent. It had been all that she had needed to feel safe and secure. Safety is a lie, she thought. Security can only be achieved by destroying one's enemies utterly. What I felt was a fiction, an empty prayer. It was pathetic. The realization stung, but it was one she had come to accept. She had been pathetic. She had thought that Fel was going to change her whole life for the better, that he was going to make everything all right again. She had been so naive. She sat up in bed, angry at herself for her weakness. She tried to draw on that strength, let it tear through the malaise. Once again she felt a flicker of power, as the dark side reached out to her through the many cracks in the barrier. It is time for another test, she thought, nodding grimly. She reached up and disengaged her breathing mask. The steady in and out stopped. She slipped it off her face and slowly, surely, drew in an unaided breath. It felt normal. The air tasted sweeter with no trace of kolto in it, no medication robbing her of her pain. For the briefest of moments, she felt like herself again. She felt relief. The medical droids all insisted that she would need to wear the damn thing for at least another 4 months. Perhaps they were wrong, perhaps she could. Cough. 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 Avaryss wheezed, her lungs not expanding as they should, her chest burned. She struggled to hold on to her anger, to let it buffer her against such pain, and hold herself in that moment. She. Cough. Cough. She cursed herself for a weakling. She was not strong enough. She quickly pulled the respirator back on, sealing it over her face. Again she tasted kolto and medicated air. The steady in and out of her breathing returned. The pain in her chest subsided. She pounded the mattress in frustration. So much for hoping she was healing faster than expected. In that brief sad moment, she had found clarity, understanding of what had happened. Fel had been murdered, and his killer was still out there somewhere, but she did not have to look far to find the killer's accomplice. She looked upon her every day in the mirror. Tremel had been right. She was responsible for Fel's death. She had been as much a distraction for him as he had been for her. Had they not gotten together, he would not have been so focused on the two of them having a life together. He would have been focused on his training. She should never have let him in. He had brought her pleasure, that was true, but everything else, that had been a mistake. Never again, she thought. I will never let myself be led so far astray again. Love had no place in the heart of a Sith. She had learned that lesson the hard way. She would never forget it. She settled in for another evening of meditation. It would be another very long night. She noticed a light flashing on her datapad. Someone had left her a message. She rose from where she was kneeling and retrieved it. The message was encrypted, of course, but that was okay. She suspected who had sent it and knew the password. It was from Taya, of course. Her servant claimed to have come up with a plan. She informed her that it would take time to set up, but if everything went as she hoped, there was a good chance that Avaryss would soon have full access to her abilities again. Avaryss shook her head. She could only imagine what the blonde acolyte had come up with. Taya was many things, but a skilled planner she was not. For Avaryss to finally break through the blocks that held her back, it would require more than mere anger. It would require some act that would leave her in a state of complete and unrelenting fury. So far, she had discovered nothing with the power to take her that far. She doubted that Taya could have beaten her to it. Still, what choice did she have? The alternative was to remain Harkin's lackey forever, and that was something she found unacceptable. Let her try, Avaryss thought. It was not like she had anything to lose. She erased the message and returned to her meditations. She listened to the steady in and out of her breathing, focusing on her emotions, her anger. She was responsible for Fel's death. She may not have done the deed, but self-loathing brought pain. Pain brought power. She reached down inside herself, finding that place where the dark side awaited. She continued to batter the walls of her prison. More cracks formed, but they were not enough. They would never be enough. If she was to be herself again, she needed to shatter those blocks forever. So far she had yet to find anything capable of doing that. She would need to continue playing for time. In the morning she would need to see Harkin again, help him with his latest batch of recruits. The whole business made her feel dirty, but she could live with that for now. I will find my way back, she promised herself. I will not be a pariah forever. When I'm finally whole again, everyone in this stinking academy will see what I can do, and then they will despair." She grinned hungrily. They will all despair. Chapter 39. She's back. The day began like any other. Avaryss awoke and went about her routine. She went down to medical and had a fresh Kolto cartridge loaded into her mask. As she waited, the medical droids provided her with the necessary nutrients to get through the day. She could not remove the mask to eat, so she had been forced to rely on liquid meals to sustain herself. A long straw extended from her metal chin, allowing her to take in what she needed. She despised the chalky taste, but had little choice. All she could do was endure and give her lungs time to heal. After tending to those needs, she headed down to the library. It would likely be the only time today she would be able to focus on her own studies. Harkin had already made plans for her that evening. The overseer had sent her a message during the night. She had more work to do. Harkin had promised Lord Zash that he would have several texts translated that evening, so she already knew what to expect after her classes concluded. Another Sith might have complained about having to perform such menial tasks, but Avaryss was not one of them. Whatever it was that Lord Zash was working on, it was clear that it went beyond mere historical research. The young acolyte was intrigued by what the Lord had discovered. What she was researching, where it might lead, it offered several new opportunities for an industrious young Sith. "I'll never be able to carry out such a ritual myself," she realized, "but I might be able to adapt some of the preparations described here in my own work." The transfer of life energies remained an interest for Avaryss. She welcomed any chance to learn more on the subject. She doubted that Harkin would have approved, but what did it matter? It was she that was doing the bulk of the research. Why should she not claim a little something for herself? She smiled at the mere thought. The old hunger was back, her desire to know everything she could about the dark side. She still did not have full access to her powers, but at the very least she could study the greater mysteries. When she finally did regain her full strength, she wanted to be more than she had been. New ideas formed almost daily for her now. She welcomed the chance to try them out. Soon enough, she thought, I will be whole again. Soon enough. In the meantime, she focused on keeping her enemies at bay. As she began the day's saber training, she did her best to keep her moves as crisp and as strong as she could. Until she was back to full strength, she could not afford any show of weakness. The other students might have dismissed her, but at least she had enough relevance to continue her training. It was a dangerous game she was playing. A balancing act. She was walking a tight rope with lightsaber blades for a safety net. One false move, and she would be done. Caution to find everything, at least for the moment. She hoped to change that soon enough. As she worked through the various sequences of Form 3, she kept a close eye on her fellow acolytes, observing how they had advanced. She envied the crispness of their moves, the speed and precision the Force granted them. She reached down inside herself again, sensing the dark side, but still not able to touch it fully. Through weeks of training, she had done what she could to tear down the mental wall that kept her powers from her. When she closed her eyes, she saw the vast wall now riddled with cracks, with darkness seeping through wherever it could. That darkness called out to her, trying to reach her. It gave her access to some of what she had once been, but not enough to completely free herself of the chemical haze that had saturated her blood. You would think the Sith poisons would have worked their way out of her body by now, but still they remained, weakening her, leaving her vulnerable. You should not be surprised, the dark voice within growled. You were not supposed to survive your interrogation. You should not have needed time to recover, because you should have died on that table. True, but she had not died, had she? Now it fell to her to try and regain what had been taken. Damn Zine, and damn everyone else here in this Karkin Academy. She did her best to hold on to that anger. Spindral's words continued to guide her. Anger helped, but the true, all-obliterating rage that she required remained elusive. She simply did not have the power to burn away what continued to keep the Force from her. I've made progress, though. That has to be enough for now. The Saber instructors chose to keep their exercises light. They commanded the students to ready themselves, daily challenges were about to begin. After a brief meditation period, the acolytes gathered in a large circle. Who offers battle? One of the instructors called out, which of you worms has a challenge he or she wishes to make? One by one, students that did step forward. Avaryss watched them all with a clinical and trained eye. The battle to claim Fel's vacant throne continued. So far, none of the would-be claimants had achieved enough prestige to seize the vaunted top spot, but they were trying. Avaryss sneered beneath her breathing mask. How she despised them all. Azardi, Hezin, Maul, Devis, and Nas were just a few of the would-be challengers. Fel had known them all, but feared none of them. He had been their superior, none could have touched him, either with the blade or the force. Avaryss' brow furrowed as she watched them, her eyes gliding over each them one by one. Had one of them poisoned her love? Was the murderer here? Avaryss had little doubt. These acolytes would not have dared try to challenge Fel in life. Now in death, they tried to pick over his bones. It disgusted her. Though, in truth, it was Nas that hurt the most all. The trio of Nas, Avaryss, and Taya had been so close. They had all but ruled the butcher's block. Now, even Taya was no longer welcome at the sight of their old ally. Nas had jumped to get Tremel's attention after Fel had died. The Inquisitor's daughter had wasted little time trying to put herself before anyone else. It was for that reason that Avaryss had not brought her into her schemes. Even Taya sensed that the alliance the three had shared had ended. The blonde might have even tried to kill their former ally had Avaryss allowed it. For the moment, Avaryss held her back. There were far greater threats stirring around them than Nas. It was those threats that she wanted her ally focused on. Speaking of Taya, she found herself challenged today. Avaryss watched curiously as her ally was called out by one of the up-and-coming acolytes. She watched as her ally drew her double-bladed sword and began to circle her opponent. A dark-skinned girl that Avaryss did not recognize. She came in hard and fast on Taya's left, to try and catch the other girl off guard. Avaryss smiled beneath her mask. No doubt the girl had heard of Taya's reputation for being a soft touch, might have even thought that made her easy prey. She quickly learned the folly of that belief. Taya may not have been the most aggressive of Sith, but she knew how to destroy her enemies. Taya drew her in close, the flourishes of her training blade keeping the other acolyte at bay. Then the girl tried to get inside her guard, neutralize the reach of the double-bladed sword. It may have worked, but the sword was not Taya's only weapon. She had clearly had some martial arts training beyond what a common Sith knew. She caught the girl with a hard elbow to the jaw as she tried to close him for the kill. As her opponent staggered back, dazed, she caught her again with a vicious spin kick, sending her opponent sprawling to the ground. Before the other girl could recover, Taya drove the point of her training blade down into the base of the other girl's spine. Even at a low setting, it would leave the girl paralyzed from the waist down for an hour or two. The pained cry was music to Avaryss' ears. The girl surrendered a few minutes later. Taya was the winner. Yet, she did not back off. Not yet. Taya placed her training sword against the other girl's neck. She glanced over at Avaryss, as if she was asking the one she had sworn her service to if this one deserved to die. Avaryss called her off. Killing a beaten opponent when there was neither joy or use was foolish. Besides, the Dark Council's desire to increase Sith numbers would not be served by the new acolyte's death. Taya had made her point. There was no reason to go further. Taya's growing stronger, she realized. How long until she surpasses me? And when that time comes, what will I do if my own powers have not returned? Power was power. She could not afford to remain without it for much longer. As the challenges continued, Avaryss continued to evaluate the rest of her fellow students. She watched Nas defeat Maul, and Azardi defeat one of the new meat. She tried to reach out with the Force, get more of an idea who had gained more from Fel's passing. So far she felt little that was useful. The answer remained elusive. The particulars of Fel's death had not been released in their entirety. Some things had been left out, so that overseers might identify the true culprit. Both Harkin and Tremel knew that she wasn't the killer, but that wasn't why her execution had been desired. Even if the overseers discovered who was behind it, it would be unlikely that they would do anything about it. So far the killer had played as are her cards very close to their chest, revealing nothing. As far as the Academy knew, Fel had died from poisoned wine that had been laced with Roxwort venom. A common enough poison, easy to get. In high doses the effect even resembled Cynic's, or so she had been told. So far Avaryss had heard none of the other students mention Cynic's, or a poisoned war blade. The killer would know that was how it had been done, but few else. The only reason Avaryss knew was because of Zine, and the fact that she had not been expected to survive her interrogation. So the killer is no fool, she realized. The Adder is more careful than a common Sith. Slowly she was working on eliminating all possible suspects. The most obvious one she had cleared first. That, of course, was Taya. Taya had a reason to want Fel dead. Had she realized that Avaryss was planning to run away with him, she might have taken steps to ensure that her vision of the future came true. When she had talked with her ally about the murder, she left out what poison had been used. Hoping the other girl might mention Cynic's, she did not. She had also not mentioned the fact that the war blade had been used. Taya's story had never deviated from the official version, which meant she was either innocent or far cleverer than her ally suspected. In the end, Avaryss had cleared her. She did not believe that Taya was behind this, which meant she was back to square one, with many suspects and few leads. She shook her head. Too many people had profited from Fel's death. It was not easy to pick out just one. Eventually the killer would make their move for the top spot. But in the meantime, Avaryss froze. She had been watching one of the contenders, a large brutish human named Hassan. He had been wearing a cloak over left shoulder. She had not put one and one together until that moment. Hassan had remained at the back of the pack, but now. Her eyes narrowed. Her heart began to pound. Hassan was wearing Fel's cloak. She was sure of it. How in the Emperor's name had he gotten it? She assumed that the cloak had been sent back to Dramakas with Fel's body, or that it had been destroyed with his body if that had been the case. Clearly that assumption had been wrong. For the first time in months, she felt a flicker of hate. It burned deep down in her gut. She watched as Hassan laughed with two of their fellows. "You have no right to that cloak," she thought. "You have no right." Taya glanced her way. Perhaps she could hear the change in Avaryss' breathing. She maybe even sensed the anger in her friend. She shot her a curious look. Avaryss did not care. She did not even try to hide her emotions. The acolyte's presumption angered her. He was practically mocking Fel's memory, his and hers. The arrogance. Her heart was pounding. She could hear it in her ears, even over the steady in and out of her respirator. She was not even paying attention to the challenges now. She had eyes for only one thing, and one thing only. "That does not belong to you," she wanted to shout at Hassan. "It was Fel's. By right it should be mine." "It is just a piece of cloth," her sense of caution reminded her. "Let it go." But she couldn't. It was a piece of Fel. She had not even got the chance to say goodbye. One of Fel's enemies did not deserve it. They had not taken it in battle, as it had not killed him. Or had he? Avaryss snarled under her breath. Perhaps she had found the killer after all. Perhaps he had finally decided to reveal himself. "Are there any more challenges?" the instructor called out. "Or have you maggots had your fill of blood for the day?" She should not have spoken up. It was just a cloak. It meant nothing. Yet, Avaryss stepped forward, despite everything she knew to be smart. When she spoke, her voice was as hard as steel. "Hassan, I challenge." She realized what she had done then. All eyes were on her. It took all of her courage not to step back in shame. She wasn't ready. Step back, fool. Step back or die. "I won't do it," she thought, "not this time. I won't." Hassan stepped forward, a cruel smirk on his face. "I accept," he purred, letting Fel's cloak fall to the ground like a piece of trash. The pounding in Avaryss' chest grew louder. The arrogance. The gall. She drew her training saber, as her opponent drew his. the two acolytes began to circle, feeling each other out. The others watched curiously. Avaryss had not stepped into the dueling ring since her interrogation. They were eager to see how much of her Zen had left functioning. Hezin laughed cruelly. "I wish you had challenged me a month ago," he snarled. "Destroying you now will be worth very little." Avaryss' eyes narrowed. She began pouring every bit of strength she could muster into her shield. She would be ready to take on this threat. "You have Fel's cloak," she said coldly. "Where did you get it?" Her opponent chuckled. "It was a gift actually, from someone who understands where I'm going, the destiny that awaits me." Avaryss sneered. Fel had known what future the fool had had. He was weak and did not understand when he was in the presence of his betters. Avaryss was willing to teach him. She knew she could not play this the way she once would have. She did not have the strength to maintain Sarisu for long. She needed to end this quickly. A shame, she would have enjoyed savoring this fool's pain. Hezin's style was fairly basic. He used the Shicho and had some skill with Adaru. Beyond that, nothing. Before her interrogation, he would have been beneath her notice. "Did you kill Fel?" she growled. The large man laughed. "Everyone knows who killed Fel," he cackled. "You did. What was the matter, farm girl? Did he grow bored with your charms? Had he had his fun and decided to find something better?" The other acolyte smirked. "Never could settle for something for long myself. I guess Fel couldn't either. You let him have a taste of everything he wanted then." Avaryss had heard enough. She attacked. She shifted her stance and came at her foe with Makashi, the duelist style. Hezin had not expected it. Everyone knew that Avaryss preferred the slower Sarisu to wear her opponent down before going in for the kill. She rained super-fast blows down on her opponent. Hezin might have been larger, but lacked the speed necessary to counter her quick flurry. He found himself on his back, with her hammering down with her training blade, trying to break through his last defense. Somehow, Hezin managed to gather enough energy to cause her to lose her balance, to fall back a few steps. It was just enough, and he soon found his feet again. They ended up facing each other, both a bit more cautious than they had been in the beginning. Avaryss cursed under her breath. She could already feel her remaining strength slipping away. Her senses beginning to shrink back down into the norm for a human girl. She doubted Hezin had the skill to recognize that, but he would not need to. He would see soon enough. She had had one chance to end this quickly, one chance to claim victory before her reserves were gone. She had wasted that opportunity. Hezin attacked her anew. Now it was she fighting for her life. He surprised her by switching to Gem So. His more aggressive attacks would push her far harder and faster, exhaust her reserves that much quicker. She tried to find the rhythm of Sarisu, to let the force guide her blade, but that was simply not to be. She had exhausted everything she had gathered. Now, she was struggling simply to stay alive. Things did not look good for her. Hezin continued to push her. Her blocks and parries became less crisp, that sense of anticipation that guided her blade before flickered on and off. She tried to claim the initiative, but was cut off at every possible turn. He is toying with me, she realized, trying to drag this out, make himself look better. The realization only made her angrier. She tried to draw on that, used to give her just a little bit more power, but no new wellspring of strength opened up. She was fading, and fading fast. It was only a matter of time until... Avaryss yelped as she missed a block with her training blade. Hezin's weapon caught her full in the left side. The shock of it made her yelp and stagger as her muscles were disrupted by the other acolyte strike. She staggered back on wobbly legs, trying to fight against the pain, but to no avail. She collapsed. Somehow she used her forearms to catch her before she fell face first on the academy floor. She looked up at her opponent. He was grinning triumphantly. Her heart continued to pound, and not just from the strike, and of being shocked by Hezin's blade. "I've lost," she realized, her breath wheezing from her respirator. "I've lost." Hezin advanced, a hungry look on his face. Avaryss did not look away, she would not give him the satisfaction of seeing her ashamed. So he had beaten her? Very well, she would give him no further satisfaction. She had gambled, and lost. She was prepared to face the consequences. "Beg," he said with a sneer on his lips. "Beg me for mercy, farm girl." She glared up at him. "No." His smirk turned into a sneer. He reached out with the force, lifting her up a few feet and slamming her down hard on the stones. The blow knocked the wind from her, but still she did not yield. "I'm sorry, Fel," she thought. "I failed you." She only just held back a whimper. "I'm so sorry." She once again found Hezen's eyes. She heard the hum of his training saber increase as he turned up the power. Now it was set to kill. She did not doubt that her opponent had the will to use it. She tried to lift her own weapon, only to have it ripped from her fingers by the force. Disarmed, she could do nothing but lay there, trying hard not to pass out from the pain. Again Hezen reached out with the force, not to her body this time, but to the mask she wore. Avaryss gasped as the mask started to contract. She felt the metal squeeze in her jaw. She heard a snapping sound as the Kolto cartridges within the mask broke. The medicinal fluid ran down her neck. She grasped the respirator as it began to fail. She tried to hold it together with her fingers. She may very well have been trying to stop the tide on some distant water world. Her chest began to burn. Without the medicated air, her lungs would not fill enough to keep her conscious, much less upright. The world began to turn red. Black spots danced before her eyes. Hezen looked down on her like he would upon something unsettling you saw on a public walkway. He spit on her. "The hero of Butcher's Clearing," he hissed. "What a joke. All you have done is waste the overseer's time. All you did was waste Fel's time." He shook his head. "You are not worthy of this academy. You are not worthy to stand among us." Avaryss said nothing. She was struggling to simply stay awake. The pounding in her chest continued, growing louder, drowning out almost everything else. "I never understood you fury rats," Hezen continued. "I killed 3 of you during my time in Lord's Reach. I never understood how you could not accept the way things were. Why you thought you were worthy to stand with the rest of us." He shook his head. "I always knew it was Fel that was protecting you, perhaps using his powers to make you think you were better than what you truly were. Well, I've just disproved your myth, haven't I? You are unfit to walk the halls of this academy. Now you know it." Avaryss continued to glare at him, listening at the pounding in her chest and the pounding in her head. She struggled against unconsciousness. "I will not give up," she thought. "He will have to kill me first." Hezen stepped forward, his blade humming loudly. "Tonight I throw you back into the gutter you crawled out of, farm girl. You are not worthy to be a lord. Fel may have taken pity on you, but that is done. You won't be able to sleep your way back to the top this time." She continued to look up at him. The world was fading, but in its fading it was also burning. It felt like her very veins were on fire. "Kill me, already," she wanted to shout. Just kill me. She found herself in 2 places at once, both on the floor of the academy and before the wall in her mind. The pounding she was hearing was not just her heart, but the dark side itself. She could hear it, slamming against the mental barriers that kept it from her. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, everything else vanished. The world, the other acolytes, even her own fading life, they were gone. They did not matter. All she saw was Hezen, the fool who dared to mock her love by wearing his cloak. She hated him. Hated him. It did not matter if she died. Nothing mattered. Not if she got the chance to flay the flesh from his bones. It was a hunger she could not deny. She wanted blood and was willing to do anything to get it. The world seemed to stop. She saw Hezen pause. In misstep, she saw the look on the faces of her fellow acolytes and knew most of them were enjoying her final moment. Arrogant pieces of dirt. They all deserved to die squealing. In that moment, the darkness behind the wall seemed to change. It came down beside her. It seemed to condense, becoming something smaller, darker. She felt a brief feeling of terror, but then it passed away. The shadow took shape. a shape she both desired and despised. Fel stood before her, a being of the blackest of shadows, her darkest night-given form. She shuddered with both shame and desire. "Are you going to let him get away with talking to you like that, my love?" the shadow asked. He shook his head. "That is not how I would expect the future mother of my children to react." The mention of children that would now never be, made her moan in agony. So much had been taken from her, so much. "I want to join you," as she thought. "Please, I'm tired of suffering." The fell thing grinned. "Get up, darling," he growled. "Get up and make them suffer. Make them pay for your pain." Fel began to beat his hands against the wall. She saw a spider web with cracks. He struck it again and again. She felt the darkness burning within her, pure, white-hot fury. In her mind she stood, her hands reaching out for Fel, wanting to touch him one last time. "I want you," she murmured. "Please come back to me. Open the way, and I will, my darkest star, my lady of shadows." Inspired by his words, she began to push against the wall. It continued to splinter. It cut her hands, but there was no pain, only the sharp sting of hatred. It felt like it was almost ready to boil over. She feared her heart would stop. "Do you want to die alone?" Fel asked. "No," she replied. "Then take me into your arms," he said, laughing. "I love you, Avaryss. Come back to me." She continued to push. She felt it starting to give way, felt it cracking. "Do you give up?" Fel asked. "No." "Do you wish to lose?" "No." "Does Hezin deserve to live?" "No." The shadow that was both Fel and the dark side grinned. "Will you be stopped? Will you be denied? Will you fail?" Avaryss looked at him with hunger in her pale red eyes. She had only one word for her lover and for the dark side. And in that moment, when she said it aloud, she was back in the academy. Hezin's blade was falling. It had seemed to have been falling forever. "Say the word," Fel said as his voice faded. "It is time to wake up." She glared up at both Hezin and Fel, her heart pounding in her ears, and in that moment she said the word that would change her life again. "You." The words exploded from her lips, and with them, the mental block that had been holding her powers at bay exploded as well. The dark side flooded her mind. It lifted Avaryss up, drowning her in his power. The shadow that wore Fel's face embraced her, breathing life into her starved, damaged body. She looked up and saw Hezin. She was filled with such a hate that it could have torn an entire planet in two. She used the force to stop his blade. She saw his eyes widen in surprise. He had not expected this. The fury was on her like heat lightning. She reached out with the force. "You do not deserve to strike me with that sword," she thought. "You don't deserve to strike anyone." She gestured with her left hand. Every bone in Hezin's wrists and hand shattered. The acolyte howled in agony. Yet, Avaryss was not done. The power of the dark side was coursing through her veins. Her emotions were raw. She felt fury, shame, anguish, and the desire to see this man punished for every humiliation she had endured in the last few months. She used the force to lift herself up. Her leg muscles would not respond. She needed the force to find and keep her feet. She seized him by the throat. He looked up at her, his mouth working, his eyes wide with terror. "I hunger," she gasped. "Feed me." Orange light flowed from her hand and into her struggling victim. The spell came to her with barely a word or a gesture. His screams rose as fire burned through Avaryss' blood. Her lungs felt like they were filled with red flame, the dark side forcing the damaged tissue to heal. Her eyes and ears burned as well, as life energy flooded through her, waking her up and burning away the last of the Sith poise from her body. It was both torment and the most profane of ecstasies. Part of her did not wish it to end. She was not sure how long it lasted, but when it was done, she felt rejuvenated, scoured clean, and transformed. The pain caused by Hezin's training blade was gone. She stood easily, her head held high. She tore off the damaged respirator and flung it across the room. She did not need it anymore. She took a deep breath, filling her restored lungs with air. It was her first real breath since waking in the medical room after her interrogation. She tasted blood in her mouth from when he had tried to crush it over her face. She grinned down at him. The air tasted sweeter than it ever had. Even with the taste of her own blood, it tasted like victory, and perhaps the tears of her victims. She laughed. It had been too long. Hezin was not dead, not yet. She could feel his weak pulse between her fingers. She was filled with a dark hunger. Part of her longed to end it, to make him just a pile of ash, a warning to whomever else would oppose her. Time sped up again, or perhaps simply returned to normal. She found herself surrounded by her fellow acolytes. She could sense their emotions again, a mix of shock, disbelief, and even fear. She almost smiled. Fear, she thought. They don't know the meaning of the word, yet. She would teach them, oh yes. They would learn? Avaryss. The sharp bark calling out her name made her look up in surprise. Both Harkin and Tremel stood there, both of them watching her. She glared hatefully at them. That is enough, Avaryss, Tremel said in that soft, commanding voice of his. Release him, you have made your point. She almost laughed. Her point, but he was still alive. She had not made her point yet. She looked down at Hezin, his eyes barely focused, so close to the edge of death. Did you do it? She hissed. Did you kill Fel? Are you the one I seek? The beaten acolyte shook his head no, and through the force, she knew he was not lying. She sighed and cursed under her breath. Damn. My hunt continues. She heard giggling. She looked up and saw Taya watching her, an excited look on her pretty face. Avaryss was tempted to kill the man anyway, despite the overseer's orders. Still she held back. Hezin had given her what she needed, that sweet moment of pure fury. She would grant him his life for now. Thought it would likely not seem like a reward to him. He would suffer greatly in the next few weeks. Good, she thought. Let him suffer. She turned him loose. He fell to the ground at her feet. She looked at her fellows. They all backed away, looks of disbelief on their faces. Let them look, she thought, and let them beware. She turned to leave. She was done with her training for the day, but first she paused and gestured to fallen cloak on the ground. It leapt into her hands. She held it close to her heart, shielding it from the others. She also called out to her training blade, just in case. She did not think anyone foolish enough to attack her on her way back to her room, but why take chances? She left them then, her fellows, the teachers, and the overseers. She said not a word. What was left to say? She smiled and held the cloak up to her face. Despite being in the hands of that fool Hezin, it still smelled like her beloved. Tears of joy ran down her cheeks. Thank you, my love, she murmured. The dark side coursed through her, lifting her up, making her strong. She did not even bother looking back at the others. In that sweet moment they were nothing. Let the galaxy beware, she thought, grinning savagely. I'm back. Chapter 40. Shadows. Her emotions were raw, like an exposed nerve. After weeks of being denied the true spectrum of both her powers and the dark side itself, Avaryss now felt like she was running a gauntlet. Elation quickly turned into fury, which turned into guilt and pain. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she meditated, going deeper and deeper into the darkness, opening herself up to all her emotions. It was torment, a special kind of agony. She felt herself stretching out as never before. The universe itself seemed to be unfurling before her. The young acolyte smiled. It had been far too long. After displaying her restored powers in the dueling ring, she had returned to her room. She spoke to no one. There was no one here that she wished to see. She did not even emerge for evening meal, which her growling stomach now refused to let her forget. She could have used some real food after being stuck on a liquid diet for so long, but that could wait. The only hunger that mattered was her hunger for power, that in the knowledge it would bring. She had felt something when her powers had returned. At first she had thought nothing of it, but the more she dwelled on it, the more she realized that she would not be satisfied until she explored every option. The desire drove her to meditate, her first true meditation, since losing her abilities to Zion's bungling. She floated several feet above her bed, her body aglow with crimson light. All around her, small objects left loose in her chambers orbited her. Her data pad, a cleaning rag for her war blade, even an empty Kolto cartridge floated around her, all caught up in the ebb and flow of the dark side. Though closed, her eyes darted quickly beneath her eyelids. "Where are you?" she wondered. "Are you still here?" The last few moments of her freeing her powers played over and over again in her mind. She remembered seeing Fel, hearing his voice, sensing him through the Force, but that was impossible, was it not? Fel was dead. Yet, he had been at her side when she found the strength to shatter the walls around her mind. It had not just been a hallucination. It had been him. She felt it. They had made contact. She took a deep breath through her nose and breathed it out slowly through her mouth, trying not to think of how good it felt to be able to do so. She did not miss the sound of a respirator mask. She shook her head. She could not imagine having to wear such a mask for the rest of her life. How could any Sith, no matter how powerful they might be, endure such a fate? Being left in such a state, it would have driven her mad. She was more than grateful that it was over. Forget the past, the dark voice within said. Focus on the present. Reach out with your senses. If Fel's presence is still here somewhere, you must find it. You cannot let it end as it has. His cloak sat in her lap. She used it as a focus, to try and draw out the presence she sought. The archives were full of tales of Sith maintaining their consciousness after death. They remained as Force spirits, close to the place where they had fallen. She had heard that the Jedi believed that a person should become one with the Force when they died, that everything they were flowed back into Force, and dissolved into part of a greater whole. Such a fate did not appeal to her. If it was possible to continue on after physical death, she understood why the Dark Lords of old preferred to do so. The Sith had lost so much to their enemies, hounded and attacked like common criminals, hunted down and destroyed like they were plague carriers. It was necessary to take steps to ensure their survival, even if it meant cheating true death, cheating it, and choosing to remain on this plane of existence to guide the next generation, ensure the Order's survival. A Sith left nothing to chance, only their survival mattered. If a Force user had the strength to remain, why should they not? Her Fel had been that strong. If he continued to exist, she wished to find him. If he was still here, there was still a chance for them. If you can hear me, she thought, give me a sign. Let me know that I'm not crazy. She had slipped so deeply into the dark side that she had no trouble sensing Teya's approach. She could feel the other girls' giddy anticipation for their upcoming meeting. Of all of the people at this academy, only Teya had believed that she could find her way back to true power. The girl's vision of the future might have appeared selfish, but it had inspired Avaryss to keep going. Surely such loyalty deserved something, Avaryss realized. She retreated from her place in the darkness and gently lowered herself back to the ground. Teya's knock sounded just as Avaryss had finally fully emerged from her place within the dark side. She gestured, causing the door to unlock, allowing her friend and servant entrance. Teya stepped inside, a manic grin on her face. "How are you feeling, Avi?" she asked. Avaryss smirked. "Transformed," she replied. Teya laughed. "I can certainly see that." "Really?" Avaryss said, giving her an arch look. "How so?" Teya held up a small mirror to her. Avaryss' grin widened. Her skin had gone almost bone white. There was some bruising on her cheeks, likely from pushing herself by using life drain so soon after her full powers had returned. But that did not matter. Using the dark side always came with some price. The formerly dull red color of her eyes had brightened. They now shone like they were filled with red flame. "I've changed so much," she thought. She was a far cry from the farm girl that the Imperial mission had smuggled off of Oridanna all those months ago. In fact, Keera Lylos' life seemed more of a dream to her now than actual memories. Her pursuit of the dark side had all but consumed her. Strangely enough, That did not frighten her as it may have once. Fade away, Keera, she thought with a pleased smirk. Avaryss needs full use of your body now. Taya stepped back, still grinning from ear to ear. You have reclaimed Fel's cloak, I see. Good. Taya giggled excitedly. I'm glad that it served its purpose. I think it is safe to say my plan was a success. Avaryss blinked. Your plan? The blonde nodded. It was not easy acquiring it. It took some time, credits needed to be spread around. She laughed lightly. Father probably wondered what I needed credits for here on Korriban, but at least he was able to get them. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. It was you, she said flatly. You gave the cloak to Hezin. Taya nodded. I've been watching you these last few weeks, seeing what truly angered you. Few things triggered a truly emotional response. You said you needed something that could help you find your fury again. The only thing that I observed involved Fel. Not surprising considering your relationship. The blonde grinned. Hezin is an ass. I knew he wouldn't question my gift. I did not even have to go out of my way to compliment him. He took the cloak like it was his due. Taya snorted with amusement. The look on his face when you grabbed him, when you started to drain him, it was priceless. It was. She stopped in her track, no doubt noticing the look on her ally's face. Avaryss was not pleased. Why did you not tell me? She demanded. Because it might not have had the proper effect had you been told in advance, Taya said quickly, trying to cut off any argument or perhaps something worse. She dropped to one knee. Know that I did not seek to insult you, Avi. I merely thought to give you motivation to tear away the last of the shackles that bound your powers, and it worked. It worked. She looked up at her friend. Avaryss' eyes remained cold, evaluating. Tay dropped her head again. I did not wish to betray you, Avi. All I wanted was to help you find your way back. I accept whatever form of punishment you think is appropriate, but I beg you to consider the result. You are yourself again. Please don't kill me. I can still be useful to you. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Taya was not wrong, she realized. She had had only limited success in freeing her emotions. Taya's plan had worked. Yet, the dark side still hungered to punish her for forgetting her place. She had sworn to serve Avaryss, to obey her will. By not telling her what she had in mind, was that not betrayal? Did it truly matter that it had worked? The dark side screamed to punish her servant, but the part of her that was grateful for her aid stood opposed to it. Avaryss smiled coldly. The penalty for treason among the Sith is death, my friend, she reminded Taya. The blonde looked up, her eyes widening. Avaryss chuckled. Of course, if you betrayed anyone, you betrayed Hezin, not me. She gestured for her to stand. You may rise, with both my blessing and my thanks. Taya sighed with relief as she obeyed. Her white, excited smile had returned. What is next for us, Avi? Now that you are whole again, how do we proceed? Avaryss smirked. Now comes the hard part, she said. Now we must complete our training here. We must find lords to take us to the next level. She grinned and ran her finger down Taya's face. The other girl shuddered, a mix of fear and pleasure. A Sith cannot have two masters, she reminded her, which means we must step away from each other for a while. We must both focus on surviving our final trials here, and being taken as apprentices. That will not be hard for you now, Taya said, grinning. No doubt the Dark Lord that saved your life will soon hear of your return to power. How could such a person not want you for his apprentice? Avaryss nodded. You may be right, but for the moment, we must both focus on ourselves. You impressed me with your savagery in the dueling ring. You must stay that course. You have both the name and the connections to find a proper master. He or she must suspect nothing. You must serve them like they are your one and true master. Avaryss' expression turned sly. But never forget your vision, or your oath to me. Be the good little apprentice. Do what is expected of you. Learn from your new master. Add their strength to your own. And then, when they have nothing left to teach you. Taya giggled. Dispose of them? Exactly, Avaryss purred. By then I should hopefully be in a position to do the same. Then we can turn our attention to making that vision of yours a reality. In truth, Taya's vision excited her now more than she let on. She imagined overthrowing her master. Overthrowing him or her, and claiming everything that was theirs. Then, perhaps, I will be strong enough to finally confront Darth Feer. The thought made her giddy. They would meet as equals, rival lords, and on that day, only one would walk away. Such was the way of the Sith, the will of the dark side. The strong continued, and the weak were cast aside and forgotten. On that wondrous day, it would be Darth Feer. He would finally answer for the death of the Lylos family. Why is that so important to you? The dark voice within inquired. Avaryss blinked. She was not entirely sure. Fear had been Keera Lylos' motivation. Avaryss' appetite had grown beyond such a small goal. If one could consider killing a Darth a small goal. She shook her head. Fear still controlled Oridanna and the rest of the worlds in the system. Even if she did abandon her vengeance against him, his holdings would still enrich her, building an even stronger power base. Yes, she realized she would kill Darth Feer. His holdings were too rich a prize to pass up. The part of her that was still Keera and cried out for revenge would have it, and Avaryss would slake her thirst for power. It was as good a motivation as any. Whoever her mystery benefactor was, would find her an able and loyal apprentice, at least until she had the power to claim her own desires. When she did, it would be time to take her master's place. It would be a most momentous occasion. Is there anything else you need of me, Avi? Taya asked. I will help you in any way I can. Avaryss considered her offer. She could ask her friend to help her in her attempt to locate Fel's spirit, but that did not seem like a good idea. She smiled. Focus on your training, Taya, she advised. I will send word if I need anything. As you command, Taya said, bowing her head. Quickly, the girl turned to leave. She paused before leaving. She turned and smiled at her friend. It is good to have you back, Avi. Avaryss grinned. Thanks, Tay, she said. That means a lot. The blonde nodded and left her. Avaryss pursed her lips, thinking about what she might need to accomplish her goals. Taya could have been useful, but this was not for her. Fel had been Avaryss. It was up to her to see that what came next worked. Fel had been hers, both her love and the bane of her existence here. Had they not given in to their passions, they may not have endured such suffering. He might still be alive, and she would have not have had to face becoming a pariah. Still, if there was even a small chance that he still remained here, if he could be bound to her side. She found herself thinking about Lord Zash, and the work that Harkin had her doing. She was starting to suspect that Zash's spell might have something to do with the ancient art of essence transfer. That the Dark Lord was seeking to find a way of moving a spirit into a new form, a new body. She would need more time to research, but she suspected that even if she did not have access to all the supplies that Lord Zash did, it was still possible that it might just work. She might just be able to adapt what she had learned in the writings that Zash had given them, and use them to build a spell of her own. The means to raise the dead. It was possible, if Fel's ghost was still here, if it had not passed into the madness beyond death, it might just be possible to save it to save him. She could do it, with the proper ritual, of course, she knew it. She might even be able to find a way to bring him back. She would need the right kind of body, of course. Male, powerful in the Force, handsome and fierce, a body that would allow Fel to achieve his own goals, while, at the same time, satisfy her needs. He would be grateful for a second chance at life, even more so knowing that the woman he loved had done the deed, that she had cheated death itself to bring him back to her arms, to feel his kiss on her lips once more. It would mean destroying someone else to accomplish this, maybe more than one, but wasn't that what her lessers were for? She was Sith, or soon would be. What did it matter to a Sith if she had to step on someone to achieve her goals? I would destroy an entire star system to bring him back, she realized. I would kill the Emperor and the entire Dark Council if Fel could be mine again. The realization surprised her. At long last she finally understood why Keera Lylos' family had to die, why she should have died. What was one innocent life compared to the desires of a Dark Lord? What did 1,000 lives matter? 1,000,000. They were just fuel for the fire. She nodded grimly. Fear still had to die, but she understood him better. In his position, she might just make the same call. She grinned. Speaking of calls, she set Fel's cloak aside, leaving it where it would not get dirty or damaged. She left her room, eager to find Overseer Harkin. Hopefully Lord Zash had sent him the text that she needed translated. Avaryss was eager to help. In fact, she was overeager. Every secret she learned was another piece of a greater puzzle. She would be Sith, and then she would have it all. A title. Her lover. A star system of her own. Why stop there? The dark side was with her, and with it as her ally, the entire galaxy was waiting for her to claim it. It would welcome her with open arms. She giggled. After all, a Sith was welcome wherever she went. If not, well, a Sith could be very persuasive when she wanted to be. Very persuasive indeed. Chapter 41. Trial. Avaryss, kill him. She watched the color drain from the young acolyte's face. He was one of 5 that stood before Harkin today, another group sent here to Korriban far too soon, unready. The Overseer had been berating them, as usual, yet even they had not realized that he was preparing to remove one of them. That he had merely been waiting to give her a kill order. She grinned at her future victim. Go on, she wanted to tell him. Draw your sword, gather your strength, call on the Force to shield yourself, at least try. Try, and make me break a sweat. The frightened acolyte backed away, preparing to run. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Fine. She raised her hand, her fingers curling inward like claws. She reached out with the Force. The acolyte's flight stopped. He began to gasp and clawed his throat. Avaryss felt a slight pressure in her ears, the Force within her responding to her command, choking the poor fool. The other students paled as she continued her attack. She could feel the fear radiating off of them, and it only disgusted her further. What was Dark Council thinking? She wondered. It took time to shape a hopeful into a Sith acolyte. Just throwing young recruits into the shark tank that was Korriban was wasting so much valuable potential, not to mention time. At her side, Harkin was grinning, reveling in the young man's suffering, drinking it in through the Force. Avaryss did not blame him. It was a heady sensation to be sure. Yet, it was over so quickly. She slowly turned her open hand into a fist, and was rewarded with the sweet sound of bones breaking. A single death rattle escaped the boy's throat as he fell to the floor of Harkin's office, his neck crushed to powder. She smiled serenely at the remaining students. Is there anyone else who would like to volunteer? She said jovially. I have some lovely new spells I have just learned. Who wants to be my first test subject? No voices answered. They looked upon her as prey animal did upon Tukada. Harkin chuckled. Patience, Avaryss, he advised. I'm sure you will find new prey soon enough. She continued to smile at the would-be Sith. I can barely wait, Overseer. Harkin turned his attention back to his new students. Any sense of warmth faded from his voice. As for the rest of you slimes, you know your next trial. Get to it, he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. I will decide the rest of your fates when you return. The new students rushed off, leaving Harkin, Avaryss, and the body of her victim behind. She looked down on the body with a sense of confusion. He had been weak, beneath her notice, and not even strong enough to try and defend himself. By purging him, she had served not only the Empire but the dark side. Still, she felt a slight twinge of guilt. She did not let it show, not to Harkin, but it was there nonetheless. In the weeks since her powers had returned, she had been drawing deeper and deeper on the dark side, using it to grow stronger. Her passions were fueling her strength and granting her new power in return. Her increased power allowed her to turn her attention inward, looking to wipe away the last bit of light within her. It should have been easy. She should have been able to wash away any remaining trace of compassion within her, to drown it in darkness, yet some still remained untouched. It was most disturbing. When she focused on that small glowing shard, it felt like a tether, that she was bound to the light in some strange way. She was surrounded by the sweet cold embrace of the darkness, but could not fully drift into the shadows. The light kept pulling her back, holding her, restraining her. That restraint angered her. Was that why she had not been able to commune with Fel's spirit? Was that what was holding her back? "You have done well, acolyte." She blinked, remembering where she was, returning to her place at Harkin's side. She smiled serenely. "It took me some time, Overseer," she confessed, "but now I fully embrace the ideals of the Sith and this academy." "Really?" he said, turning to face her, perhaps searching for some sign of deception. "Yes," she said, bowing her in submission. "I let my passions guide my actions instead of feeding on them, using them to grow stronger." She looked up, letting the raw hunger for power come into her voice. "I should have never sought to be Fel's equal. I should have pushed myself to be his superior. He should have been my prize, not my equal." Harkin chuckled cruelly. "That likely would have ended with one of your deaths," he reminded her. "Fel was not the type to bow to anyone." "Yet he ended up dead anyway," she said, letting a trace of sadness seep into her voice, a result of the light tether that was wrapped so tightly around her heart. Not enough to notice, but it was there. "Yet even in death he serves, his loss fuels me, my desire for revenge." She grinned. "But enough about me and my motivations, Overseer. We should be talking about you and your work. Does Lord Zash have anything else for me? Does she have any texts that she needs translated? Has she found any new artifacts that need to be studied?" Harkin sighed. "Unfortunately, you will be otherwise engaged this evening," Harkin said, sounding a bit disappointed. He rose from his chair and gestured for her to follow. "Tremel wishes to see you. We shall go together." "Yes, Overseer," she said, bowing slightly before following. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Tremel wanted to see her. What was this all about? She suspected that it was likely about her alliance with Harkin. Since choosing to ally with him, her fortunes had improved. She helped him with Lord Zash, and served as his enforcer, and in return he opened doors to the secrets of the academy. Once again she was getting private sessions with the instructors. Some still blamed her for Fel's death, but they were in the minority. This girl made mistakes, and was punished for them, Harkin reminded them, but she survived, and has emerged stronger and more determined. She will be taught for the good of the Empire and the Sith. His defense of her touched Avaryss' heart. Of course she realized what was really going on. Harkin only sought to make her a more deadly weapon in his arsenal. She was okay with that. She would have to endure similar treatment at the hand of any Sith master who agreed to teach her. For power, she was willing to make sacrifices. They made their way down the hall. Several students looked back as they passed by. Tales of what had happened in the dueling ring had spread. No longer was she seen as a broken weakling. She would never hold the rank of top student, but that was fine. They saw her as a blunt instrument, a club that Harkin wielded. Her willingness to do whatever the Overseer asked would appeal to a Sith master, and the sadistic streak she was nurturing would serve whatever master that took her. A Sith apprentice was their master's weapon, first and foremost, and as long as her future master was willing to reward her for her actions, she would be a humble and willing servant. At least until she had learned everything her master had to teach. She smiled slightly at the thought. On that day, her master would learn just what a good Sith she was. She would likely not survive the experience. Harkin led her past the large red banners bearing the sigil of the Empire, past the tall hooded statues that seemed to be everywhere in Sith academies. She had always felt a little uncomfortable in the presence of those statues. It always felt like their eyes were upon her, watching her. Even now she did not look up into those cold stone faces. She thought that they were supposed to be the Emperor, but she could not say for certain. The features on those statues never appeared to be the same, yet always looked human. She had always assumed the Emperor was a pure blood, or at the least was half pure blood. It was said that most, if not all, of his closest servants were Sith purebloods. Of course, what did it matter? The Emperor was the supreme being, immortal, all-knowing, and master of them all. Whatever he was, or had been before his rise, meant nothing. He was the Emperor, and they were his. It was all that mattered. They finally reached Tremel's office. The dark-skinned overseer stood before his desk, at parade rest, awaiting their arrival. Harkin nodded to his fellow, and joined him at his side. Avaryss stood before them both, her heartbeat quickening, a sense of dark anticipation sweeping over her. "Overseers," she said, bowing deeply to them. "Acolyte," Tremel said in that soft voice of his, "I think you can guess why you are here." She grinned. "I believe so," she purred hungrily. "Is it time?" Tremel let her wait for a few seconds before answering, let her excitement build. "It is time," he said. "One of the Dark Lords have expressed interest in you, Acolyte. They wish to continue your training." It was all that Avaryss could do to restrain a girlish, excited giggle. Finally, she thought. "The next step. The Lord demands that you face one final test," Harkin said. "The Lord wishes to see if you are truly worthy to call yourself an apprentice of the Sith." "I am worthy," she said, her eyes reflecting her desire, her hunger for power. "Unleash me, and you will see that I am worthy. The Lord will see." Tremel chuckled. "You have certainly regained your confidence, that is clear. I have walked through torture, agony, loss, and death, and have returned," she growled. "I'm ready to show the Empire just what that means." "Well," Tremel sneered, "look who just turned poetic. No matter, your trial will test you. If you are as strong as you believe, you will return to us a full Sith, ready to be an apprentice to a Lord. If you are not," Harkin added, "you will die and be forgotten. Either way, your time in this academy is ending." "Then send me on my way," she said, growing impatient. "I'm eager to test myself." The two overseers looked at each other and nodded. "Soon you will be taken from this academy to one of the farthest corners of the Valley of the Dark Lords," Tremel informed her. "Recently, the Imperial Reclamation Service has uncovered a new tomb. It is different from the ones that we know of." A shiver ran down Avaryss' spine. "A new tomb? How exciting!" "The tomb is old," Harkin said, "perhaps older than the Hunter Paws. At first we thought it smaller than most, but it seems that the bulk of this tomb was built farther underground, deeper than the ones constructed by later Dark Lords. It may even belong to one of the first Jedi exiles, those that found the Sith people so many millennia ago." "This will be your testing ground, Acolyte," Harkin said. "It will be here that you will show if you are ready to join the ranks of the Sith." "Can you tell me anything else about this tomb?" she inquired. A full team from the Reclamation Service was lost trying to explore it. Before they died, they sent back word that the traps within used not only mechanical innovation, but Sith sorcery as well. The reports were unclear, trained researchers dying while wailing at people that were not there. Avaryss' brow furrowed. So this tomb had already killed a team of researchers, and now she was being sent in, alone. She gave Tremel an evil smile. "Still trying to arrange my death, Overseer?" she asked dryly. "It was the Lord's choice to use this tomb over the tomb of Nagasato, which we have used many times before." She nodded grimly. It seemed that her future master was not going to let things be easy for her. "What is mission?" she asked. "To Sith accompanying the researchers. They survived a bit longer, but were not skilled in sorcery. They had little defense, and were quickly overwhelmed by the traps. The one who desires to test you wishes you to find their bodies," Harkin said. "Find them, and retrieve their lightsabers. One of those lightsabers will be for you, your graduation gift," Tremel said. "The second you will offer to your new master as tribute, an offering to show that you are willing to serve. You must return with both, or not at all," Harkin said. Avaryss nodded. "Face the traps, endure the spells left to protect tomb, find the two dead Sith, and retrieve their weapons. It seemed pretty straightforward." She smirked. "What is the catch?" she asked. "I doubt the tomb will be the only threat I face." "Your insight serves you well," Tremel said. You will not be alone in the tomb. You are not the only acolyte that interested the Dark Lord. You will be competing with this other acolyte. Only one of you can claim both the lightsabers and the place as the Lord's apprentice. To enter the tomb, Harkin purred, but only one will leave a Sith. Avaryss nodded. So that was how it was to be. Just like with the Daz and her final trial on Fury 9, she was being put against another student. Her anticipation only grew stronger. She was eager to hold her own lightsaber, to hear the hum of his blade, to smell the burning flesh as she cleaved an opponent in two. It did not matter who this other acolyte was. She would not be denied, not after coming so far, not after everything she had sacrificed to reach this point. She bowed deeply to her masters. I am ready, overseers. Take me to the tomb. Harkin nodded grimly, motioning to the two guards behind her. These will see you to your destination, he said. Be ready for a fight when you arrive. I always am, she said. Tremel nodded. I thought you lost to us, girl. Now you return stronger than when you arrived, tested and temperate. He smiled slightly. May the Force serve you well. And you, overseer. She followed the two troopers. She said not a word. Her body was practically quivering as she made her way down the hall. Her final trial, her final opponent as an acolyte. Whoever you are, she thought, you are doomed. I was born to be Sith. I will not be stopped now. After a brief stop by the supply office for some glow rods, Avaryss boarded a small air speeder, her escort and her sword over the valley below. She was dressed once again in a plain black combat suit, her war blade at her side. The harsh orange light of the Korriban afternoon bothered her eyes, forcing her to wear darkened goggles. It seemed that damage that Zen had done had not been completely healed. The droids had warned her about a sensitivity to light and sound. She sighed. A minor weakness, but one that another might exploit. She would have to work to overcome it. She glanced down into the valley, at various acolytes carrying out their own challenges and trials. They seemed like so many ants, scurrying back and forth. Soon they will be ants to me, soon I will be full Sith. She was eager to make that final change. The airspeeder banked and began to make its descent. She saw only a hard rock wall beneath them. None of the great statues of the valley stretched out this far. Yet, there was a Sith tomb down there somewhere. It was there that she would find her final challenge. A strange thought occurred to her. Harkin and Tremel had not told her if her opponent was already down in the tomb. It was possible this other acolyte may already have the lightsabers, unlikely, but possible. She frowned. If her opponent did have the blades already, she would simply have to take them. She supposed she could wait outside the tomb for her opponent to come out and ambush them, but she doubted that would work. For all she knew, there might be a second entrance to this tomb, some air shaft that was large enough for someone to crawl out of. If she never engaged her opponent, she would lose by default. She would be left to wander the valley a failure, likely forced to go to Spindral and join the ranks of his disciples. No, that would not be her fate. She would enter, and she would conquer. There was no other choice but that. The speeder dropped lower, landing lightly on the valley floor. Her eyes narrowed as she looked up at the tomb. From the outside, it did not look like much. The entrance was cut into the rock face about 20 or 30 feet above the valley floor. The stones that marked it retained the sharp angles that they had when they had first been built several millennia ago. She shivered as she reached out with the force. The other tomb she had entered had not felt this way. Yes, she had felt the dark side there, felt the steady hum of power that the Lord had wielded in life, but this tomb felt far different. The dark side seemed to pulse from within, almost like a heartbeat. It called to her, both as an invitation and a warning. Enter if you dare, it seemed to whisper. I don't like uninvited guests. Avaryss shook her head and leapt from the speeder. When the trial is done, you will need to make your way back on your own, acolyte, one of her escorts said. She nodded. Very well. The troopers took off without another word. She now found herself alone standing before the long-forgotten tomb. She shivered with anticipation. This was going to be interesting. No steps had been cut into the rock leading up to the entrance of this tomb. She could have leapt up to the entrance, she supposed, but the Reclamation Service had been kind enough to install both scaffolding and a ramp leading up. She made for the ramp, but paused. Her eyes narrowed. Never accept anything at face value. She reached out with the force, and was rewarded for her insight. She chuckled. Demolition charges, she realized. Someone had rigged the entire ramp with them. Through the force she could sense the near-invisible light beams that served as tripwires. She reached out with the force, disabling one, and pulling it into her hands. The explosive was nothing special, but it did have a bit of a kick to it. If even one of these detonated, the others would no doubt follow. Even she could not survive that big of an explosion. She shook her head. It seemed that Tremel had given her opponent a bit of a head start. Perhaps he had even provided this other acolyte with the explosives. She could disarm them all, use the force to drain their power packs, but that would take time. Time she did not have. She took a deep breath and let herself slip deep into the force. She began to free climb the scaffolding, avoiding the explosives as she made her way up. For the briefest of moments, she experienced a sense of nostalgia. She found herself remembering the collection towers on Oridanna, the joy of free climbing down, losing herself to the force without truly grasping what it had been. She had been a foolish child, foolish and naive. Only now could she truly appreciate her gifts. Only now could she use them to their fullest potential. Soon she reached the top of the ramp. She needed to disable 2 final charges before being able to leap up and stand at the entrance to the tomb. A cold wind came up, whistling through the entrance. The sound was that of a wailing child. Avaryss shivered. Again the dark side reached out to her, both beckoning and warning her stay back. She took one step inside the entrance, feeling the power that seemed to hum from the stones beneath her feet. She felt only cold pleasure as she began her descent. There was no light down here. It was like slipping into a deep black pool. She cracked one of her light rods, yet even it seemed muted by the power of the shadows here. The entrance was quite slim, the floor a smooth ramp going down at an extreme angle. It was all she could do to keep herself upright. She let the light rod fall and rolled down the shaft. It bounced down another 10 or 20 feet before coming to rest. She gripped the sides of the shaft as she made her way down. As she emerged, she found herself in a large open chamber. There was nothing here but bones and scraps of cloth in the corner. She regarded them with a knowing eye. Slaves sealed in the tomb while still alive, she thought, servants to tend their master's needs even in death. She shuddered. It was not the fate that she would have wished for. She looked around the chamber, seeing no sign of the reclamation team that had come down here. She saw no lights, no sign of droids, not even bodies. Not a good sign. She drew her war blade, letting the dark side pulse through it. It lit the chamber in a cold violet light. She paused, listening. She thought she heard. Help me. Please, someone help me. Her eyes narrowed. It sounded like a young girl. She could hear her crying, sobbing weakly. Avaryss smiled. Had this place destroyed her opponent already? How sad for her. She turned right following the sound, down another shaft, this one not as steep as the entrance. She kept her senses stretched out, seeking out traps. The reclamation researchers had said there were traps before they had died. She was not interested in falling into one. All around her this place radiated dark side power. That would make the search for her new lightsabers more difficult. Who knows, perhaps her enemy had already found them. Perhaps the traps of this place had already broken her, and she was just waiting for someone to save her. Avaryss smirked. She would help, of course. She would give the other acolyte a quick death. That would be far more merciful than anything that Harkin or Tremel would offer someone who cracked under pressure. The sobbing became louder. It was all that Avaryss could do not to simply rush forward with her blade drawn. The weak cries were hard to resist. The predator in her wanted to leap and fill its throat with warm blood. Patience, she thought. This could all be a lure, part of a much larger trap. She would not fall easily into it. The shaft opened up. She found the source of the sobbing. She froze. It was not another acolyte. The girl looked to be about 13, maybe 14. She was curled up into a fetal position, rocking back and forth and sobbing, her flowered dress stained with dirt, ash and grime. Her brown hair a rat's nest filled with cobwebs and even more ash. Avaryss' voice caught in her throat. She knew that dress. She remembered it. She swallowed hard. Pamir. The girl looked up, her tear-stained face gaunt, her eyes wide and fearful. Hello? Avaryss stepped forward, lighting up the chamber with the glow of her war blade. Pamir, she repeated. Pamir Lylos, her little sister blinked. Keera, she murmured. Avaryss almost whimpered. Keera, is that you? What happened to you? Avaryss did not know what to say. There was no easy answer to the question. It was a long story, a very long one. Where could she even begin? Chapter 42. Ghosts. Keera, what is this place? What is going on? Avaryss stared at her little sister, her heart pounding in her chest, her throat suddenly dry as a desert. It is not Pamir, she thought. It is not my little sister. Pamir is dead. She is dead. She died. I felt it. Still the girl did not stop crying. Still she did not stop begging for her big sister to help her. Avaryss shuddered. What was she supposed to do now? This was not the first time a trial had tested her loyalty. It was not the first time she had been confronted by loved ones long gone. The girl continued to sob. Avaryss reached out with the force, trying to verify that it was indeed a young woman sitting before her. Perhaps it was a young woman. Perhaps it was a girl who just looked like Pamir. Maybe whatever power that had been unleashed in this tomb was only making her hear Pamir's voice. Pamir, she thought. My poor sister. Poor boy crazy, sweet and girly Pamir. Their mother's little angel. Avaryss had never enjoyed all the girly stuff. She had preferred more athletic pursuits, and she had always been a daddy's girl first and foremost, which worked out well since Pamir had been born. The younger girl had taken the pressure off her big sister. But this couldn't be Pamir, it could not. Though part of her had hoped that Pamir and the rest of her family had survived the explosion that destroyed their home, she knew that that had been a lie, a hazy dream. She may have not completely understood what she was feeling when it happened, but she was smart enough to understand the result. They were dead. Her family was all dead. There was no coming back from that. So she simply stood there, watching her sister weep. The part of her that still hoped and prayed to see her family again, that had wished above all else that they had survived, rejoiced. It wanted to run to the girl, to take her in her arms and hold her tight. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. That part of her barely existed. It was more nuisance than anything else. She was almost Sith now. The Sith side of her wasn't looking for miracles. It was looking down on the girl and seeing weakness. Seeing that weakness, feeling those feelings, did not make her reach out with love for the girl. No, it made her angry, furious even. She sneered coldly at the weeping girl. What do you want, sister? She said coldly. What do you want from me? Pamir looked up at her sniffling, her eyes red from her tears. Keera, let's get out of here, please, the girl sniffled. I want to go home. Avaryss nodded. Of course you do, she nodded. Here, let me help you up. She raised her hand, reaching out with the force. Pamir stopped sobbing, her cries turned to pain gurgles. She began to claw at her throat. Her big sister grinned. You are home? Pamir, she said coldly, you are in a tomb after all. Where else would you find one of the dead? The young Sith acolyte sighed. I will not be fooled by such a trick. She watched as the girl strangled her eyes wide with both fear and disbelief. Avaryss sneered down at her. Well, you certainly choke like a living person, she said conversationally. I wonder what will happen when your neck breaks. Will you die and fade away, change into some droid, Or will it turn out you were some poor fool from the academy? Avaryss chuckled. Let's find out together, shall we? It is always good to spend some time with one's little sister. As she increased the pressure, savoring what was to come, she heard a small metallic-sounding whistle behind her. Looking down, she saw a small cleaning droid come rolling out of the shadows, beeping and blinking its lights at her. She held off killing Pamir for the moment. She used her powers to hold her still, while reaching out with her other hand to claim the droid. It pleased her that she was able to divide her power in such a way. A Sith never knew when they might find themselves set upon by multiple attackers. The fact that she could split her focus with such little resistance suggested that the greatness that Taya had dreamed for her might not just be so far-fetched. She used the Force to lift the droid up, move it closer to her face, so she could get a better look at it. She frowned. It was nothing special, just some cleaning droid. You could find them in any home in the Empire, but still. The droid's vocoder crackled. Mistress Keera. The droid squealed, surprise. Avaryss realized she had heard that little voice before. She should have known. The back of the droid opened up. Normally, it would be the hatch that had pleased large items it had cleaned off the floor, but now. Her eyes widened. Boom! The droid hissed. Avaryss gasped, wrapping herself quickly in the Force, shielding herself. The fragmine in the droid's belly detonated, throwing her back. She struck the wall so hard that stars exploded before her eyes. She found herself on the floor of the tomb, her ears ringing. She shook her head, trying to clear it. Something heavy struck her from behind. She managed to flip over, get up her hands to defend herself. Pamir was on top of her, screaming, wielding a large rock. Her combat suit and the Force shielded her from the worst of it, but she still felt something warm flowing down her face. She tasted the saltiness of her own blood. Avaryss snarled and struck back with the Force. Pamir flew back. Avaryss staggered to her feet, drawing her war blade. As she searched for her traitorous little sister, she became aware that she was no longer alone with her. Distantly, over the ringing in her ears, she heard the sound of marching feet, metal feet. She looked up and sneered. 4 ancient Sith defense droids were marching down the shaft she had entered through. Avaryss readied herself for a fight. She had encountered such machines before. Even the tombs that had been explored still had a few active ones. They were trouble, but their weapons were out of date. The blades they wielded no match for a Force user. Blaster fire rang out. It was all she could do to get her sword up and defend herself. She lunged at the droids, seeking to end this fight quickly. Where had they gotten blasters? These droids weren't designed with blasters. She finally spotted Pamir hiding behind the droids, and at her side, the source of all her troubles. It was her little sister Talitha, their parents' little engineer, always fixing things. The younger Lylos giggled. I fixed them, Keera, she called out. Isn't wonderful? Avaryss snarled. Wonderful was not the word she would use. She sliced the arms off 2 of the droids, while striking the 2 behind with Force lightning. She lunged beneath one of the droid's blades and sliced off his head with a single strike. The dark side was sinking through her now. These rust buckets were no match for her now. She saw Pamir grab Talitha's arm, drag her deeper down into the tomb. Avaryss howled with frustration. Get back here, you little pests. She fired a bolt of lightning at them, but it struck only hard stone. Run, Tally, she heard Pamir call out. She is trying to hurt us. Avaryss snarled under her breath. Oh, she would do far worse than hurt them when she caught up with them. She. What are you doing? The voice in her head stopped her cold. She blinked as it pierced through the red haze of anger that the attack had left her in. They're your sisters. You still love them, don't you? They're not my sisters, she growled under her breath. They are an insult. They are a mockery. She smiled hungrily. I'm going to enjoy gutting them. In that moment, all thought of lightsabers and trials faded from her mind. The dark side had fully taken over. My sisters have attacked me. They have betrayed me. She followed down the shaft the girls had fled. Get ready, girls, she thought. Big sister is coming. What followed felt more like a nightmare than an actual fight. The tomb seemed to go on forever. Every time she thought she had found the end, another door or corridor opened up before her. The dark side was singing in her head, making any attempt to use it to navigate this place impossible. Every room offered another challenge: defense droids, trapdoors, and falling blades all bedeviled her hunt. One room opened up into a nest of Kalor slugs. The giant worms, with their huge mouths filled with teeth, tried to deny her, only to fall before her lightning and her war blade. The worst, however, were the defensive spells that had been woven into the stone doorways of the tombs. They fed off her dark side powers, bringing forth shades of both friends and enemies. These attacked her just as savagely as the droids and beasts. She shook her head as she sliced through another shadow. It crumbled away like a piece of wood in a raging fire, yet still the shadows rose to oppose her. Avaryss shuddered. No wonder the reclamation team had gone mad down here. It felt like her sanity was close to breaking. She struggled to hang on to what was important, what truly mattered. Passing this trial, becoming full Sith, and the only way to do that was in her sweet little sisters. It might have seemed an unrelated goal, but she knew it to be anything but. Unlike the shades she had faced, Pamir and Talitha seemed to be flesh and blood. Everything she knew about the dark side seemed to whisper that they were the key to all of this. In them, and everything else would fall into place. So she continued the hunt. She continued to face both droids and shadows. She brought up her sword as more shadows detached themselves from the wall. These took on the form of people she had come to see as enemies. Overseers Philin and Aelaria, squad leader Bryden, and the Nautolan Padawan she had killed back in Butcher's Clearing. She grinned seeing their faces. Destroying enemies were easy. It was when the shadows had taken the form of allies that she had had trouble. She had already wiped away shades that had taken the forms of Master Adaz and Taya. The fell one had been far harder. For the briefest of moments she has thought her lover had finally reached out to her from beyond the realm of the dead. When he tried to choke her with the Force, she knew that that was all a lie. Her heart pounded as she engaged those she had cared for. What was left of her conscience continued to scream, tried to hold her back. Yet, she struck, and did so without hesitation. This foul place was testing her commitment to the dark side. It was a test that she would not fail. She could not fail. She turned another corner, following the echo of voices. No shadows rose to attack her here. Yet as she looked around her, she started to wonder how long exactly had she been down here. The defensive spells put on this place long ago had her running around in circles. She did not doubt that. This tomb was old, very old. It could not be as large or as ornate as the tombs that had housed the Dark Lords of old had been. She had found herself staring at one of the statues that dotted the various chambers. Time had seemed to have had no effect on these statues. Their lines and features were as smooth and defined as they had been the day they had first been carved. Was this the lord that had been laid to rest here? If it was, this lord had clearly been a female. From looking at the face, she appeared young, early 20s maybe, and human. She smiled at the statue. "Who are you?" she wondered. "Did you come here with the Dark Jedi that first took the name Dark Lords of the Sith?" The spell she had encountered suggested that whoever this lord had been, she had been very skilled in the sorceress arts. Avaryss' curiosity only grew. Who knew what secrets she had known? How many of them had been lost over the millennia? It was sad to think about. The sound of voices drew her forward again, forward and to the left. They seemed to be getting louder. She grinned hungrily. Perhaps this hunt was finally about to bear fruit. Good. She was getting tired of chasing ghosts. She had found the bodies of several of the reclamation team. Most of them appeared to have committed suicide, unable to escape, unable to resist the dark visions. They had chosen to end their own lives. A weakling's way out, but entirely understandable. Still, she had found no trace of her rival. No sign of the Sith who had died down here, or their lightsabers. She found herself hoping that whoever her opponent was, she was suffering the same nightmares that Avaryss was. Maybe she would get lucky, and her opponent would choose suicide over battle, which would make things easy. She might even. She heard the sound of voices growing louder. She leapt forward, her blade drawn and at the ready, eager for the kill. The sight before her stopped her cold. She had found Pamir and Talitha, and they were not alone. Her crimson eyes widened, her breath became ragged. "Mom," she murmured. "Mommy." Maya Lylos stood before her, pushing both Talitha and Pamir behind her. Talitha cowered, holding another little cleaning droid. Pamir struggled to hold onto little Anj. The toddler was sobbing pathetically, reaching for her mother. "Stay away from us," Maya Lylos snarled, holding an old rusted sword before her. "Girls, stay behind me." Avaryss was frozen, shocked. She blinked and shook her head. She had expected to find her sisters down here, but, Mom. No, she had not expected this. "Mom," she whispered, you don't have to be afraid. It is me. I'm here." She started to reach out, tried to touch her mother's hand. Maya Lylos swung her sword. Avaryss drew her hand back quickly, only barely escaping being cut. "Stay away from my daughters." She spat. "Do you hear me? Stay away." "Why does it look like Keera, Mom?" Pamir whined. "It is a trick," Talitha cried. "It is trick." Avaryss winced like a whipped cur. It is not trick," she wanted to say. "Mom, it is me. It is Keera. It is your daughter I'm." "How dare you?" The voice that spoke was cold as ice, cold and vengeful. "How dare you try to strike one who will one day be a Lord of the Sith?" For a moment, Avaryss did not know who was speaking, and then she realized. It was dark voice that spoke within her, guided her during her moments of weakness, but the voice was not inside her head now. It was out, for all to hear. She shuddered. It was her voice. It had always been her voice. That realization washed away any confusion, any fear of what she was facing. The dark side rose up within her, pushing any trace of Keera Lylos back down, pushing her down beneath an ocean of the darkest shadows. Avaryss chuckled. What had she been doing? How had she let herself go so soft? It is Mom, she realized. She brought Keera back, briefly perhaps, but it was enough to bring her back. The Sith acolyte sneered. She would not make that mistake again. She glared at Maya Lylos, her eyes blazing with both anger and hate. Anger at the woman for the weakness she had brought out in her, and hateful of the weakness the woman showed in the face of one who would be her lord. "You are all aware of the penalty for seeking to harm a Dark Lord." And sobbed in Pamir's arms, Talitha hung onto her mother's waist. Maya Lylos looked like she was ready to cry herself. "Spare my children, my lord," she begged. They are all I have left in this world." Avaryss sneered. They were not all that the woman had left. She still had a son after all, and an older daughter. Beric was not here, but Avaryss was. She would be able to take their family to a glory undreamed of, but first. She needed to cut away the last of this infection, this weakness that threatened to rot her from within. Hot tears ran down the young acolyte's face. She was both sobbing and giggling at the same time. She knew what she had to do. She planted her sword in the ground and raised her hands over her head. "Goodbye," she murmured, still giggling and sobbing. "I love you all." She reached out with the force and brought her hands down in a fast sweeping motion. The ceiling above her family collapsed. "Mommy," Talitha screamed. Anj wailed. Their mother reached out, tried to protect her girls. Pamir actually tried to help, tried to cover the baby, shield her. The roof of the tomb came down hard on them all, burying them beneath a mountain of rock and stone. Avaryss stood there, staring blankly. She fell to her knees. She had never felt anything so intense before. Guilt washed over, a wave of remorse like nothing she had ever felt before, even when Fel had died. She did not fight it. She let it wash over her, let it nourish her. She had just killed her family again, or the shade of them anyway. A Sith had already murdered them once, and now, another Sith had done the same. The circle was now complete. Her conscience, that tether of light, tried to rise up against her again. She shuddered. How could she expect to live with herself after something like that? She looked up at her war blade. The thought of her cutting her own throat came to her, but was dismissed as quickly as it had come. They were already dead, she thought. You simply restored them to their proper place. The thought helped, somewhat. She took a deep breath of stale air and glared at the tomb around her. It was this place that had put her family in her way. Had it not, she would not have had to do what she had to do. She was still crying as she regained her feet, but her tears were now more angry than remorseful. It is this place, she thought, this horrible place. She would be glad when she left it. Surprisingly enough, destroying her mother and sisters had had a positive effect on this place. No longer did it feel like she was drowning in an ocean of dark side energy. The power she felt here had shifted. Now it seemed to be centered on a single chamber. She took a deep cleansing breath. Through victory, my chains are broken. It seemed the Sith code was right once again. Her love for her family had been a chain that now was broken at her feet. She was free. She wiped at her tear-stained cheeks. She looked at the rubble before her. She reached out, trying to sense any life beneath it. She felt nothing, but of course, nothing had been there to begin with it. It had all been a trick, an illusion. Fear not, she said more to herself than anyone else. Vengeance will be mine. He will answer for taking you away from me. She turned and made her way back the way she had come, pulling her war blade from the ground. She readied herself for what was to come next. Mother and the girls were gone, but that did not mean that her testing was over. She sighed. One test still remained. One ghost she would have to face. She sighed. Best get to it, she thought. She still had a lightsaber to find, and a rival to kill, provided they were not dead yet, already. The dark side asks much, she thought grimly. It is time to pay the next part of that debt. Chapter 43. Crazy. My name is Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith, and I am not going mad. The phrase had become a litany as she made her way through the tomb, now following the source of dark side energy that was calling to her like a beacon. My name is Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith, and I am not going mad. She kept an eye out for traps, both through her own senses and the Force. Since ending the mockery that had taken the form of her mother and sisters, no new challenge rose to confront her. No new droids powered up, no traps triggered, trying to claim her life. No Shirak or Kalor slugs tried to eat her. It almost seemed like the tomb was holding its breath, or rather the presence that still resided here. Now that she was not rushing from one fight to the next, she got the feeling that something was watching her, that this place was not as empty as one might have thought. She did not think that it was her rival. If another acolyte had gone through half the things she had faced, she doubted that they would be content to simply watch what was going on. No, she sensed curiosity and amusement. If it was the Dark Lord that had been buried here, perhaps she was enjoying the show. Perhaps she had enjoyed making those that had trespassed on her grave go mad with fear and guilt. That will not happen with me, she promised herself. My name is Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith, and I am not going mad. She tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other, finding the two lightsabers, and getting out of here. She tried not to think of the look on her mother's face when the ceiling came down, tried not to think of little Angie's wail, or Talitha crying to her mother as they were buried alive. Avaryss shuddered and took a deep breath. You can't do this, she thought. Thinking about that will just make you crazy. Focus on the hunt, you are almost there. She continued on, ever watchful for traps, or more defense droids. My name is Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith, and I am not going mad. The phrase helped, reminding her not only of who she was, but also her presence here. It also gave her an idea. She could sense someone's interest in what was happening. If it was a spirit of the ancient Sith, perhaps she could converse with it. Perhaps she could make it understand that she was not to be threatened. I honor you, my lord, she said to the shadows, You have proven your strength and superiority. I've seen those you have destroyed, and only seek now to bask in your power, that and recover 2 small trinkets from those that you have destroyed. If the spirit understood, if it could even hear her, she could not say. No shape appeared before her, no voice whispered in her ear or mind. She shook her head. Maybe I'm just talking to myself, she murmured. Maybe I have gone mad. If that was the case, then she had nothing more to do except push forward. Perhaps there were no Force ghosts on Korriban. Perhaps it was all just a story to frighten unruly acolytes and keep them in line. Perhaps it is nothing but simple tricks of the ancients, tricks created to defend these tombs. If that was the case, then she was truly sad. It was yet another thing that the Jedi had taken from them, and meant that yet more secrets had been lost to time. She tried not to let melancholy overwhelm her, even if she was only talking to herself. The threats that remained in this tomb were still real. She still needed to remain on her guard. This place could still kill her. My name is Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith, and I am not going mad. Oh, you are not going mad. You're already there. She froze. She listened. Hello? Did you like it when your mommy screamed? Did you enjoy seeing those little pests get crushed? Not listening, Avaryss said with an annoyed snort. I'm not listening. Sure you are. You killed your mother. You killed those little girls. You're a very cruel monster. No one would love you. Shut up, Avaryss spat. You don't want me in your tomb, fine, but don't think I'm going to fall apart and start sobbing again. No response. Avaryss smirked. I don't want to be your enemy, old one. All I want is those 2 lightsabers. The voice stopped, at least for now. Avaryss continued on. She could not tell if it was the Dark Lord buried here, or if she was just talking to herself. It really did not matter. She still had to find those 2 Sith corpses, and retrieve their lightsabers for Tremel, and for her new master. She giggled. Her new master, she wondered who it was, someone with power, most certainly, perhaps even a member of the Dark Council. The thought of serving a Dark Council member excited her. She still remembered how hesitant that fool Zen had been of risking opposing a senior lord. If she had the ear of a member of the council, she would be able to do almost anything. And once you have the ear, the voice in her head spoke up again. What will you do with the rest of the body? Avaryss cackled. She laughed until tears of mirth ran down her cheeks. Whatever I want, once I've learned everything that the master has to teach me. That thought warmed her, imagining the day that she stopped being a student and truly became a master in her own right. Maybe I have gone mad, she thought, maybe, but who knew, maybe her master would find that appealing. She remembered reading a treatise in the library the other day, a paper written by some Sith several hundred years ago. He had said, what was a little mental instability between student and master? Not much when you truly thought of it. Avaryss giggled. My name is Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith, and I have gone mad. I killed my mom and my little sisters, and when the time is right I will kill my Sith master. What is wrong with that? Not a thing, the voice in her head giggled. Not a single thing. They were both giggling now, her and the voice. It was nice to have some company down here. It was nice not to be alone. The dark side continued to draw her in, bring her closer to her goal. The statues and decorations down here were growing more elaborate, more beautiful, chased with gold and jewels. This was the place that all the grave robbers of old had sought, where they could make their fortune stealing from a long-dead Sith. The only reward they ever found, though, was death. The bones littering the floor here were proof enough. She found several more bodies of men and women from the reclamation service. She noticed that their blasters were gone, and all the extra power packs too. She grinned. At least now she knew where the security droids had got the blasters from. These deaths were fitting in a strange way, she thought. What was the reclamation service but professional grave robbers? They had not proven their worth to the Sith spirit. They did not have her permission to take things from her grave. Perhaps they deserved to die. Finally, the voice in her head said, someone that understands. She nodded. She did understand. All these things in the tomb had belonged to a lord of the Sith. They remained hers, even in death. Stealing from a lord was punishable by death after all. As she moved deeper into the tomb, closer to the lord's final resting place, she felt a cold shiver down her spine. One final test, young one, the voice said. One final challenge. Avaryss grinned hungrily. Bring it on, she thought. I'm ready. We'll see. Amuse me? Avaryss found herself standing on a long walkway. A dry moat ran beneath, a moat lined with hard metal spikes. A lone figure blocked her path. He was dressed in the uniform of an imperial overseer. It was dirty, of course, smudged with ash and cobwebs. Avaryss laughed lightly. She knew that this was coming. She had done her best to prepare. Hello, Daddy, she said with a wide, hungry smirk. Decided to pay me another visit. It has been a while since we talked on Fury 9. Lylos said nothing. He simply drew his blaster and pointed it at her. Avaryss rolled her eyes. She paused and tilted her head. Is it something I said? She asked. Her father looked at her with eyes on the verge of tears. His normally steady hand shook with emotion. Blossom, he murmured, what have you done? She shrugged. You will have to clarify a bit for me, she said dryly. I've done a lot of things lately. Don't make light of this, her father snarled. Don't you dare. She crossed her arms over her chest. Is this about Mom? I suppose that I could have been a little gentler with her and the girls too, but in my defense, I was a little on edge. I was being attacked and Lylos did not let her finish. He quickly walked up to her. Avaryss did not respond because he had lowered his blaster. She did not think he was going to attack, not like. Slap. Her head snapped back. She looked up with both shock and disbelief. He had struck her. He had never struck her a day in her life. She was speechless. He grabbed her by the shoulders. He shook her like he was trying to wake her from some bad dream. They were your family. He shouted, how could you do that to them? She rubbed her cheek. She could feel heat. It would likely bruise. That was how hard he had struck her. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. No more games, she thought. How could it be you do that to them, Daddy? She demanded. He stepped back, unsure of what she meant. Avaryss glared at him, her anger rising like a fire. This had been a long time coming. She had had a long time to think about what she was about to say next. The month she had spent as a pariah here on Korriban had opened her eyes to a lot of hard truths. Now she wanted answers. She needed them. You knew, she said coldly, you knew what would happen when Lord Feer's enforcer arrived. You knew the moment you saw that hologram in the town square. What were you planning? What did you think was going to happen? She shook her head. The anger raced through her blood like venom, like molten rock inside a volcano. It now gushed from her mouth. Her hands curled into fists. You could have warned us, told us to run. We could have fled, found a ship at one of the outposts, gotten off-world, but you did nothing. You simply sat in your garage, and you waited. She snarled angrily. Do you have any idea the things I've had to do since coming here? Do you have any clue what I've had to sacrifice to reach this point? You could have stopped this, her father spat back. You could have run when I told you to back on Fury, but you chose to stay. You wanted to stay. He shook his head, both with anger and disappointment. You are nothing but a murderer now. You're sick. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Don't you dare judge me. You have no right to judge me. All the lives you have taken to reach this point. Were they worth it? They have to be, she murmured. You would trade everything I ever taught you. I intend to start a revolution. I will free our home of Darth Feer, and will rise in his place, and continue on the same path that he now walks, her father said, shaking his head. You have become the very thing that you wanted to destroy. Her father sighed. You are no better than the man that destroyed our home. Avaryss' eyes began to glow crimson. The world itself seemed to be soaked in blood. I'm more powerful than that fool was, she said, grinning. I'm so much more than any mere enforcer, and I did it all for you, for Mom and the girls to avenge you. Stop pretending that this is about us. If you cared so much about them, you would not have buried them here. They weren't real. They were just a game, stumbling block put in my way. Don't you see? I will grow more powerful than any Sith, even a Darth like Lord Feer. I will destroy him, overthrow him, and make a paradise of our home. Our people will kneel to me in humble gratitude. And if they don't? The thought of resistance made her sneer. Who would be able to oppose her once she was fully a lord? In fact, why was she wasting her time on this conversation? You are not real either, she said coldly. You are just something in my head, trying to hold me back. You are as jealous of me as my real father was. He would have left me with nothing, just the bauble on some rich fool's arm. I'm better than that. I was always better than that. Her hands shook as she drew her war blade. Her father stepped back, raising his blaster. He might as well have been unarmed. Blossom. Keera, stop yourself. You are. She had heard enough. She reached out with the force and yanked his blaster out of his hand. She threw it away. It hit so hard it exploded on the wall behind them. Before he could try anything else, she lifted him up with the force, flinging hard against the walls of the tomb. He hit again, and again, and again. I'm not your Blossom, she snarled. I am power. I am death. She flung him back and forth, faster and faster. She heard the sound of bones cracking, pain cries escaping his lips, and still she did not stop. She was too angry to stop. I am Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith, and I hate you, Daddy. You will not stop me from reaching my destiny. Not now, not ever. Not ever. He did not answer. He was quite beyond answering any questions now. She finally flung the body down into the dry moat, removing it from her path. Yet somewhere in the back of her mind, she heard his voice. It was a question he had asked her in many a nightmare. Blossom, why? She sneered down at the broken body. Because I'm Sith, she declared, and a Sith does not cater to the desires of the weak. She strode past him, a frigid and determined look on her face. You should have let me go, Daddy, she said coldly. When I turned my back on you on fury, you should have let me go. She sighed heavily. You should have let me go. She had finally reached the main chamber. The guardian statues rose up around her, both Tukata and ancient warriors armed with spears and swords. The sarcophagus of the ancient lord sat in state on a high dais. Avaryss looked around, reaching out with the force, trying to sense whatever surprise this foul place had in store for her next. An alchemical monster, perhaps, maybe her old preschooling instructor. She sensed none. She approached the sarcophagus, being mindful of any trick floor plates meant to stop any grave robber who had been lucky enough to get this far. Around the Lord's final resting place lay the last of the reclamation team, their bodies anyway. She shook her head at the savage state of the remains. Most looked like they had been burned, or had been so horrified they had broken their own bones, screaming at some private horror. She grinned hungrily at the sight. Where can I learn to do that? She thought. Would you teach me, old one? She waited and waited. No answer. Of course, she thought, rolling her eyes. Typical. She did not try to open the sarcophagus. That was not her mission. Fortunately, what she had been seeking was here. She laughed. There, lying beside the massive coffin, was the body of a man in armor and the black robes of the Sith. From the look of things, he had died clawing at some stone at the sarcophagus base. Avaryss kneeled down, intrigued. Did you find something? She wondered. You were dying, being torn apart from the inside out, and yet you stopped to try to pull out a stone. Why? She ran her fingers along it. It did not seem any different than the others, still. She pulled her hand back and reached out with the force. The stone began to glow. A single Sith glyph appeared to the side of where it had been placed. She reached out and touched the glyph. She heard a loud grinding sound emerge from the Lord's coffin. She stepped back, fearing that she had just set off another trap. The stone that had been glowing slid back, revealing a small cubbyhole built into the base of the sarcophagus. She thought. What is this now? She reached in without fear. She sensed no danger from within. She found 2 long metal tubes. She drew them from their hidden place and examined them. She was likely the first to have done so since they had been left here millennia ago. Containers of some sort, she recognized. She could not tell how to open them yet, but it looked like they might contain some kind of parchment, writings by the Lord who was buried here perhaps. She grinned triumphantly. And who said no one ever found buried treasure? She clipped the 2 containers to her belt. She would be able to examine them later, back when she returned to the academy. For now, she still had one final prize to claim. She turned over the Death Sith's body. On his belt she found what she had been searching for, a beautifully formed hilt with silver and obsidian fittings. A simple leather strap had been wrapped around where the wielder's hand would be during combat. Avaryss felt a surge of childlike glee. She had found the lightsaber, her new lightsaber. She yanked it from the dead man's belt. He would not need it anymore. He had been slim for a male, so she had no trouble wielding the weapon. In fact, it fit in her hand like she had been born with it there. She stepped down from the dais, holding her new weapon. She raised it above her head, hitting the activator button as she did. The crimson blade sprang to life with the sound of a venomous serpent. Its hum filled her ears like a nest of shadow wasps. She lowered the weapon and did a few practice twirls. Getting used to the heft of it, she performed a few quick drills, making sure that it still functioned. Her new saber performed perfectly. She looked down into the blood shine of his blade, imagining all the lives she would end with this weapon, imagining the world she would bring to heel under his crimson light. The sound of a second lightsaber igniting interrupted her. She spun around, dropping into a fighting stance. Her rival was here at last. She grinned. How nice, she thought. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. She turned ready to meet this last challenge. She frowned. Not this again, she said. I'm tired facing illusions. Her rival sneered. So am I, she agreed. You can't imagine the things I had to face to get here. Avaryss snorted. You would be surprised, Nas, she said. Very surprised. The Inquisitor's daughter sighed. She raised her own weapon, its crimson blade bathing her pale skin in ruby light. She no longer was the cute girl that Avaryss had met back in the academy on Butcher's Clearing. Her eyes had gone permanently yellow. The flesh around them bubbled up from some damage, likely done while facing the dangers here. She glared at her ally, her former ally. Give me that lightsaber, farm girl, she spat. I'm not leaving here without it. I suppose that I could say the same, Avaryss laughed. The 2 acolytes faced each other. Any sense of friendship or camaraderie between them was gone. They both understood the stakes. They would have to be crazy not to. Only one would leave here with both weapons. Only one of them would leave this place alive. One last murder, Avaryss thought, giggling. One last ghost to add to this place. She and Nas began to circle. Just one more. Chapter 44. Bloodshine. Imagine a singular moment. A moment in time where you can finally have the life you have wanted for so long. That in one single motion your life can change forever, and you can be on the path to all of your goals, and all it takes is a single act, one simple swing of a blade. But there is a catch. A single person stands in the way of that one shining moment. Someone that you have fought beside, ate beside, bled beside, shared their counsel, and did your best to help them in their endeavors. Someone that you have come to respect, admire, maybe even fear a little. Someone that had been, if not been a friend, was at the very least a very close ally. Now, that person stood in your way. What would you do? What would you do? For Avaryss, that moment was now here. She stood before her old ally Nas in a long-forgotten tomb in the farthest corner of the Valley of the Dark Lords. They both held a lightsaber in their hands, the light of their crimson blaze bathing their pale skin, turning it pink. The tomb had fallen all but silent, only the soft sound of the girl's breathing and the gentle hum of their swords, each turn of their blades making the shadows shift and move, like an audience finding their places before the start of some grand play, are the main attraction at a sporting event. It is coming closer, Avaryss thought, the main event. She wondered which of them would survive. She held her blade at the ready, not quite settled into a fighting stance, but close enough for her to find it if needed. Nas stood before her, her new Sith ice cold and evaluating, looking for any weakness in her old ally. Avaryss sighed. She should have expected this. Of course Tremel would choose one of her old allies for her final test. In a way, she was surprised that it wasn't Taya standing across from her. Surely the soft-spoken overseer knew of their continued alliance. Why had he not put Taya here? Would Taya have offered her neck to me? She wondered. Would she have chosen her family's future over her own life? It was possible, she supposed. Taya's light side leanings may have prompted her to make that sacrifice. Personally, Avaryss was glad it was not Taya. The girl had a cunning mind and a willing heart. It was not easy to find such a servant. Tremel may have known that. Perhaps that was why he had not chosen Taya for this, or maybe he simply thought her blonde-haired friend was not ready. Whatever the reason that he did not pick her, she was glad that he didn't, but still, Nas. It was a little surprising. Avaryss grinned at the Inquisitor's daughter. They both knew how this was going to end, but that did not mean that they could not converse a bit before the main event truly kicked off. I see you have found the other lightsaber, she said conversationally. Nas shrugged. That I did, she said with a nod. It is mine. And this one is mine, Avaryss said, holding up her own blade, the red beam illuminating her pale features, turning them the color of fresh blood. Nas glared at her. Actually, she said coolly, that weapon is mine. I needed to impress my new master. What a coincidence, Avaryss laughed. I could say the same thing about yours. Nas rolled her eyes. Just give me that lightsaber, farm girl, she said with an irritable voice. We both know that that is how this is going to end. Really? Avaryss said, smiling. And how do we know that? Because I know you, Nas said. I know what kind of a person you are, what kind of friend you are. The Inquisitor's daughter smiled. You were willing to sacrifice yourself for Taya and me once. You could have let us suffer during that whole business with you and fell, but you didn't. Avaryss winced. The mention of her dead lover did little to endure her old friend to her. You should just give me the lightsaber, Avaryss, she said, holding out her hand. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You make me an apprentice, and I'll make sure you don't rot on this world, stuck forever in this valley. I have connections, and once I become a Dark Lord's apprentice, I'll have even more. Nas gestured her closer, though she kept her blade turned and ready. It seemed she still hoped to end this peacefully. Avaryss had to admit it was a generous offer. She was tempted to take it. I won't leave you to rot here. I'll get you out, and you will have a powerful ally when you start your new life on Dromund Kaas. I see, Avaryss said dryly, and I'll be, what exactly? In a position to wield great power, the other girl said. You will not be beholden to any master. You will be free to follow your own star, to pursue your own agendas, and as I rise, I'll make sure that you are not far behind. Think about it, farm girl. You will be free to carry out your own missions, hunt your enemies as you see fit, and I'll be able to assist you, just like I did during our time on Butcher's Clearing, and when Taya passes her trials, she will join us. The trio will be together again, and we will make Dromund Kaas our new playground. I see, Avaryss said coolly, and the two of you will both be apprenticed to great lords, while I'll be, what? Your humble servant, I suppose. We will help each other, Nas promised. Like I said, it will be just like the old days. Avaryss chuckled. It was an interesting offer. She sneered at her old ally. But it was one that she was not interested in. You know, there was a time that I would have said yes to all that. I would have jumped at the chance to have a highly placed ally, close to a Dark Lord of great power. When I first arrived on Butcher's Clearing, I was in awe of you and Taya. You were second-level acolytes from Korriban. All I wanted was to rise to the same level as you, I had been prepared to do anything to achieve that goal. She chuckled and shook her head, still watchful, just in case Nas tried to launch some surprise attack. Avaryss sighed. Sadly, I must decline. I have worked too hard and endured too much to simply walk away now. She shook her head. Even if I trusted your word, it would not work out. If I accepted your offer, I would be beholden to you for the rest of my life. I would never have a chance to excel, to become a lord myself. So no, I'm not going to give you this lightsaber. You are simply going to have to take it if you can. Nas' eyes narrowed. Avaryss could feel her anger, her desire to leap at her old ally. She decided to stall, keep talking. She still had a lot to say. If this was the last chance, if one of them was not going to be walking out of here, why not take it? You are also right about that business with me, and fell. In fact, looking back, I think you were right. I was thinking with my heart, not my head, my heart and, well, another part of my body. She giggled. I still held you and Taya in high esteem. I thought that I could handle the fallout of Tremel's anger. I thought I could endure whatever he put me through. Thinking like that, it almost cost me my life, and it cost Fel his life. She winced at the memory of her lover lying dead in a pool of his own blood, dead in the bed where they had found such satisfaction a few hours earlier. It had been as unfair as it had been ironic. He deserved better than an end like that. Nas shrugged. Synox is not the prettiest way to die, is it? No, Avaryss agreed, it really isn't. In fact it. She paused, an alarm bell suddenly going off in her head. Cynics. Nas knew the poison used to kill Fel was cynics. Her heart began to pound. Careful, her inner voice warned, don't go berserk, not yet. Keep her talking, let your emotions build. Let what the witch did fuel your rage. Avaryss giggled again. She gave her friend a knowing look. Still, it was a brilliant strategy, wasn't it? It was a strategy worthy of a true dark side genius. Whoever killed Fel was quite cunning. Either way, they would have gotten what they wanted. If I had died, Fel would have been accused of my murder. The lords that supported him might have protected him, emphasis on the word might, but he would have lost that air of untouchability. The lords might have thought him gone soft that he would choose to kill a rival in such a base and clumsy way. Who knew, they might have even sent formal assassins for him, had he not died during interrogation. They might have, Nas agreed. Avaryss reached out with the force, even as her anger continued to build. She had heard no confession, but the more she thought about it, the more likely theory seemed to be true. No, she had to dig deeper. She had to be sure. Nas was doing very well at masking her feelings. Avaryss was getting nothing from her. And still her heart continued to pound, the darkness within it building, hungering for her to leap into action. Not yet, she thought. Not yet. And it was such a high dose of poison too, she went on. It had to be absorbed through the skin. Whoever did it was very smart, Nas agreed. Avaryss checked off another mark on her list. The official story was that Fel had drunk poisoned wine. Such a method did not involve the poison being absorbed through the skin. Only the killer would know what had happened. She continued to smile at her friend, former friend. No proof, not yet, but she definitely had a strong suspicion. Nas was quite clever, and if she was the killer, she was right. She had been very smart, until now. Indeed, Avaryss said, and it almost worked too. Had I died during my interrogation, it would have all been perfect. Fel supporters would have had their scapegoat, and whoever was responsible would have rid themselves of both me and Fel. She shook her head. It was a masterstroke. For the first time, she did feel something from Nas. A soft glow. She felt a sense of pride. It was all she could do to keep from leaping on the girl and tearing her throat out with her bare hands. It was all she could do to keep from turning into a howling maniac, to leap at Nas and flay her alive with her new lightsaber. Fel's face danced before her eyes. In that moment, what had happened to him mattered more than the lightsaber in her hand, more than being Sith. No Sith should suffer such an enemy to live. Nas had not confessed yet, even though she had said enough to convince Avaryss of her guilt. She decided to push the Inquisitor's daughter further, see what kind of reaction she could get. She could afford to be a little patient. Once they got started, there would be no turning back. Might as well see what else she could learn. The war blade was a nice touch, Avaryss added. A simple way to deliver the poison. What Sith would leave their weapon behind on Korriban? Not a smart one, that was for sure. Some of the pride faded from the Force. Nas started looking at Avaryss with suspicion. Her old ally grinned. Uh-oh, she is starting to realize that I know. Avaryss laughed. That is good. A person should know why they are about to die. This is all well and good, Avaryss, Nas said irritably, but I'm tired and want to get out of here. Just give me the lightsaber, and I'm gone. No, Avaryss said sweetly. Nas' eyes narrowed. She raised her hand. You will give me the lightsaber, she said in her most commanding voice. Her old ally chuckled. Now you're just embarrassing yourself, she said, rolling her eyes. And you are insulting me. What? Did you think you could use the Force to push me into giving you what you wanted? I thought you knew me better than that. Nas sneered at her. I know you quite well, farm girl. I know you're kind. The Force may have blessed you with great power, but you lack the will and the strength to truly use it. Nas shook her head. You should step aside and let those of us that know what we are doing have our chance. You will waste everything the Sith Master will give you. Avaryss glared at her old ally. Of all the pompous arrogant. She thought of snarling back some retort, but did not see the value in it. What would talking do? It would not put Nas' lightsaber in her hand. Time to end the charade, Avaryss thought, grinning. She dropped her lightsaber into a Makashi guard. She glared at her old ally. You want this lightsaber, she said coldly, letting her anger rise up and grow. Her red eaves blazed as much as her sword did. I'll give it to you, from the tip of the blade to the hilt, right up inside your belly, and out the other side. Nas sneered. So be it, she snarled, dropping into a gem-so fighting stance. You should have taken my offer, she said. Avaryss sneered. Shut up and fight. The Inquisitor's daughter cackled. The time for talking was done. Both acolytes leapt at each other, blades flashing. Their final trial had begun. This was not the first time the two had crossed swords, but it was the first time that neither acolyte held anything back. Those previous duels had been about bragging rights or trying to improve their own techniques. This was about life and death, a desire to excel or for vengeance. Their passions burned bright, giving them new strength, access to a new wellspring of power. Neither girl would give an inch. Nas had likely thought that Avaryss would choose Sarisu to begin their duel, to use her old strategy of trying to wear her opponent down. Avaryss instead struck only with Makashi, the duelist's style. It worked best on a single foe wielding a lightsaber. Nas tried to use her strength and bully her opponent around the battlefield, but Avaryss would not relent. This was not simply about seeing how skilled she was with the sword. This was about the future, her future, and it was about the past. Avaryss snarled with unrestrained fury. She found herself thinking about Fel, his voice, his smile, the feeling of his lips on hers, his musky male smell, and the wonderful taste of his clean skin. Then, she found herself thinking about how he died, seeing his body lying there, seeing it twisted by the contortions caused by the poison. She thought about what he had offered her, a life of love and happiness. She thought of following him not just as a fellow Sith, but one loved first and foremost. She thought of the children they would have likely have had. That last part made her shudder. She had never really felt any maternal urges, not until that moment, knowing that Fel had been taken from her, stolen, that he would never give her the children that she deserved. It enraged her. What they could have had she managed to escape, the future bloodline they would have built together. It would have been glorious, but instead, it had ended with Fel's death. Nas was the killer, she was sure of that now. She had ended a powerful and ancient Sith bloodline. She deserved to die for that. And she had taken away a chance for Avaryss to enrich her own blood. She could never marry him now, never bear his children. She could almost see him staring at her, his golden eyes blazing with hate. It was not hard to know what he wanted her to do. She grimaced as she rained down blows upon her opponent. Fel cried out to be avenged. She pushed her old ally out onto the walkway with the dried moat. She tried to use the force to fling the other girl down into it, down onto the spikes where she had dropped her father's shade. But Nash's shield was too strong. The smaller girl retreated back into the long corridors of the tomb. Her enemy roared as she fell back. Fell. The dark side blazed within her. She roared with fury. You took him away from me. She sprinted forward, using the force to speed her way. She triggered one of the tomb traps, and a swinging blade came down. Avaryss did not even bother dodging it, so great was her rage. She caught it with the force, tore it from his moorings, and flung it at her opponent. Nas flipped over it, just avoiding being cut, and landed, her sword at the ready. She dropped into a Sarisu guard. The Inquisitor's daughter laughed. You should be thanking me, farm girl, she hissed. You should show me some damn gratitude. Her old ally answered with force lightning. Nas caught it on her blade, but the power of the strike pushed her back. Avaryss leaped in again, raining super fast blows down on the other girl's defense. The dark side was sinking within her now. Hate, vengeance, rage, and fury were supercharging her connection. It moved her in a way she had never dreamed of before. Her arm had become an extension of the dark side, and the dark side was hungry. It wanted fury, it wanted blood. Avaryss was more than willing to give it what it wanted. Thank you, she spat. Thank you, for what? Nas sneered even as she blocked her rival's blows. You were ready to give up, to simply accept a place beneath Fel. Had the two of you married, you would have been little more than a pleasure slave. You would have satisfied his needs, maybe even bore him some half-breed brats, but beyond that, you would never have found the power that you are feeling right now, never had the opportunity that you have right now. Nas struck back. Her own skill and power was nothing to laugh at. Avaryss was forced to retreat. I had you pegged the moment I first saw you, farm girl. Nas continued. You're a thug, just hired help. You are no different than any of the other trash coming out of the Furies. You were strong, sure, but that just meant you were hired muscle, a sword to be directed by your betters. She grinned hungrily. In my hands you were that weapon. Now, what are you? You're nothing. Avaryss did not respond, not with words. She was too lost in her fury to talk. A guttural snarl escaped her lips, but that was it. She struck back, trying to turn the tide back in her favor. Both she and Nas tried to force push at the same time. The two girls struggled, trying to hold their feet, but at the same time send their opponent flying. In the end, neither had the strength. They both let the force take them back. They turned the push into rolls and sprang back to their feet. Avaryss flung a statue at her enemy, who countered with force lightning. The projectile shattered, but it did force Nas to dive for cover. She did not find it. Avaryss was on her again in a heartbeat, her crimson blade cutting like a saw blade, hungry for the other girl's flesh. Again Nas retreated, overwhelmed by Avaryss' strength. Took him away from me, took him away from me, the words repeated with every pounding beat of Avaryss' heart. Took him away. You will die. Their blades locked. The two found themselves eye to eye, struggling to drive the other back. Why Fel? Avaryss growled. Why? Nas sneered. If it makes you feel any better, I meant to kill you. You resisted me, disobeyed my orders. In short, peasant, you betrayed me. Avaryss hissed. It did not make her feel any bloody better. Nor did she like how Nas looked down upon her. Fel was above you, far above, Avaryss said. He was no threat to you. All you had to do was let me go, and he would have taken his final trial and been gone. He would never have threatened you. Nas' eyes blazed with hate. You think I was afraid of your toy? He proved his weakness by taking you to his bed. He was unfit to be Sith, no matter his bloodline. He was unworthy. A wave of jealousy washed over Avaryss. Nas was no longer holding back her emotions, and the presence of it shocked her. She was jealous of me, my power. She may even have been jealous of the fact that I had fell. Avaryss' red eyes narrowed. Nas was nothing despite her bloodline, despite the world that she had been born into. The Inquisitor's daughter was pathetic. She did not deserve to become Sith. She shoved her rival back, but again Nas recovered and blocked her flurry of strikes. The smaller girl laughed. You think it was me that told Tremel about your plan to flee? It wasn't. Many eyes are on you, farm girl. Someone has invested a lot of time in your training. They would not see it squandered by having you run off with some boy. Nas' words penetrated the red haze that had all but consumed her. Someone was watching her training. They do not realize that they have already wasted their time. You are a waste of time. You are not fit to stand beside a Dark Lord. You are not worthy. But I am, despite what my father says. I'm worthy. It is me. It is me. 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 I'm worthy. It will be me. M.E. The tomb shook as Nas unleashed a forced scream. Avaryss staggered back, her oversensitive ears left vulnerable to sonic attack thanks to Zion's poisons. It was all the edge that Nas needed. The Inquisitor's daughter struck back. Now it was Avaryss retreating. The scream did more than hurt her ears, it shook her soul. Avaryss stumbled. Her rival took full advantage. The dark side was pulsing within Nas now. Jealousy, hate, and rage made her powerful. She turned his full fury on her opponent. Rubble, broken droids, and bones rose up and flung themselves at Avaryss, spinning faster and faster, striking her from all sides. She cried out as a piece of sharpened bone sliced her leg. She stumbled as a chunk of broken statue struck her in the back of the head, leaving her dizzy. Her 4 shields were overloaded by the onslaught. Nas came at her again, hungry for the kill. It was all that Avaryss could do to hold her back. She ducked a piece of rubble only to catch a glancing blow from the other girl's lightsaber. The blade caught her across the back, from shoulder blade to shoulder blade. She gasped. She had always assumed a lightsaber blade wound would feel hot. It didn't. It was cold, sub-zero cold. It burned like the pole of some ice world. She gasped and almost lost her weapon. Nas force pushed her. She flew back down a short staircase and came down hard on her burned back. She cried out in pain. The cut from the lightsaber was not deep. The cortosis weave plates in her battle suit were designed to block a lightsaber. Not a direct cut perhaps, but a glancing blow like the one she received, most definitely. I'm lucky she realized. A little higher and Nas might have sliced her spinal column. The wound did burn though, it burned horribly. It also made raising her arms a bit troublesome. She tried to rise, get back into a fighting stance. She only just managed. Nas stood before her, looking down on her opponent on her wobbly legs. The Inquisitor's daughter laughed. Not so tough now, are you, peasant? Avaryss did not answer. It was taking all of her strength just to remain upright. Her ears were ringing from the effect of Nas' scream. Her head felt funny, and she thought she might be concussed. She glared at her rival. Come on, she thought. Come on, if you dare. Nas leisurely approached her, swinging her red blade tauntingly. Poor Taya, she purred, about to lose her favorite pet. Nas shook her head. If you only knew what I had to put up with when you were floating in that Kolto tank. Taya missed me, I take it. The Inquisitor's daughter rolled her eyes. If you had died, she probably would have killed herself, the weak little fool. I swear all I heard spewing out of her mouth all that time was, I killed Avy. Poor Avy. She looked down on her wounded enemy with disdain. She is in love with you, do you know that? You have been her only fantasy for the last few months. Avaryss blinked, despite the pain. She was shocked. Taya is in love with me. It would explain a lot, she supposed. She had never thought of her ally in that way, but Nas must have noticed the look on her face. She laughed. You didn't know. I'm not surprised. Our little Tay has exotic tastes. She is attracted to power, male or female, It makes no difference to her. The Inquisitor's daughter smiled deviously. I had hoped to use that desire to my advantage. It is part of the reason I waited so long to turn against you. Taya was a useful pawn, as you were. She shrugged. Oh well, nothing lasts forever. Avaryss glared daggers at her. Taya was not the issue right now, this fight was. Not that it would be much of a fight now, not after her getting wounded. She sank to her knees. Strength was not the dark side's only reward. It was time to try a little manipulation. She laughed. Tell me, did you get a chance to kill your daddy down here, Naz? Did you get to kill the Lord Inquisitor? I know how much you hate him. Naz paused. Any enjoyment she had been getting from taunting Avaryss faded. She pulsed with hate. Shut up, she growled. Does the fact that you want to kill him shame you? It shouldn't. I killed my whole family down here, and they loved me. She grinned savagely. That puts me one up on you, doesn't it? Naz continued to come closer. She was radiating with dark anger, and it was only continuing to build. Avaryss twisted the blade even more. What about that endless string of paramours you told me about? Did you get the chance to kill any of them? Oh, I certainly hope so. I can imagine how much their deaths would be worth. After all, your father gave them more affection than he ever gave you, didn't he? I'm going to kill you, Avaryss, Naz growled. I don't care what you say. Avaryss grinned. Yes, you do, she thought. Otherwise I would be dead already. She could feel the other girl's power building, but at the same time, she could feel her shield slipping. Rage was useful, but it could get in the way if you let it. Avaryss was determined to see that it did. You know, she said coolly, becoming Sith, getting a powerful master, it will not give you what you want. Your father will still look down on you, still sneer at you. You know nothing, Naz snapped. You're right, I don't, but you do. Search your feelings, Naz, you know what I'm saying is true. The Inquisitor's daughter stepped behind her, raising her blade. I'll shut you up permanently, you peasant. Go right ahead, Avaryss said. You will still be nothing in your father's eyes. Naz hissed, and in that moment of rage, she let her shields drop. She put all her power into her sword arm. She did not simply want to take Avaryss' head. She wanted to send it flying. That was all the opportunity that Avaryss needed. Time seemed to slow down as she called on the Force. She moved with the speed none could match, sliding out of the way of her rival's strike. The red blade passed her head and continued down its arc. Naz had committed so much to that strike that she did not recover quickly enough. Avaryss was ready. She ignored the pain from her burnt back and lunged forward with her new lightsaber. Naz's blade was out of position, unable to block. She fulfilled the promise she made to Naz at the start of their duel. She drove the blade from tip to hilt into her belly, with the tip coming out the other side. Naz gasped and looked down, seeing Avaryss grinning up at her, smelling burned cloth and flesh. Her weapon deactivated and fell from her hand. Avaryss turned off her own sword and rolled out of the way. She used the Force to pull the fallen weapon to her, to catch it in her offhand. She struggled to her feet as Naz went down on her knees. The other girl was coughing, her eyes wide with both shock and surprise. She looked up as Avaryss lit both of her lightsabers and crossed the blades, lowering them so the blades were on both sides of her doomed rival's neck. Avaryss glared down at her, savoring this moment. Who is the peasant now? She thought. Naz coughed and bowed her head. I yield, she gasped. I yield. Avaryss gave her an arch look. So you yield? What do I care? Naz looked up with fear in her eyes. You would not kill a beaten opponent, farm girl. I know you too well. I am done here, possibly dying. There is no reason to finish this. Avaryss sneered. The witch had killed Fel, which was all the reason she needed. Yet, she felt. She blinked. The light was reaching out for her again, that tether of light, the bright shiny piece of her that the darkness could not touch. It made her hesitate, despite what she knew to be true. Naz tried to laugh, but it turned into a coughing fit. She looked up at her former friend. You can't do it, can you? I always knew you were. Snip. Avaryss pulled the blades apart. The lightsabers cut through the beaten girl's neck. Na's head fell back and away, her body slumped to the side. She collapsed to the floor of the tomb, dead. She would trouble her rival no more. Avaryss was left alone in the tomb, only the sound of the lightsabers humming that and her own breathing. She swallowed hard. She had done it. It was over. She shook her head. She expected something, some sense of elation, some new understanding of her power and of the dark side itself. Instead, she felt nothing, only a cold certainty and a realization that she had done what was needed. She nodded. That was enough, she knew. For now, she turned away. The body of her former friend was unimportant. Nas was dead, best forgotten. She thought briefly what she was going to say to Taya, but dismissed such sentiment. It did not matter what Taya thought. Perhaps it never did. All that mattered was her desires, and the desires of her future master. Avaryss smiled. She understood now. Nas was the final stumbling block. She had crossed the threshold and would never go back. She shivered with excitement. I am Sith, she said coldly, and knew it to be true. Now, I am Sith. Chapter 45. The Apprentice. By the time Avaryss finally emerged from the forgotten tomb, 2 days had passed, though she would not know that until much later. She had gone into the tomb early in the day, and now, as she emerged, night was starting to fall over Korriban. The young Sith stepped out into the night and tasted fresh air for the first time in what felt like forever. The tomb's defenses did nothing to block her leaving, and through the Force she had found her way out easily. The spirit had no further reason to hold me, perhaps it even accepted my leaving, and it did show me where those hidden scrolls were kept. Those might be the real prize of this endeavor, she thought, who knew what secrets might be locked inside, waiting to be translated, waiting to be rediscovered. Once she had mastered what they contained, she might turn them over to the Imperial Reclamation Service, but then again, she might not. Those scrolls were meant for me. Why shouldn't they be mine, and mine alone, or at the very least, to only be shared with my chosen apprentice one day? The ghost could have stopped her from taking them. It could have tried, but it had not. She took that as a sign of approval. No, she had paid her tribute to the ancient Sith in blood, Nas blood. The fallen acolyte's body now belonged to the Ancient One. She could do whatever she wished with it now. Nas had been nothing. She was dead, and best forgotten. The future belonged to Avaryss. She grinned triumphantly as she leapt down from the tomb entrance. She bypassed the ramp without fear, not even bothering to disable the still functional mines. She felt as light as a feather as she used the Force to drop down back onto the valley floor. She had not felt his good since those simple days of checking the readings on the collection towers on Oridanna. That life seemed distant, but she now looked at it as an origin for her, a chrysalis period, a period of time that had ended with something new emerging. Now that she had passed her final trial, any sense of weakness or morality seemed distant. She was Sith now. She felt it in her bones. What came next would likely be even more exciting, presenting her new master with the prize she had taken from Nas, and accepting his place as a new Sith apprentice. She looked around, drinking in the details of the world through the Force. She was eager to return to the academy. She had a new life to start. As she made her way back, the stress and trials of the 2 previous days began to catch up with her. Her body began to slow. She suddenly realized how hungry and thirsty she was, and her body felt like one big bruise. She drew on the Force to refresh herself, but that was only a delay in action, nothing more. A living body could be sustained by the Force, but not indefinitely. She would need both rest and sustenance soon. She began her journey back to the academy, towards the distant lights of the Imperial Reclamation Service's base camp. There were always someone working near the mouth of the valley, searching the tombs for this artifact or that. One of them would have a speeder to help her get back. Maybe they would even have some food or water. Perhaps she would take it. She was Sith after all. The Imperials existed to serve her. They would give her what she wanted, or they would suffer. Either result would suit her just fine. She had little memory of what followed, the strain of her time in the tomb catching up with her. If asked about it later, all she could remember was encountering a group of Imperials and of ordering them to take her back to the academy. They obeyed with no resistance. She was one of their masters now, after all, and she had 2 lightsabers. If the former had not made them comply with her wishes, the latter would. Soon she was in a speeder, riding the rest of the way back. She let one of the officers take a look at her wounded back. The lightsaber burn wasn't bad. The soldier informed her the combat suit she was wearing had done its job. It was fully night by the time they finally touched down on one of the academy landing pads. Avaryss said nothing as she sprang from the transport and headed inside. Some random guard tried to stop her, but she silenced him with a cold and feral glare. She remained silent as she made her way down to medical to get checked out by the droids there. They fussed around her for a while. They offered her nutrient tablets, water, and placed a kolto patch over her burns. They pressed some device on her head to help with her concussion. The soft hum of the device did its job, and allowed her head to truly clear. One of the droids saw to the cut on her head, while the other nattered on about several cracked ribs and cleaned the cut on her leg. She let them work. She was eager to be out of here, but understood that she needed to let them finish what they were doing. It would not do to die from some minor injury simply because she had not allowed it to be treated. Such an end would be foolish, especially on the eve of meeting her new master for the first time. Briefly, she caught a glimpse of herself in a mirror. The sight of how she looked surprised her. Her hair was matted and dirty, stained with dried blood. Her eyes were red-rimmed with heavy bags beneath them. They looked like she had not slept in days. She might have been one of Spindral's failed acolytes, or some fanatic driven mad by the heat and the power of the dark side. She looked like some crazed tomb dweller, or some shell-shocked survivor of some perilous journey. I look like I've been through a war, she thought. Not surprising, considering she had, at least that is what it felt like. Her confrontation with Naz had been no mere trial. It had been a war. Though lukewarm, the water the droids gave her tasted sweeter than any wine, which suggested how desperately her body had needed it. When they pronounced her fit to travel again, after having injected her with vitamin boosters and mild painkiller, they suggested that she find food as soon as possible. She had obeyed without complaint, the loud growling of her belly making it a point where her next destination was. The Korriban Academy was always a busy place. It may have been the dead of night, but there were always servants and soldiers moving through its halls. The kitchens were always open, with droids and servants preparing food for the morning meal. No one stopped her when she entered, grabbing up what food she could find. Both servants and droids stayed out of her way, as she headed out with her rather large pilfered meal in tow. Whether it was the state she was in, or the weapons she was carrying, she truly could not say. She sat down at the nearest table and started eating. She saw a servant leave the kitchen a few minutes later and speak with one of the guards, who hurried off, perhaps trying to escape her notice. She paid them no mind. By now Harkin and Tremel would have heard of her return. The fact that they had not sent for her yet meant that they likely understood what was happening. She ate in silence, or rather gorged herself in silence. The food was delicious, despite being nothing special, more proof that she had spent far too much time in that bloody tomb. She still had no idea how long she had been down there, and would not have cared even if she did. She required food, and that was her first priority. Certainly she could wait until morning to meet with the overseers. When she had finally eaten her fill, she yawned and stretched contentedly. Some pain remained, but that was a minor inconvenience after the trial of the previous days. She rose from her seat and made her way back to her room, her body full of both food and medicine. Now she required rest. She welcomed that. Sleep would be more than sweet right now. It would be paradise. She somehow found her way back to her room without encountering anyone. She closed and locked the door behind her, and when that was done, stripped out of her damaged combat suit. Her war blade, the Sith scrolls, and her 2 lightsabers were set carefully next to her bed, while she tore off her damaged battle suit, armor, and underclothes. She did not even bother changing into nightgown. She simply pulled back the covers and collapsed, pulling the sheets over top of her. After the harshness of the trial, finally being able to rest in a bed was a pleasure. The sheets felt glorious on her bare skin. Not even her injuries could haunt her now. She buried her head in the pillow as the last of her strength finally slipped away. She was asleep in moments, a dark, dreamless sleep. It was the most restful night she had enjoyed in a long time, perhaps since the destruction of her home on Oridanna. No dreams haunted her, no ghosts of the past rose up to torment her. She had nothing to fear now. She was Sith, and her master was coming. She smiled slightly. She welcomed the chance to meet him. She awoke a few hours later to knocking at her door. Though still groggy, she leapt from her bed, drawing her lightsaber to her. She reached out with the force, seeking whoever would be so foolish to disturb her rest. The presence she felt offered no threat, the barest flickering of the force, and no aggressive intent. Again she heard knocking, and someone saying, "Mistress." She sighed, pulling her old red acolyte's tunic over her head. To protect her modesty at least, no point in letting some peon see something that he was unworthy of. Her lessers did not deserve to see her in such a state. She unlocked and opened the door, sticking her head out. "Yes," she said coldly. The servant cowered before her, refusing to meet her gaze. "Forgive the interruption, acolyte," she said quickly. I'm here from Overseer Tremel. He wishes to see you today after afternoon meal." Avaryss' eyes narrowed. "What time is it?" she asked. The servant told her, still 3 hours before dawn. She sighed. "Inform the overseer. I will be there," she said. "Now go away." "As you wish, acolyte," the boy said, bobbing his head and bowing vigorously. "As you wish." Avaryss shut the door and rolled her eyes. Tremel dared wake her for that. He could just have easily left a message on her data pad. Still not feeling fully recovered, she pulled off her tunic and slipped back into bed. Hopefully she would be more alert when she met the overseers. She had no desire to embarrass herself before them, or her new master. She smiled slightly. Her new master, she wondered what her apprenticeship would entail. She was more than eager to continue her training. As she drifted off to sleep again, she found herself in a dream that, for once, she did not mind having. She dreamed that Fel had come to her, that he had slipped into her room and into her bed. She moaned in her sleep, feeling his hands upon her, desiring only his touch. She gasped as she realized they were not alone. Taya was here, sharing the bed with them. She had just started kissing Avaryss when she woke with a start. The young Sith gasped, looking around her room, her blush turning her pale cheeks pink. She shook her head and cursed under her breath. "Damn it," she murmured. "Damn Nas for putting the idea that Taya desired me into my head." She lay back down again, trying to relax, but it was a while before she managed to drift back off to sleep. Avaryss frowned slightly. What was she going to do with Taya? She wondered. If what Nas said was true, she needed to tread lightly. Taya had connections that she would need. She had no desire to risk losing them, but at the same time. She sighed. She would need to come up with something. I could play along, she realized. If she does care about me, that is just one more chain I can use to keep her loyal. It would be in my best interest to keep her happy. She would consider that. She was not sure if she would have a chance to talk with her before meeting her new master, but if she didn't. At the very least, Taya had her marching orders. She seemed more than willing to carry them out to the letter. If she became full Sith, they could decide what to do next. She finally drifted back to sleep. When she woke up again a few hours later, she felt much more rested. Her head was clearer. She bathed and cleaned herself up and prepared for her meeting with the overseers. She decided to wear her second-level acolyte uniform, her red tunic, and black leggings. Let them see her as proper student again, a student worthy of graduating and moving out into the Empire. Her long black hair she pulled back and wrapped into a long braid, similar to the one that Fel had worn. She smiled at herself in the mirror. It made sense that she should honor him. After all, his sacrifice had helped her make it this far. The rage at his death had prompted her to make the jump to the next level. As the time of afternoon meal approached, she packed up her few belongings. Her war blade, Fel's cloak, not to mention her new scrolls. She hoped that she would have a chance to translate them soon, who knew what secrets they might contain. By the time she left her quarters and began her journey to Tremel's office, she was ready. When she reached out with the Force, she felt a sense of impending, something she could not say for sure what it was. It only served to excite her more, get her blood pumping that much faster. She passed several acolytes in the hall, several of them commenting on the lightsabers on her belt, wondering how and where she had gotten them. Let them wonder, she thought. I'm above them now, the worthless wretches. Hopefully, Tremel and Harkin would have good news for her. She had accomplished what they had wanted. Now, she wanted her reward. The two overseers were waiting for her when she arrived. They were conversing in hushed voices as she entered. They paused and looked up when they realized they were no longer alone. She gave them a warm smile. "Overseers," she said, dropping to one knee, "I've returned to you, victorious." The two looked down upon her, their cold eyes evaluating her. Harkin was the first to smile. "It seems like you owe me a credit, Tremel. The girl survived your little test." Tremel nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that I do. I must admit, though, I had expected Acolyte Nas to be the one to return to us." Harkin chuckled. "Sometimes," he said, "the predator on the bottom is far hungrier than the one that is on top." He gave Avaryss a pleased look. "Well done, girl," he said. "Well done." Avaryss grinned, basking in her overseer's praise. "It was nothing, my lord," she said respectfully. "Your training has served me well." Tremel turned fully to her then, his arms crossed over his chest. "Let me see the lightsabers, child. Let me see that you have done as we have asked." She nodded and removed both weapons from her belt. Rather than simply take them, the overseer pulled them to him with the Force. He regarded both weapons thoughtfully. "I knew the man who wielded these before you. Both were excellent Sith. Acolyte Nas would have been an equally worthy successor. She was a girl of both good breeding and refined taste." Avaryss tried not to snarl at the overseer's comment. Those men he was praising had been weak. The tomb destroyed them. As for Nas, well, she had murdered Fel. How great could she truly be? She did not say this, however. She suspected that Tremel already knew who had been the culprit. He had simply chosen not to punish her because he had wanted Avaryss gone more. A flicker of anger flashed through her eyes as she regarded Tremel. "Careful, overseer," she wanted to say, "picking which student should survive and which one should not might very well be the death of you, someday." For now, she played the good student. She wanted to meet her new master. "I will prove myself worthy to carry my new lightsaber, my lords," she said, bowing her head in submission. "As for Nas and her tastes, well." Avaryss smiled deviously as she looked at the two men. "I'm sure you could ask the Kalor slugs and the Tukada. They are probably dining on what is left of Nas right now. I'm certain that they could verify her good taste for you." Harkin chuckled at her comment. Even Tremel managed a hint of a smile. He handed the two lightsabers back to her. "Your new master will be pleased," he said. "His dreadnought arrived during the night. Perhaps he sensed your victory." A shiver ran down her spine. Her master had his own dreadnought. Surely he must be a powerful Sith indeed. "He awaits your arrival upstairs in the training room," Tremel informed her. "You will go to him now and present him with Nas' lightsaber, proof of your willingness to serve him." She nodded gamely. Finally, she thought. We shall finally meet. But why the training room? She wondered. Surely he could have met her here, but at the same time, he was the master. Perhaps he wished to establish his dominance over her early on. "May I ask a question, my lord?" she said, addressing Tremel. "You may." "My master, is he the one that saved me during my interrogation?" Both Tremel and Harkin looked at each other, evaluating what they should say, no doubt. Finally, Harkin nodded. He is indeed, youngster. He sees great potential in you. The red-haired overseer frowned. Do not make him regret that decision. Never, she promised. He will find me a leal and loyal apprentice. Tremel smiled as he nodded. Go then, young Sith, present yourself to your new master, and may the Force serve you well. She rose, bowing one more time before the overseers before executing a sharp military turn and leaving. She was giddy with excitement, every nerve ending felt like it was supercharged. Her new master was awaiting her. She could barely contain her excitement. Even Tremel had been forced to acknowledge that she was a full Sith. Now she would prove it to her new master. She made her way up the stairs quickly, not running, but not merely walking either. She saw no other acolytes, only guards as she passed. They said nothing to her, and did not seem the normal guards that she was used to. Her master's men, she realized, making sure no one tried anything. Korriban might be an academy of the Sith, but that did not mean that even a Dark Lord was completely safe here. His caution impressed her. She reached out with the Force. She felt a strong and dark presence up ahead. The presence almost took her breath away. If this was not a member of the Dark Council, she would be shocked. Oh, the wonders that awaited her beyond these walls, the challenges that she would face as a Dark Council member's apprentice, and when her master grew weak or feeble, he would have a strong and willing successor in the wings, waiting to retire him. The thought made her giggle. Counselor Darth Daverus. She could see such a title being hers one day. The dark presence continued to grow. It drew her like a moth to a flame. Finally, the doors to the training room were before her. They hissed open, allowing her entrance. She frowned. The chamber was empty. She blinked and looked around. It could not be empty. She felt her new master's presence. He had to be here. Greetings, young one. The voice was soft and deadly, like a serpent that could end you with a single kiss. Shivers ran down her spine. It was not just from excitement, but from fear. Avaryss frowned. She had heard that voice before. So you are finally ready, her new master continued. You have ripened so fast, the Dark Lord chuckled. It pleases me that you have reached this point, that you have not wasted both our times. Avaryss looked around, still not seeing him, yet her heart was pounding. Her mouth had gone dry. She knew that voice. I am yours to command, my lord, she said, still seeking him. Are you truly? He laughed again. We shall see. She frowned, not liking the direction this meeting was taking. May I see you, my lord? I would look upon the face of my new master. Of course, he said. Turn around, youngster. She shivered, not with anticipation but something else. The Force was almost screaming at her now. She turned, expecting to find a monster behind her. It felt like that is what she would find. She was not wrong. The bile rose in her throat. He was not a very large man, in truth. They could almost look eye to eye. His armor and robe spoke of both wealth and great power. His curly blonde hair was graying slightly, and his clean-shaven face bore a look of pure amusement. His yellow Sith eyes blazed with power only just restrained. He looked upon her with both amusement and caution. Her red eyes widened in horror. You have murmured? The Dark Lord laughed. You know me, good, Darth Feer, Dark Lord of the Sith, and Master of the 80 system, said with a good-natured smile. She stood there, frozen in disbelief. He raised a hand. It is good to meet you at last, Keera Lylos, or should I say Avaryss. I'm sure you will agree this has been a long time coming. His face shifted. He no longer smiled. His eyes became cold and imperious, and perhaps a little mocking. Now, my new apprentice, he said, gesturing. Kneel before your master. Chapter 46. The Master? Kneel before your master. It was with those words that Avaryss snapped out of her shock. Her crimson eyes narrowed, her power building in her. It flowed into her with every pounding beat of her heart, like black venom flowing into a serpent's fangs. He is here, she thought. Lord Feer is here. her fingers curled like claws. Finally, long-denied revenge fantasies flashed through her mind. All the horrible things that the dark side could do to a person stood up to be acknowledged. It was all she could do to think, to keep from trying to unleash every last one on this man. The man who had made her what she was. The Dark Lord sensed what she was doing. How could he not? Her fury and hate were glowing like a beacon inside her. Lord Feer smirked. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, basking in the heat of her emotions. "I can feel it," he whispered, "the hate swelling in you. It is a beautiful thing, a wondrous thing." He opened his eyes and grinned. "I believe you have something for me. The lightsaber you recovered from that fool girl. What was her name again?" Avaryss could barely speak. So great was her rage, her desire for vengeance long denied. "Nas," she hissed. Fear chuckled. "Yes, that is it. Thank you, apprentice." Nas, she was not as competent as I had hoped, but then again, if she had been, you would not be here right now, would you? She shook her head no. Wait for it, she thought. It is almost time. He continued to hold out his hand. "The lightsaber, apprentice, your offering, give it to me." She smiled. "Of course, my lord," she said in a silky, venomous voice, holding the blade out to him, turned just so that the blade would emerge through his chest. It would be just the start, the first course in a long meal of vengeance. How long could she keep him alive? How many hours would he suffer before his body finally gave out? It would be fun to find out. Her eyes sparkled with desire. "It is yours," she said. "Take it." She pressed the activator button, eager to see the blade punch through the murdering old fool. She was disappointed. The lightsaber did not activate. She frowned, pressing the button again and again. Nothing. She looked down at the blade. Her finger was over the button, but it would not go down. It would not press. Something was blocking her finger from triggering it. She looked up at the face of her family's murderer. Lord Feer gave her a sly wink. "Is something wrong, young one?" He plucked the blade from her hand. He spun it around and activated it. The blade lit and bathed the Dark Lord in crimson light. He regarded the weapon with amusement. "It seems to work just fine." Avaryss sprang back. She backflipped out of reach of the Dark Lord's weapon and drew her own lightsaber. The weapon ignited with an evil hiss. The two faced each other, the air pregnant with murderous potential. Fear gave her a cool look. "You are being disobedient, apprentice, not to mention impudent." He shook his head. "Deactivate your weapon. It is time that we had a little chat." Avaryss did not comply. She had waited almost 2 years for this moment. She would not let it pass her by now. "You killed my family," she hissed. Lord Feer rolled his eyes. "Are we still singing that song, my child? I had hoped you would have found a new one by now. You have so much to offer. Why do you continue to obsess over such a mundane loss?" Avaryss snarled. "Because they were my family, they were mine. You took from me." She rose and fired Sith lightning at him. He could have caught it with his lightsaber, but he did not even bother. He raised his hand, and the lightning wrapped around him like it had struck an invisible bubble. She poured more power into her attack only to have it dissipate without even burning the edges of his robes. When she finally lowered her hand, the Dark Lord dusted himself off and gave her a stern look. "It seems you must learn your first lesson. I had thought you wiser than this, but..." He shrugged. "Some people can just be so stubborn." She lunged at him with her lightsaber. She never got within 10 feet. She found herself in the air, floating 5 feet off the ground. He flung her hard against the wall. Her force shield held, but only barely. He sent her flying across the training room again. This time she was ready. She twisted in the air and managed to hit the wall feet first. She sprang off and landed before the Lord again, only this time she did not wait for him to attack again. She seized one of the hooded statues that she found so disturbing. She sent it shooting towards Lord Feer like a missile. He leapt over it and sent a massive blast of force energy rippling towards her. She was flung back again, caught in a wave of pure fury. She struck the wall behind her hard. Stars exploded before her eyes. She did not break anything. The force had shielded her, but the sheer power of the strike left her dazed. Before she could recover, Lord Feer was on her again. He gestured, his hand forming a claw. She gasped as her entire body began to be squeezed. Avaryss coughed and tried to fight. She tried to call on her sorcery, to strike back at her opponent. He likely recognizing what she was doing, so he lifted her up in the air again and again, slamming her down hard each time with more and more force, and still the crushing pressure remained, keeping her from filling her lungs with air. It was all she could do to keep from being crushed like an empty rations can. After 4 hard strikes, she found herself on her hands and knees, unable to move. Fear approached. Using the force, he ripped her lightsaber from her grip. He caught it in his offhand and licked the blade. As she struggled to rise, cursing him a coward for not meeting her blade upon blade, she found the 2 swords crossed at her neck. She froze. It was just as she had done with Nas, as she knew what the final result of that had been. She glared up defiantly. Though on some small level she was shocked, terrified. He was so powerful. She had not stood a chance. Even after all her training, all her studying and hard work. It had all been for nothing. She swallowed hard, trying to hold on to her anger, to be brave one last time. If he expected her to beg, she would not do it. He shook his head in disappointment. "Thus ends your first lesson," he said. "Your master is stronger than you, otherwise he would not be your master. Try to remember that, my child." He gave her a fond look. "You still have much to learn." She continued to glare daggers at him. "I'm not your child," she spat. "Of course you are," he replied. "You may not be of my body, but it was through my actions that you were created. What would you be if not for me? You would certainly not be Avaryss, that is for sure." He kept her pinned by the force. No matter how much she struggled, she could barely lift a finger. He is a Darth, she reminded herself. A Darth is death incarnate. You should have remembered that. She hissed with frustration. Now that death had come for her. Strangely enough, she was not afraid. All she had since Fel died was her desire to fulfill her mission. Now that was gone. Finally, she was ready to die. Darth Feer, it seemed, had other plans. He deactivated the 2 lightsabers and clipped them to his belt. He smiled. "You have no idea how fond I've grown of you, a young one. You have done so well, come so far." He shook his head. "It would truly be a shame to end your life." She gathered the dark side within her, tried one last time to free herself. She felt his grip loosen for a moment, but even before she could take advantage, that grip of his returned, snapping shut like a steel trap. She might have well been some insect stuck in amber. Why doesn't he end it? She thought. I will never be his. As she thought that, another question sprang to mind, one she had not considered before. She swallowed hard. "How," she asked, how did you find out about me?" Lord Feer never stopped smiling. He looked down on her like some indulgent parent that finally realized he needed to correct a misbehaving child. "How little you understand," he answered. "Young one, you were never lost to me. I've known who and what you were from the moment that I allowed you to be loaded into that crate and smuggled off of Oridanna." His words surprised her. She. "What? You knew?" He nodded. "You've known about me from the beginning." Again he nodded. She shook her head no. "No. This couldn't be. It couldn't. The Imperial mission hid me from you. They wanted me to become Sith. They did not care that I wished to destroy you, only that I served the Empire." "That was a lie, I'm afraid," he informed her. "After you destroyed my men on Oridanna, the first thing the missionary that was accompanying them did was contact me, informing me of what they had found." He shook his head. "I must admit, my first knee-jerk reaction was to have you killed the moment you arrived in Dana City. I thought you some sleeper agent of that fool Daverus. Surely such a powerful Force user could not have remained hidden from the Empire." The first time we met, you were being interrogated by the sisters. You had been pumped so full of truth serum that you likely don't remember that meeting. I confess, I was shocked when I saw you that first time. This small 15-year-old girl had destroyed a company of soldiers and one of my best enforcers. He chuckled. I was impressed, young one. Very impressed. You were something that I had never seen before. Avaryss did not struggle, but in her head, her mind was a whirl. It felt like everything she had known was collapsing in on itself. He knew. She realized. He knew the whole time. The missionaries lied to me. They lied? I returned to my ship to consider your fate, he said. When I contacted the mission again, they informed me that you were not only awake, but wanted to become Sith. They suggested that you be sent to Korriban without delay, that I should inform you that I'd agreed not only to spare your life, but offer you my patronage. They said you would be so grateful. He laughed at that. Foolish old hens, they don't understand the dark side. They believe they do, but their knowledge is that of a scholar, not someone who lives and breathes with the power in their veins. He sighed. As I listened to your interrogation, heard the venom in your voice, I knew. I knew that if I revealed myself as your patron, you would never accept. I knew that you would provoke me into destroying you out of spite. I did not wish that. He gently brushed her face with his finger. Part of her wanted to snap at him like a dog, tried to bite the offending digit off. Her rage only amused him further. I know the power of hatred, and I know the value of having an enemy to direct it. I knew your hate would draw you further down the dark path. If I send you to Korriban, you would be surrounded by those only interested in your powers. They would not have broken you down and shaped you into what I needed you to become. You had a strong sense of justice when we found you, that needed to be worn away. Otherwise, you might have embraced the light, sought to bring me to justice. He leaned in close. I think that we can both agree that would not have served either of us. She continued to glare at him. You had me sent to Fury 9. Again, he nodded. I'm a graduate of Fury 9, myself. Did you know that? My father began his own dark path as a marauder, eventually made his way up to a lord. But when I was a boy, we did not have the prestige for me to be sent first to Korriban. So I was sent to Fury. I knew what that blasted rock could do. I knew how it would shape you. I hated my father for sending me there, just as you hated me for what I did. He chuckled. Hatred is a powerful thing. It keeps you warm and focuses the mind. I was willing to play the villain for you because I knew what it would unleash. What I hoped that it would unleash. Her fingers dug into the ground. If they dug in any harder, her nails would have snapped off. He wanted to play the villain, she thought. He was the villain, and he still is. The dark side raged inside her, trying to break free, but the Dark Lord's words had ensnared her. What he was saying drew her in. She was all but mesmerized. The heat began to fade. There was nothing but the Dark Lord, and his words, his story. That story had a moral. Your whole life has been a lie, it seemed to say. It is now time to learn the truth. Of course, I could not resist sending little hurdles to test you on your journey, he admitted. Your little crush, Brighton, he was acting on my orders. I promised I would let him come to Korriban if he either broke or killed you. She snarled when hearing that. So you did want me dead. I wanted you tested. If he succeeded, then I would have known that you were too weak to serve my purposes. I wanted to see how far you would go. I wanted to see how you would deal with an enemy. Again, you rewarded my faith in you. You destroyed the boy and claimed his spot as a squad leader. I was never so proud. He sat down on the floor next to her. She felt no rage from the Dark Lord now, only admiration and a strange sense of affection. He would still kill me, she knew, but he wanted her to understand everything that had come before. I lost track of you for time, the affairs of running a star system, much less to require much attention. By the time you had forged your alliance with those two girls in Butcher's Clearing, it was clear that you needed to be tested again. I provided some credits to a group of acolytes that you and your little's friends had wronged. That business with the Shadow Wasps, she said, That was you. It was. The whole Shadow Wasp thing was their idea, but it was inspired. It is almost a shame that you had to kill them. Such tactics would have served them well had they lived a bit longer. They were weak, she said flatly. They attacked, and they failed. The weak deserved their fate. Well said, he said, smiling proudly. Despite herself, despite the pain and humiliation, she felt a slight sense of pride. Praise from a Dark Lord was a rare thing. You don't need his praise. He is your enemy. She knew that, but for the moment she could do nothing about it, only listen. After you destroyed that alien Padawan, I knew that you were ready for Korriban. I had one of my agents contact Overseer Ilaria, inform her that it was in her best interest to send you on your way as soon as possible. She agreed after I offered her a chance to transfer away from Butcher's clearing. He snorted with amusement. You would be surprised how easy some people can be bought in this empire of ours. Everyone wants something, she said. True, but we don't always get what we deserve. He sighed. Which of course brings us up to your time here on Korriban. I was most eager to see how quickly you would rise in the ranks. After your 2 previous performances, I expected you to sweep away anyone who got in your way. I thought you would deal with that boy Fell first. He looked at her with a frown. I did not expect, nor did I approve when you decided to jump into bed with him. Sorry to disappoint you, she said sarcastically. If he had heard, he chose not to acknowledge her words. He simply kept talking. I immediately put my agents to work on the boy and his followers. It was not hard to find someone in his power base willing to talk. They informed me of his little plan to smuggle you off-world, to take you away from me. He gave her a cold smile. I couldn't allow that, but at the same time I needed to proceed carefully. Many of my colleagues were interested in the boy after all. I ended up turning to your friend, the Inquisitor's girl. Nas, she hissed, you told her to poison Fell. No, he said, shaking his head. I ordered her to test you, to do what she could to convince you to stay and finish your training. Somewhere along the way, though, she got it into her head that if she killed you, then I would consider that proof of her superiority, and that I would choose her over you to be my new apprentice. I had nothing to do with the poisoning, but when I heard that the boy was dead, and that you were to be executed for the crime, I realized that I had to intervene. I stood before the Dark Council and pleaded your case. I had to tread lightly, of course. Some of them had wanted the boy for an apprentice, and would have likely blamed me for what had happened. It took some politicking on my part, and a few well-placed promises, but they finally agreed to spare your life. I rushed to your side. Though I almost arrived too late, you did manage to survive. He grinned pleasantly at her. You are welcome, by the way. She thought of what she had endured during those months, forced to wear a respirator, enduring the humiliation of being left helpless, thinking that she would never feel the force surge through her again. You left me broken, she said coldly. Why should I thank you for that? He gave her a cold look. A little gratitude on your part would not hurt, he advised, especially considering the fact that I could crush you like bug if I desired it. She felt the force contract around her. She gasped, but did manage to suppress a pained whimper. The crushing stopped, but the lesson had been learned. She would be more mindful of her words in the future. For a time, I worried that you were lost to me. It was at that time that I realized how much I had come to enjoy hearing of your accomplishments, your successes. It was not easy for me to admit, but you were no longer simply a pawn to be moved across the board. I had come to be fond of you in my own way. He smiled slightly. When I heard that you had managed to fight your way back and regain your powers, I was ecstatic. I watched with glee as you nurtured your powers under Harkin. Of course, I had a loose end to tie up. Nas, she said. Indeed, he answered. Someone in the Inquisitors talked. She found out that I was the one that contacted her about making sure you stayed on Korriban. She tried to blackmail me with that information. She demanded that I take her as an apprentice. You, of course, were ready to take your final trial, so I decided to deal with 2 problems with one single stroke. The Dark Lord laughed. I knew that you would enjoy killing her, especially after what she had taken from you. He sighed contentedly and stood up. And so, here we are, all caught up. He gave her a savage smile. Now, you must decide what happens next. Me? She gasped, still trying to resist his grip. He nodded again. You have a choice, my child. 2 choices, actually. So, you should choose wisely. I could release you from my grip, give you back your lightsaber, and we can duel like the Sith of old. I'm sure you will fight very bravely, and die quite quickly, and then we would have both wasted the last 2 years. Avaryss' eyes narrowed, part of her wanting nothing more than what he had just offered. That part of her would rather die going out in a blaze of glory and blood than live as some broken cur. Still, she found herself curious about what else the Lord had to offer. And the second choice, she asked. He smiled broadly. That would be the truly hard choice. It will be a blow to your Sith pride, but if you can endure it, it will be worth it. He stood straighter, looking down upon her like a god upon a mere mortal. Dying is easy, young one, living is hard. If you choose to live, you must abandon your hatred of me. It was a useful tool during your training, but now that it has served its purpose, it must be discarded. You will stop fighting me, and Bo. You will accept my offer and become my new apprentice. He sighed and shook his head. I know what I ask of you is not easy. Yet, the rewards awaiting you if you accept are considerable. Know that I am a Sith on the move, young one. In 2 years I will have added yet another star system to my holdings. In 5 years I will be sitting on the Dark Council, helping to govern the galaxy in the name of our glorious Emperor. Once again she felt a wave of fondness from the Dark Lord. She desired only his death, yet he still looked upon her with pride. He was a fool, to be sure. When I do finally sit on the Dark Council, I will need someone to look after my holdings, a lord to oversee all that I have won. I had hoped that my son would take up that role, but I have come to realize that he is not up to the challenge. That information made her blink. You have a son, she said. Don't sound so surprised, he smirked. Yes, I'm married and have a child. He is 11 and been trained by his mother since he was 3. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. When we first wed, I thought her my soul mate, but as the years have passed, that passion faded, as it would no doubt have faded for you and your pure blood. He gave her a sad look. His death saved you from finding that out for yourself. Be grateful. She did not answer. She had no desire to anger the Lord any further. He shook his head. My wife is a scheming ingrate. My son is an idiot and a sadistic one at that. He is unworthy of my legacy, despite what my darling wife believes. Again he looked on Avaryss with fondness. Fortunately, the Force has gifted me with something, someone new. A young Sith born out of my body, but of my will. The Force has seen fit to give me a daughter who is both strong in the Force and cunning enough to understand what I'm offering. He leaned in close so that only she could hear him. One day you will surpass me. With my training you will do it that much quicker. One day you will rule the House of Fear, and take it in a new direction leading not only to prestige, but limitless power. I've foreseen it. He smiled hungrily. Cast aside the Oridanna farm girl, let go of Keera Lylos and her desire for vengeance. Become Avaryss in both body and soul. Become my apprentice. Learn from me. Let me guide you. Be my heir, my daughter, and all that you have sought will be yours one day, all of it, and more. He smiled cruelly. Make your choice, young one. Are you my apprentice or my victim? The choice is yours. Avaryss shuddered. What had been said, what had passed between them? She could not believe it. Did he actually believe she could forget what had happened? Did he honestly think she would surrender so completely to him? His daughter. It was laughable. She shivered. The hunger for power rose up, burning in her breast. Her red eyes began to glow like hot coals. A vision came to her. She imagined them standing together in the heart of the Republic. She imagined the Jedi Grandmaster dead at their feet. Darth Feer had ripped the Jedi's beating heart out, and together they feasted on it as the Sith armies blasted the planet to rubble around them. It was a powerful vision, a grand one. She found herself getting lost in it. Distantly she could hear Keera Lylos wailing, crying out for blood, demanding that she get up and fight, that she die trying to tear out this man's throat. Yet, in that moment, the dark side proved stronger. It was the desire to be more than just another victim. She shuddered. Fear was not wrong. Accepting the second choice was not easy. The words stuck in her throat. She feared that she would gag on them. Yet, she still wanted what he offered. She found herself thinking about Spindral, about his warning. He had said that she would be tested, had he not? She would have to choose between her passions and her desire for power. She had failed with Fel. If she failed again, she would not leave this room alive. She suppressed a whimper. A single angry tear ran down her cheek. She wanted this man dead, hungered for it, but at the same time, she stopped fighting. She let his strength force her to her knees. She looked up into those gold eyes. She almost sobbed. That was how hard the words were to get out. Yes, she murmured. He tilted his head slightly. What was that, child? I couldn't quite hear you. She cursed under her breath. He was not going to make this easy on her. I said yes, she managed to croak. I pledge myself to you and your teachings. I will do whatever you ask. She felt a warm sense of satisfaction from the Dark Lord. Excellent, he purred. The crushing pain that had surrounded her ceased. She collapsed at the Dark Lord's feet. She found herself bowing before him, humbling herself. It made her sick. Coward, the part of her that was still Keera spat. Maybe, she thought, but I can't kill Lord Feer if I am dead. Only this path offers me the chance to accomplish that goal. He stood over her, her new lord and master. Say the words, he said. I'm sure that you have heard them before. Declare my desires are now yours. Say it, and embrace your role as my apprentice. She nodded. She did know the words, yes, but they were as hard as her acceptance of him as her new master. She sighed heavily, but she managed to speak them. What is that bidding, my master? He nodded, pleased with her acceptance. Rise, my apprentice. She did as she was told. She stood, her will and pride broken. I'm yours, my master, she said in a flat, defeated monotone. Command me. He laughed and put his arm around her shoulder. This is my desire, he said, the two of us, together at long last. Ours shall be an alliance of fear and avarice. He laughed triumphantly. It will take time, he acknowledged. Letting go of your hatred towards me will not be easy, but in time. You may come to see me as much a father as that mundane Andrew Lylos was. She suppressed a surge of anger at his mention of her father's name. Keera's father, she reminded herself. Lord Feer created me, watched over me. She shuddered. He is my master now, my true father. She bowed her head. She felt broken, more broken than she had felt after Zion's torture. He sensed her melancholy. It will take time, he repeated, but you will come to accept your new position. Who knows, you might even come to like it. She nodded. As you say, master. Fear led her out of the academy, out towards her destiny. My dreadnought is waiting for us, he informed her. We have much work to do, my apprentice. I hope you are ready. She took a deep breath and found a reserve of dark power. I am ready, my lord. How do we start? He laughed wickedly. Trust me, daughter, we have already begun. She nodded. So be it. She would have power in his service. She did not doubt that, but she doubted she would find any joy, and certainly no real rest. She would be living her worst nightmare. She was now an enforcer of the man who killed her family. After that, she would surely never know peace, but that was fine. After all, peace was a lie. There was only passion, fury, rage, hatred. They would be her allies now. She would need nothing else. For the Empire, she thought. For the Sith. The end. Avaryss's journey will continue in Star Wars: The Old Republic, Fear, and Avaryss.